Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name is Infernosis, joined here by the handsome and new slimmer hairstyle fellow the caster, aka John. You hear us call each other by our first names throughout the entire night. But John, before we even mention what we're here for, which is R6, I kind of broke that rule. Before we even mention who the teams are, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. I love you doing your hair. It's new. It's unique. Big fan of that. Also, we're low-key kind of
Of
matching
waking
because we're
up.
both kind of wearing like a maroonish red color too. I noticed that when you snapped me earlier before we went live, but I was like, man, I didn't mention it. And now I can since we're actually on air. So, the bromance, it's back. It's alive. It's healthy. I feel rejuvenated. I bet you feel the exact same way since you're basically done with school now. So you and I can get back together. The band is coming back, fellas. And so is Purdue White against Champlain College. They're both coming back here for the Champions Division to finalize this one out in a best-of-5 series for the grand finals. It's the top 2 seeds, and I'm hoping this one is going to be an absolute banger.
I would love to see the bracket screen. I don't know if that's available to us because we're in the finals anyway. So, it is. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Michael. I want to talk about what we have so far. Obviously, first and foremost, Purdue White had a bye in the first week, and it was the same thing for Champlain. They were their top seeds, the first and second seeds, both going 6-1. Purdue's only loss actually being to Champaign College in an 0-2 scoreline for 2 maps in a BO3, and Champlain's only loss being against Purdue Black, the roster that is secondary Purdue's white team, who Purdue White had actually beaten before in week 5. So it's something to keep in note. But they went through, they played here in the semifinals. Purdue White take it 2-1, and it's the same thing for Champlain. So those weren't easy victories here, John. They were not victories that they just take easily in a 2-0 fashion. Like you can see, maybe the first round came to be the quarterfinals. Maybe not easy, but they didn't go to all 3, right? Those just like we did see in the quarterfinals. So this one's a bit different in the fact that it is a best of 5, meaning you're seeing that correct down below us. It is 5 maps on the board that might have to get played tonight. This could just be a glorified BO3 where we just see 3 maps and be done with it, or it will just be a straight true slugfest through to the end, a full 5. And I hope it doesn't happen, not because I don't want a good game, but because I hate Cafe.
Yeah, it's starting to grow on me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. It sounds bad to say that, but it's not a horrible favorite. Absolutely not. But at least we have a couple of goodies. Chalet, both you and I's a personal favorite here. The map bans in particular by Purdue, they both were incredibly aggressive. Chalet and also Coastline were picked by them. Whereas for Champlain, they picked very default maps of Oregon and Clubhouse. So we are seeing a literal night and day comparison between these two teams as to what they're comfortable with. And in terms of bans, apparently Champlain is very comfortable with removing out that Flores, which could allow for a little bit more of a util-based kind of gameplay here on Chalet.
Obviously, when you have that first ban be that Flores, you're kind of targeting the defensive utility. If you bring the Flores to the Terror, those Rotero drones deal a lot of damage, and they can do a huge amount of destruction to any and all of your defensive setups. So getting that off the board is a very strong start. Following suit with your typical tried and true Thatcher ban, he's not a necessity when it comes to the map of Chalet, but it is still a comfort ban to have that out. Following suit, we'll have our defensive bans to go forward, and you see Purdue up to go for the mirror. The tried and true, like we've always seen, and if it continues to be that way, John, it's probably going to be the Valkyrie we see get picked up here for the CCE side. Can Champlain do it? There it is. Predictions, easy, clean, cut, and dry. We could have said that way before the ban phase even started and been pretty on point. I maybe would have said maybe a Habana over Flores, but I do think Flores is a little bit better, especially at the ranks at which we're talking about here for our Champions Division. I'm super excited to see this one. Round 1 has to get underway, and with the fact that we don't have a Flores on the board, what will Purdue bring to the table that will allow for them to destroy the defensive utility?
Probably a lot of stuns, maybe some nades here and there, a couple gone 6s. Finka is a lot more in the meta nowadays, but we only have a single set of frags here. But there is not a lot of util denial overall for Champlain. So that's a pretty good read overall by Purdue. 6th pick comes out off the Bandit, wondering what's going to be. It'll be that Frost. She is pretty viable when defending bar and gaming. Those extensions up above, those Frost mats, sometimes you're not always going to be looking for them. Maybe you'll huck out some grenades to flush out those players inside of library. Then you hop in and your ankles get cut right off your entire body, and you are now DBNO'd and probably not going to get picked back up unless you clear out that entire top floor or can simply play for some kind of trade. So overall, Great lineups between both Purdue and Champlain, but in all honesty, I'm a little shocked that we do not have either a Jaeger or Wamai on the side of Champlain. So what I'm expecting by them is to have an early peel off to go back into the site and then try to play more of an anchor-based position here and really rely off of Ben on that smoke to deny a potential plant.
Your attacking side with question for Purdue is, like I mentioned, you have the defensive utility being brought by the Champlain side. And let's keep in mind the actual utility we see. There seems to be 2 shields available. No Vulcan, so you don't have to worry about, no Goyo, so you don't have to worry about the Vulcan shields. And that does cut down on a lot of the utility you necessarily have to bring to give yourself a chance to push forward. But beyond just doing that, they have quite a lot of utility to be able to do so. If they're playing on one of these second floor objectives, then Sledge has a little bit less use, but the nades are still always positive, and the 52 is still always strong. When you're talking about a first floor objective, Sledge is almost an always go-to. Buck has been somewhat interchangeable, especially if you are talking about a second floor objective where you can play from below, but it's just not as viable a strategy as a lot of people would like to make it out to be, and he tends to take a back seat in a lot of ways. But when the round starting and going underway, the question I have in my mind is, are these nades going to be able to find impact, and what is Purdue going to look to do with them? Are they looking for an opening kill off these frags? Are they using them to disperse utility of Champlain's side, or are they just trying to create space to allow them to push down these fatal funnel hallways and give them a chance to contend in the one-on-one?
Definitely find picks, at least in my mind, because Yellow has that Gone 6, and Swaus has his explosive lifelines, and there are no ADSs, no Aruni Syria gates, no magnets to deny it, and Sledge is on the board, so he directly hard counters Pickle's castle pick, so they can save those grenades for just finding straight up frags when going in for that initial push here. Stuns come flying on out, that will disorientate a couple of players. Nade gets tossed in the back of Blue to try to find some type of pick, but it only destroys that main shield at the top of Blue. Overall, though, pretty great start by Purdue. Let's just hope they can either flush out this top floor defense or find that first initial pick to then start that vertical play on the right foot.
Kernix is in a very dangerous spot, still sitting on top of white stairs. This is a very tough position to hold on to, and if I'm a player holding on that outside balcony ledge, which we can see Purdue is doing as of the current moment, any and all utility you use in that direction is going to be very dangerous against Kern, and it's just going to be a matter of time until they flush him out from top position. But there has been good time bought right now for the Purdue side as they're able to get their kill. It only takes them about 2 minutes to do so, which some would think is really harsh and not that strong of an allotment of time, but for a map like Shalane, especially this objective, they still have plenty of time to continue working this way and finding impact, and they've cleared out top of white stairs. They have the option now to peek into the mezzanine side, and they just need to clear out 1 or 2 more players on the second floor, and I don't think the Champlain side are looking to hold it any longer. They're giving up that space and now going to play all either on the objective in between the B and A site, or they're going to hold bottom staircase and look for an option to deny from alleyway, but I don't think Purdue are necessarily looking in that direction. We saw Yellow initially peeking it, now taking a step back, trying to help the teammate out where necessary. If they do decide to jump in, there could be an option for an early kill here. As the fight begins to progress on with only 15 seconds, Purdue have to make it into the point. You'll see Feeling Good step into the site. Pickle will go for the kill and find it. That's the UNP finding success. Champlain just need to deny kills into the site. They'll trade even for even as Yellow takes 1. Kernex takes another, and Pickle from back of supply removes 1 more. They're able to hold on, and it's not by the kills here, John. It's by the time allotment. Father Time ticks ever in favor of our defensive side.
For the most part, on that last round, Purdue kind of just sat around in office and piano for way too long. That back office wall was actually soft, so they could have opened that up to get better control of mezzanine and then fully flush out the remnants of that roam game. They already removed the player up at the top of library stairs. They just needed library itself, but they just kept sitting around and twiddled their thumbs for a majority of that round. They took way too long up above, especially since Champlain really didn't put a big emphasis on controlling that top floor, except a couple of castle panels here and there, and also a deployable shield on the top floor. Other than that, it was a pretty relaxed setup by Champlain, and they did exactly what I mentioned at the beginning of that prep phase. They fell off during those last 50 seconds, and they just played for bodies, and despite the fact that it was a disadvantage 4-5 favoring Purdue, they were able to hold down because of how much time was being wasted and how many powerful positions were held by Champlain to stop that overall execute. Now moving on up on the top floor here, master bedroom, they have a little bit more general util. They've got that Aruni and Wamai, and I'm really wondering how well Purdue could try to counteract that, because even when those 2 operators were not on the board, they still wasted a multitude of seconds basically doing nothing, in all honesty, Scott.
Yeah, I do want to stress the time aspect as well, because that was a very important part of Champlain's game. They held on to the second floor, they held on to mezzanine, and most importantly, they held on to top of white stairs. When they lost their mezzanine player, yeah, you're in a tough spot, but it was a good swing by Purdue, nothing you can do. Champlain decides to take a step back, drop down to the first point, and play and turtle on the site. Purdue, however, they did it in good time. Getting that in 2 minutes isn't the worst possible outlook. Cheeky spawn here by Kernex. I do the exact same thing when I play, but that's because I'm a terrible person and I do it in casual. And he's going to get a kill off of it as well. Swass, you've got to be watching that angle, especially when your teammate just got shot or attempted to be shot from that angle. There needs to be some relay of information. But with 2 minutes, getting your first kill on a map like this and the objective like that and the way they were pushing, it's not the worst, right? But they needed to be quicker in actually pushing into the rest of site for the second floor to then drop down to first and play. That's what ultimately shot them in the foot, and it was a misguided approach, and they just need to be a little bit quicker off the back foot for it. But with the next round underway, you can already see Yellow going quite swiftly into the site, not in the site, sorry, into the building, now looking to find an impact here with some extra assistance by having their Nomad toss out an air jab, watch their flank. They still need to be very wary of the player up in Solarium. It's Kernex who had found that first frag.
He's getting ready for an aggressive peek here, and Iana looks away at just the wrong time. Kernex, they're second on the round. Took a little while, but it's still a clean kill. A second one or another, pardon, gets spotted out, but Feeling Good Inc. will shut it down. At least that's one initial pick here for Purdue, but they are still at that disadvantage, and they've lost a whole set of nades and most of their soft destruction. If they wanted to play underneath, perhaps break that electric claw, they'll have to face their fears head on. A drop down is attempted by FX, but Avro will cut him off. Now it's still a man advantage here, favoring Champlain. It's not completely over for Purdue. They've got plenty of time to work with. They have drones still to work off of, in particular by Avro, but it's just that Nomad left alive, trying to make ends meet, and they're getting tagged up through the bathroom doorway, and they have to look at multiple directions here. Champlain, they'll just cut them off at the very end, scoring their second round here on Chalet.
You can't help but think that that round fell apart the moment that first frag came down. When you were looking at from Solarium, getting up on top of the plotted plant section and then going for the shot outside that window, it's a cheeky play. I would do that spawn peek. I also attempted to do spawn peeks all the time when it came to big window on mezzanine. There's a lot of cheeky spots you have to constantly be aware of, and that's why a lot of people really hated Chalet when it came out, and that's why a toxic person like me really loved the map of Chalet. However, this is a competitive scene. This is teams that are prepped and ready. They've got strat books. They've got complete rotations. They should know what to do in each and every situation, but when they lose a player that early on, especially one that they probably deemed of necessity to get forward, yeah, that might put a damper on things. And you're down a player, not enough momentum to push yourselves forward, and you can start to feel yourself go down in terms of mentality. But let's talk about the second kill that went forward. When you see Yellow trying to step up big as they drop down through towards your museum side, and they lose the opportunity to escape as they give away line of sight. They break LOS, and then they re-enter LOS. You should have just realized where the shots are coming from, get to a better spot, play safe behind wall, and work from there. You had a secondary teammate fairly close by that can work with. You obviously had a teammate coming fairly quickly up towards window and Solarium to find the kill. They just need better coordination and better, what's the word I should put this, communication here, John.
Yes.
We know for a fact they heard the shot. They played for the shot as the spawn peek came, and yet, why did your second player walk straight into line of sight and lose their life immediately? It just seemed like a bit of a misplay, and they kind of fell victim to their own, I guess, poor circumstances and their poor relay of communication.
No, I'm glad you mentioned communication, because I was thinking the exact same thing. In particular, I feel like there's a lack of information and who's supposed to be gathering that. Typically, your Iana player, if you want to get aggressive and kind of have that face check kind of drone, you're going to have Yellow do most of that intel gathering and save your drones later for the round, perhaps. But speaking of Yellow, you will actually be getting quite aggressive at the very beginning of this round here, already outside of the site of Dining Room, and will Gone 6 open that bulletproof camera, but a Magnet will actually catch it. Actually, an Evil Eye that will manage to survive and gather a little more information as to where exactly Yellow was playing at, but they'll peel away and try their attempts up above, but there might be a roamer waiting for them to find that first initial pick again for Champlain.
We've bought a minute, right? That's a fairly solid start for Champlain, but like I mentioned previously, time isn't exactly everything, and this is a different objective that we saw in round one. So round three attempt here for Champlain. They're holding on to the kitchen site. This one has been known to be very difficult for attackers to gain control of the piano room because it's essentially the same defense they brought last round, actually holding on to these two second floor objectives. They just need to play a little bit more turtley on the first floor, but still have the presence on the second and actually looking to fight on the second. And we do see a fairly good presence of doing so. However, when you lose one of your roaming players on that second floor, you kind of put yourself in a bit of a rut. Hearn gets a bit too much aggressive, fights into the deadly hallway, and loses their life to Swaps. Now, in a poor spot with a player down, Purdue have full control of the second floor because you saw the rotate go down as Pickle went down Solarium Staircase and dropped back to defend the kitchen sites. Purdue have full control over second, can start to devastate the floorboards and create an open floor plan on this second floor and start to cut down the lines of sights available to the Champlain side.
The only problem that Purdue has to worry about is the fact they haven't deployed many air jabs. A flank could definitely occur, and that could be a massive opening here for Champlain. A drone spots out Pickle, so he'll have to back off here. Someone should be swinging him out eventually, and it happens by Avro. He gets aggressive here and can now have backup by Yellow on top of that too. They're trying to work this site in their favor, and Swouse will land a deadly shot on towards FX. All of a sudden, Purdue have a massive lead up against Champlain, and this could be their first initial round with, as it's just the Kaid and Ben on the Maestro. Try to keep this one alive here. Ayana gets too aggressive, though. That's two quick kills for X-Spec. Finally gets ripped to shreds, though, by Swouse. Marcado at the very end will annihilate Ben using that verticality. And Purdue, a strong start off and a relatively decent finisher to secure their first round here on Chalet.
That was a really solid round for Purdue as well, especially when they're talking about how round one and round two didn't go in their favor. And it wasn't just like a small difference in the round structure. It was a failure to attack in time in round one. And then in round two, it was a getting picked apart very quickly in the early stages of that round by a single individual player, might I add. They turned that round around in round three. They found an opportunity to get that opening kill and work towards it. They flushed out second floor in good time as well. That's the difference between round one and round three there. And now they have the opportunity to go back to that bar and gaming site. Purdue know the mistakes they had, the miscalculations they made. And I do want to see a bigger presence here from Yellow. We know that they played from the outside edge. They went towards the window in the outside games room. They teetered on the balcony ledge, but they didn't have a real great utility to destroy the castle barricade placed on that second floor window to, I guess, slow down the pace of Purdue. And they didn't have Marcado in that direction to actually swing the hammer down and break down those castle barricades. I think that's what they need to be doing first. I think they need to be a bit swifter. They need to have Marcado use that utility a bit more actively instead of retroactively playing in a bit of a reactionary system, and he needs to be proactive. Start to go forward. You get the call out from Yellow early in the round, which it should be within the first minute. Castle barricade here. Castle barricade here. Rotate, slam those down, and give your teammates line of sight to start dishing the hurt down. Like you mentioned, there's tons of nades available for Purdue of what they have been bringing before, and that's still going to be the case. They still have the Gone 6, and they've got 4 nades in pocket. They can burn any sort of ADSs if they're bought, and they're not even. They only have to deal with a couple magnets, and you toss a single flash, maybe a secondary flash, and you'll flush that out just as quick. Purdue have the elements of success here. They just need to piece it all together.
I'm hoping for Purdue to accomplish here is maybe get a push in through library, perhaps. Because again, there isn't a lot of utility to really deny Purdue of getting top control early in the round. But they will start all the way at the bottom of this map of Chalet. They'll already open up garage, maybe try to push in through the trench doorway as well, and kind of just go through the belly and get towards the head of the beast later on. They could perhaps go for a very horizontal take, maybe get inside of dining room and then rush around in towards the site. But I feel like the more methodical approach for Purdue and what they'll probably attempt is just starting out, getting that control near Solar from the bottom of those back stairs, and then working their way up, get inside of Piano. But the main problem with this is that A, there are plenty of roamers around this area. They'll eventually back off. So that's problem A taken care of. But B, already a minute has been burned off the clock here, and not a lot has been accomplished by Purdue except a minute and ineffective amount of map control, Scott.
Yeah, I mean, this entire objective, you only need one section of the map to push forward. You don't need to be that aggressive in Solarium like we saw in round 2. You don't need to be that proactive force hanging out inside Piano and holding that office study side. You can just hold Mezzanine and hold that top right staircase to lock down Library Hall, and you'll give yourself a massive chance to contend. And even when you hold down Library Hall, make the rotation back through Library itself and drop down Hatch. Purdue need to be a lot swifter with this push, and you can see them dumping utility in this direction. But notice how there's a Banshee on the floor right outside doorway out of the library hallway. That's going to be a force to slow down Purdue, and unfortunately it won't be available for Curran to slow down Purdue, as he'll eat a nade from Yellow. That gives them the entry and the information that they've cleared at least one player out. They just need to be a bit more forceful with it as they start to engage into the site. A player on Mezzanine will have to peek this window. Feeling Good has the opportunity and lops the head off FX, looks to find one more, fails to find any sort of impact. It's Pickle to come up instead, but not able to finish off the kill. DB and Ode instead, and a 5v3 still in effect, as Feeling Good Inc. will be able to be picked back up.
So pretty good position overall for Purdue. Finally, this roam presence has been cleared out. The only effective thing that Champlain could have is maybe a bit of a tunnel vision comes into effect by Purdue because they are so low on time. Expect tries to land a shot all the way down in towards Fireplace, but is not going to be that successful. They only tag up Avro. They'll still remain alive, and Pickle playing this one so patiently, waiting for that push to finally come in through full effect. That Habana could run into a hail of bullets by either that Castle player or the Frost already set all the way in the back. Smoke gets dropped, and here comes the Hatch play. Yellow will stick that plant as Toxic Canisters are a little bit too far away to actually finish him off. Ben gets aggro though, but cannot find Yellow in time. It's Maracado with one. Yellow follows suit, and now it's up to Ben up above, trying to win this 1 versus 3 post-plant situation. Down goes Sophia up above. No longer do you have that top floor presence. It's just Maracado and Yellow in that middle floor. I believe it is Yellow playing all the way back inside of Mudroom, having a nice crossfire established. Maybe him and Maracado could swing at the exact same time and make this near impossible for Ben, but he's wasting too much time up above. There's only 15 seconds left, and he has no information as to where Purdue are playing in this post plant. They'll steal away this 4th round as Ben had no idea what he was getting himself into and ran directly into the Lion's Den.
There wasn't even a strong pincer set up there either for Purdue. A player in Mudroom, yes, will give you LOS towards the player in Supply, but beyond that, your player in Supply really only has sightline to the point. It's only one player able to decisively watch that diffuser and also able to decisively watch that hatch, where we saw a player drops down to go for the post-plant situation and attempt to recontend the objective. I just feel like there was some slight mistake in positioning for Purdue. Ultimately, they come out on top. It was a nice attempt there from Champlain's side to try and play that one, but time was not on their side. They felt the pressure, they went for the drop, and they just did not know where to position themselves and where to look, and they're falling victim to their own defensive strategies. That's why forcing the post plan as an attacking team majority time can favor you, because a lot of the time when you're playing a map that has a standardized meta, you're using the same objectives, using the same, obviously use the same objectives, using the same operators in the same defensive setups. You can still use their setups, you know how they would work, you know their positionings, and in a level like this, you should know essentially every standardized strategy that we're seeing, and we are seeing fairly standardized metas at this stage in the matchup so far. Purdue knew where to stand. They had a pretty good position for it. They knew that they would be stressed towards wall connecting over towards bar, and we definitely saw that as they dropped down hatch, could not decide where to look from. Do we look out towards hall? Do we look out towards the wall? Or do we try to play supply? No matter where they look, they just did not find the impact they necessarily wanted to do, and Purdue will come up on top on a nice kill.
I think overall, Champlain overcommitted a little bit on that top floor hold. They definitely should have either backed off or just waited around that library hatch, and then once someone overextended towards them, they either drop down while getting a kill or just end up dying still in that 5-on-3. But they really weren't as prepared for playing to deny that execute as they were the first time they ended up defending bar and gaming room. And there were still a lot of mistakes up on that defensive side for Champlain, but they definitely could have had that one in the bag just based off of, again, Purdue wasting too much time clearing out empty space that Champlain really doesn't care about on their defense. And we're following underneath that same trope again, except it's a little more justified here on offenses, as you want to secure that vertical play, and maybe getting a nice crossfire established against Zernek could be the thing that will actually finish him off early. But he already starts to move back up above and has a nice vertical hold to try to annihilate someone that might run in through that single window.
He almost lost his head, though, at a pretty unfortunate timing, but it seemed to work out that way. Kernix finds the kill in Mercado, shuts down the sledge very early on, looking to now take out Swouse, but Swouse will just hold down left click for the LMGE and come up with the kill instead. What are you supposed to do against that, John? What is the anticipated approach? I'll tell you what it is. Toss a Nitro Cell and hope for the best. They do just that. Sebek takes out one. Another's been DBNO. That's Swouse. They were already low at about 45, 40 HP, so you're expecting them to go through that one anyways, and they were fairly far away from it in the first place. They'll be picked up, though. Now down to 20. It's a 3v4. They did find Kernex on that refrag, but there's still a player down, but that's utility that's been expended by the Champlain side. They have no more Nitro Cells left. They do have 2 impacts, and with the HP that Swouse currently has on the board, any impact will necessarily kill if it gets within 2 to 3 feet, and that's not necessarily the hardest thing to do, especially when you know the majority angle at which Purdue is pushing from, and I'll tell you what, they have a great idea for it. They see the drone toss through, they saw the lifeline utility for the concussive blast being sent inside a master bedroom, so they have a great indicator and a huge assortment of knowledge available to them to deny any sort of entrance, but they need to actually find the shot opportunities to do so. Arvo swings uncontested by Pickle, takes out his teammate, but unfortunately from the opposing angle, FX takes out 2. Now it's up to the 1v2. Arvo has to take out Pickle and Ben to get this one done, finds the opportunity to put some shots toward Pickle's head, fails for both ends, and Arvo will fail to toss. The last flash and the last piece of utility Arvo can necessarily bring to the table, forced to fight this one in a pure gun engagement. Has to get multiple angles, find the avenue approach that will allow for them to be successful, and while they do see the Alda swinging out from that bathroom side, they will not be able to get the kill, and Ben is uncontested in that position.
Again, I feel like Purdue are trying to be a little too aggressive for all the wrong reasons. I don't mind, trying to establish map control early on, et cetera, but they could have done a little bit of vertical play, maybe gone for a more defaulted take, but they just tried running inside of Trophy after doing a minute amount of intel gathering, and then just, again, ran into the Malusi. If it was not for the fact that Zofia was rocking the LMG, it probably could have been a 2K there for Zernix, I believe it was. So a little bit questionable for Purdue, I have to admit. They have time to work with there. Just be a little more calm and collective about it. You don't need to fully go in all blitzkrieg mode every single time. It's definitely a little bit of food for thought here, but this is the last round moving in on the first half. Champlain will reattempt going back to this middle floor site of Bar and Gaming with a clash on the board. A little unorthodox, but it can be used pretty well put in the right hands. I consider it more of a mobile mirror where you can have someone play around that clash and maybe find some kind of impactful kill and then just be a constant nuisance. And especially if you're trying to play for a plant situation, Clash could really hard counter that so long as there's someone to back them up, because that's the one main drawback of a Clash, is you are technically a gun down throughout the entire match, unless Pickle is just a goat with that full automatic pistol.
Do you think this is a strategic pick and a choice for them because they failed to gather enough information in the last round to know where the plant was actually going down and where the last few players were located? Because in my mind, when you're playing the Clash, the cursed being, so to say, and you're picking her up and bringing her to the fray, my first thought is, yeah, you're playing around it. You're using her to gather information to poke and prod as a defender and kind of play an attacking role to a degree and still have the ability to make the rotations and semi-play strong with the SPS in the pocket. I think they're playing this to have the information. They felt the concern that Purdue brought along them in the few rounds previously, and they're starting to say, hey, we need to make a return here. We can't allow for them to becoming unscathed in that push for that plant and actually allow for it to go down, because the second it does not look pretty for Champlain. Post-plant situations have been very strong for the Purdue side, and they position themselves fairly well. Last time we saw a poor 2-on-1 position, but they had that third player initially on the second floor that was watching as well, so you can't super dog on them. I know I did previously, but I'll take it back a little bit as that player was on the second floor in Library. But this time around, they'll have somebody who can stay safe in their positions to hold, as well as gathering information on top of it. It's like having a shield. It's like having a mirror barricade, like you mentioned, like having that black mirror. It brings a lot to the table, but it does bring an inkling of lack of self-respect is the term. I'm kidding, of course. It's all casual stuff for me here, but I do think them playing here on white is going to be very dangerous, especially when that nade dump is going through quite effectively, and there's little to no utility now in the pockets of Purdue as they only have one flash left.
Now the fact that they have a clash here, they can still play up above. A shield was not required, and those grenades really did not meet their mark. Plenty of stuff being wasted. Luckily, though, Marcado is rocking out the sledge, so there is a small glimmer of hope to remove this top floor presence, but they are being kept at bay, Purdue here. Champlain is really not giving them an inch when Purdue needs an entire mile to bring out this round, and there isn't much time left to recover from this position either. No first initial pick other than for Champlain, as FX will win out that gunfight against Arvo, bringing that man advantage once again in the favor of the defense. Let's just see how well they can hold up this top floor for the remainder of this round.
With only 40 seconds remaining, this is a dang good job here for Champlain to continuously lockjaw and hold on to this second floor. They've given little to no glimpses, but unfortunately, Pickle's not positioned. Actually, I won't say it's Pickle. Kern's not positioned behind Pickle correctly is what I'll say. And they'll lose their life as Yellow swings in from Library Hall window and now takes control of top of White stairs. You'll also see Hatch being taken out inside short room. That's going to give them at least a semblance of a sightline to drop down into bar and go for the plant in that direction instead. And with nades still available in the pocket, Marcado tries to send one down into supply, will successfully do so, and Ben now has to fight him down, but is failing to do so. Two players left standing for the Champlain side. It looks to be that Purdue will hold on strong. They find yet another one. It's just Pickle in the 1v4, and it's not going to happen. Marcado long shots with 8:52 and finds any and all opportunities to dismantle what we saw brought for Champlain. We're going at a tied halftime here, John, on a map like Chalet.
That was a very impressive recovery round by Purdue overall. So much was wasted up above. They still managed to bring it back, though, just by winning a couple of key gunfights. And maybe if we had Champlain be a little more passive, that round could have changed entirely for them. And this could have been a 4-2 split with Champlain starting out on the attack for the second half. That's pretty massive considering how attacker favorited this map can be put into the right hands. But unfortunately, that's not going to go the way of Champlain. And luckily, it'll be completely dead even here for Purdue, as they will now test their own on Baron Gaming with a much heavier emphasis here on that util game. Both the Wamai and Jaeger are on the board on top of an Aruni. This is going to burn through a lot that Champlain has to offer. And honestly, Scott, I'm really questioning the IQ pick. I'm really trying to wrap my head around that one in all honesty, because I don't see the importance of her when attacking Baron Gaming here, especially when there's no Echo on the board. Maybe that was the main reason for bringing her out, but other than that, I mean, I can't quite wrap my head around it. And Echo was 6 picked off too on top of that, so it really nullifies that pick in all honesty.
I just think that was a great counterplay. I think they realized they're saying, hey, they got an Echo, let's bring it. If you're Champlain, maybe it's a comfort pick for Zebek, right? Maybe that's why they're bringing it. Maybe that's just the forethought they have. Or maybe they're saying, even if they do switch off the Echo, even if we do see that agent selection go a different direction, no matter what happens, we'll still feel comfortable bringing out the IQ. And I do think there's some semblances to that. Yeah, you'll get the information for which doorways have the Surya gates. You can see where these magnets are being placed, as well as the ADSs. But beyond that, really, what does it give you here, John? It doesn't give you enough. I feel like they will be lacking a lot of ways. And at this point in time, the only real utility that's being brought along for Zebek, besides tagging at the very beginning stages of these rounds, the few pieces of utility that will be straggling around this map, is going to be a Claymore. And that's a flank wash. You have a Nomad that can pop down these air jabs, and we know Pickle's strong in the utility anyways from the defensive side. I don't feel like they're going to be lackluster in their performance in the attacking side of the utility. It really does feel like a bit of a strange decision. But if it works out, all power to Champlain. But I think Purdue have something to say about it, and they'll start off strong by taking out Kernex.
It's one of your only sets of nades as well. That's a pretty heavy loss early on. There are still plenty of things that Champlain can utilize to try to secure this top floor control, but if they lose another player, this could be devastating here for Champlain. Bit of a gunfight occurs right around Mezzanine, but Marcado will still live to tell a tale for the time being, so not all that horrid. That grenade could be deadly though, but it's going to be a little too far away to actually finish off Marcado or even destroy that shield Frost is playing around currently. A great stall game being attempted by Purdue, and that shield will finally be destroyed, but at what cost? You have no grenades to work with now, and you have nothing to destroy anything else that really gets in your way in this last minute 20.
They're still trapped here in Library Hall. They don't really have a great way to entry in where Champlain feel the pressure that Purdue are bringing. It honestly feels like they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. There's a mountain that they're failing to climb, and it doesn't seem like it's actually that strong of a defense. It feels like they're trying to make a mountain out of a molehill. It's really not that tough of a thing to push through, and yet they're making it seem like this nearly insurmountable wall. It's not that deep, guys. You just need to continuously push towards the subjective side. You've already dumped all your utilities, so maybe that's why they're feeling that pressure. They have the opportunity. You just needed to act a little bit quicker off of it, but with the magnets continuously being thrown out, it's just going to get harder and harder as it goes onward. And with Swouse with a one-tap kill onto FX, it'll make things a bit more difficult. But Champlain will clap back the ARX in the hands of one. Zabek will take a second one out as well. But Marcado will stop their bleeding for just a momentary lapse, as will swiftly be brought back. Swouse is still hiding a rat, a rodent in the corner of Library on the second floor. They'll try to make their way back to the first floor, but Zabek will snuff them out just as quick. Cut angle held, now a 1v1. Champlain have done a phenomenal job of bringing this one even close to semblances, but the fight has to go onwards, and the SMG-11 at mid-range, shockingly, is the one that comes out on top, knows exactly where to aim, and cleans up just as quick.
And that is exactly why you need to clear out Library from the outside and not just focus on your presence in piano and offices. Swouse did not move that entire round on the Aruni and just kept landing pop shots with the DMR the entire time. He found 3 picks. If you had someone playing with grenades on that double window and just tossed one out, that either forces Swouse to drop down into sight or you kill him. That's a net buff either way, because it's going to allow you ease of access on that top floor no matter what happens. The fact that Champlain wasted all of their time only being inside a piano and big window and barely, and I mean barely, managed to get that top floor control is a gigantic slap in the face for Champlain. And even though they found that top floor control eventually, you still had to worry about the smokes, and you were still at a man disadvantage at the end of the day. A brilliant defensive hold by Purdue, but I feel like it could have been a lot more challenging if Champlain, had corrected their mistakes and just adapted to what was being thrown at them, in all honesty, Scott.
Let's take a talk about what we're seeing right now for the attacking lineup for Champlain. We kind of dogged on the IQ. We're not trying to be a little bit too harsh here, but it ultimately wasn't really that important. It just came down to gunfight, and we saw 1 kill, I think, drop total for it. Maybe. I think it was 1 kill. It was after we saw Kern take out 1, we saw a kill go forward for it. But beyond that, we're seeing them switch off. We're seeing them now go over to the Finka. This is a solid decision. She's played basically everywhere now, John, and that's for very good reasons. Her boost is extremely strong. She allows to have extra nades in the pocket, as well as having, what, a Gone 6 in the secondary, if I remember correctly. I don't really get to see her as often, and yes.
She does have a Gone 6.
Yeah. She basically can fill the role of Iana. Yeah, she fills Iana's role fairly well. Not really the information-wise, but she can support her team across the board, and it helps to assist them in any and all engagements. And for a team like Purdue, which has been very corner-heavy and rat angle specific, so to say, for the angles they like to hold, having any and all little tidbits of HP assistance is going to be very impactful for you in these gunfights.
Now, Yellow will tag up FX slightly. However, with the adrenaline surge changes, that health will go back to her overall pool once it finally diminishes, so it's not that big of a concern. Still keeping FX alive is going to be the big thing, because we've seen what happens when Champlain only has 1 set of grenades to work off of. They cannot clear out those key areas on the map. Zernex, though, holds a long angle near that fireplace stairwell and will finish off Yellow on their great escape, giving Champlain that first initial pick, but they still have to worry about a few roamers here and there, and if Pickle does not put down his air jabs in the correct locations to flush out Feeling Good ink, this could be a massive play for Purdue to retake that lead.
They're able to refrag and get an even trade, though. Feeling Good to take out Zabek. That does remove the Hibana, though, which is fairly impactful for their side. Really, when you lost Yellow, all you lost was that roaming player that was kind of being a thorn in your side in the earlier stages of this map control. And you lost the MX4 Storm. There's some losses you could count for that, but it's not really that bad. However, nades being sent quite well. Swouse still takes a tremendous amount of damage from it, but somehow narrowly survives until FX can finish the job quite handily. Trying to hide behind Piano. Zernex fails to do so, and with 55 seconds remaining, It will come down to independent playstyles to do so, and Arvo's playing down on the first floor, looking for a Nitro Cell kill, and succeeds in doing so before he loses his teammate, it feels good, to another shot opportunity from the player of FX. And with only 2 players left for both sides, each and every single position they take can be life or death, and Arvo notices the player. Live ping does go through as well. They're trying to go forward, but failing. Pickle comes up on top, and Marcado will have to play for the actual Excars. It's not going to happen. The Yokai Joan gets shot out, now stuck in the 1v2. He's got to deal with the player behind Piano using the shield against them. He has the narrowest angle to see any sort of lag, and he does find the opportunity. MP5SD will find an opportune kill on FX. Now needs to swing towards office side. Heads back towards master bedroom wall, swings through. No real sightlines to gain. There's nothing here for Pickle either, John. It's a bad spot for both players. Marcado feels rushed to hunt for this kill, and I dare say it does feel to be a necessity. With 20 seconds remaining, he's got to act quite quickly, as this can be played spectacularly by Pickle as they're holding tight from behind. Marcado can either commit to it. He's going to need an air job. Perfect timing here from Pickle, who just waits for the timing. Now sitting at a couple seconds, peeks back. It's going to come down to the one-on-one, and it does not seem to matter for Marcado. Pickle played that one pristinely, takes the head, and finds themselves an attacking round win.
That was really great performance by the Nomad during the post plant, perfectly wasting through time. I'm a little upset that the Echo did not try to stick that, because he had no time once he got off it. We're not playing Valorant. You can't just half the diffuses and get back on it in the second half. Unfortunately, that's something that will not happen in the game of R6 anytime soon. But I think a really big point to look at in that round overall, Scott, was just information. There were a lot of times where the intel game was kind of flubbing between both teams. I feel like Purdue in particular, they kind of wasted those 2 Yokais. They had them out in the open, one in Piano, just disorientating Finka. Like, yeah, who cares? No one was there to kill FX, and they immediately shot one of your precious Yokais. Then you only had one left to stop the plant, and the Nomad, wisely enough, looked up and spot out the Yokai, because guess what? They're no longer invisible. Now you can only utilize that mute to play underneath to stop a plant from going down. But he already died because he was playing too aggressive and didn't wait for the plant to actually go down. I really feel like Purdue were just rushing themselves because Champlain were playing incredibly aggressive on that round, and it put a lot of pressure on Purdue, but instead, they should have been playing a little more back and really forced the hand of Champlain, because they were very limited on how they wanted to play during those last 30 seconds of that round.
Can we talk about how close this game has truly been here, John?
Yes.
You're able to see Champlain start off really strong, start to fall apart, falter a little bit there, but Purdue come back, eventually tied up at that halftime. You see them go up in the first. Champlain now with the frag back. This game has been quite literally, by definition, back and forth, and that's exactly what you want to see in a game like this, especially when we're in the Champions Division here in the finals of the NECC. Could not be proud to see how these 2 teams are playing, and while yes, Chalet is one of the newer maps, you should really have your strategies kind of set in stone at this point. You do need to be fairly ready to face any opponent, and these 2 teams look like they have a great understanding of where the opposition may lie. The only time we haven't seen that has been Purdue holding rat angles like whilst we saw in Library Corner. Champlain just didn't expect that, and it lost them 2 kills because of it. But in that last round alone, we saw something that was even better there from Champlain, as they tossed perfect nades into Purdue, swept them out from underneath their feet. They knew they had a lonesome player laying down below, and that they didn't want to rotate afterwards. They were just going to play on first floor the entire time, waiting for the plant to go down. It was a fabulous play for Champlain, and they started to really understand what Purdue was bringing to the table. They didn't even need to see the objective first before understanding the defensive strategy. But I'll tell you what they don't necessarily understand. The SMG-11's range, tight angle held by Marcado, takes the head off Ben, and gives the Purdue side a player advantage.
Well, technically it is infinite. You can find a couple of pop shots there. Yellow will spray down Zernag. This is a pretty, or Kernex. This has been a pretty effective top floor defense so far, at least in terms of this extension, as obviously the site is underneath, but Yellow is still popping shots up above on this top floor inside of office. That's the second for the castle here, and in the background, Arva will shut down another, forcing a 5-on-1, despite what the player view will actually say in that top thing right underneath the timer. It is only Pickle left alive. This is probably a good call for Champlain to go for attack timeout, just kind of talk about what they want to get themselves into, because we are rearing towards match point territory, and now having Purdue in that 1-round lead, it is going to be a little more challenging in terms of morality and also just mental game to really focus up and make sure you can at least contend with overtime, or maybe go for a reverse sweep and get a 7-5 victory and then bring it on your own map pick of Oregon. That would be a huge net buff here for Champlain if they could actually win here on Chalet, Scott.
I think it would be. I think it'd be very interesting. And I do think this is a bit of a tech timeout. You'd also see Purdue really hunting for this player, but they're not hunting to die. They're hunting to stay alive. They want this flawless victory, and you can kind of feel it. And it's not just a semblance of, hey, we got a flawless win. It's kind of like a bragging point and a mental booster, right? It kind of gets your confidence going. You get to celebrate your team afterwards, talk about what went so right for you, and then deep dive exactly what you're going to do from now on, especially when we're talking about in between map 1 and map 2. That's where teams, while they have their break to go to the restroom or get popcorn or whatever the heck players do in between, I think that they'll sit down, they'll bring all their chairs together because they're probably all hanging out in the same room at their university or whatever, and they'll probably huddle all their chairs together, put their hands in the center, and talk about everything that's gone right and what they need to change. And for Purdue, there's a lot that needs to change for their attacking side, but on the defense, their rat angles, especially that last round, were extremely strong. Champlain just didn't have an understanding of where they needed to lie, and once they lost that first pick, nice second pick, it just felt like they lost a lot of the steam in their engine, and they were kind of failing and falling apart as they moved forward throughout that map and just couldn't gain any semblances of map control. So for Champlain, longer angles, you've got the better weapons, you've got the better sight lines. You just need to be aware of the corners that you're peeking and not allow anything beyond that, and probably some, I guess, better utility dump, because we saw you dump all of your utility in library hall previously without any coordination whatsoever, and then didn't push off of it, which lost you in that first attacking round. Just small mistakes, small little itty-bitty things that tend to add up and ultimately cause you to make the big falter in the latter half of the round.
So two things here, Scott, in particular, that I like by both teams. Purdue, first off, they swapped off the castle. Fantastic. I wish Champlain did that, because we've seen a sledge almost every single round, and he literally hard counters castle. Like, just bring in a Rooney, it's the exact same thing, but now you're forcing something like a Gemini drone or a regular drone or just some bit of intel. Now that has to be sacrificed, because 25 hammer periods, it's not going to be that much of an issue when you have to sacrifice 4 of them to break all the castle barricades. That's not an issue. I also like, cover on the side of Champlain, the fact they have a Ying, and that could allow for a very quick and explosive clear inside of library, which last time this site was in play, that was their biggest issue, was the fact they never cleared out Swaus from the position that he's literally sitting in right now. And the fact that Champlain has been able to adapt and already focus out on that major issue is something I love. What I don't love is losing out on that flank watch very early on. At least they killed Swaus.
Swaus shoots, man.
I'm trying to line up the shot, man. Trying to get that nice one tap for the feed. Ooh, good night.
Oh. Ooh, Pogmat, put it in the chat, Pogmat. Yes. Unfortunate. FX eats. Unfortunately, a bit of a mouse trap placed on the floor. And Feeling Good has been baiting that body the entire time, looking for any opportunity through those floorboards, not really given the space to do so. The Cronex will go for the pickup. The TB Node player or the map player will be picked right on up. And it looks like Champlain didn't even necessarily need them to actually contend. Instead, FX was a bit of a distraction. It forced Feeling Good Inc. to tunnel vision in that direction, which has put a huge damper on what Purdue have been trying to put together. And I do think that there needs to be a bit more of a facilitation from Purdue's side to stay alive. They fell apart essentially as their team has struggled in the middle stage of the round, not even the latter halves here. You see the body again. Purdue with trigger discipline that's almost worse than it was previously. This is not the Purdue side that we had seen prior to this round going down, but thankfully they'll stop the bleeding with a kill. Now looking for their second. It's Yellow to take out one. Now in the 1v2 has an opportunity. There's a player back of supply. Trying to go for the wallbang opportunity, not finding it just yet, and a prone player over by Diffuser. Could be dangerous as well. He swings to supply room. He found the shot opportunity, gets one more kill, but the rush out goes through for Ben. He swings to the outside. It's a one-on-one. Yellow's brought it close so far. Will tap down this Diffuser. Counter diffusing to give the timing. Think that he's holding it as of the current moment, but he's not on the left side. Yellow has to run out at a certain point in time unless Ben gets a bit too desperate. He tries to go for the pre-fire, but Ben will not lose the fight, giving Champlain a very narrow round win after Purdue attempted to claw their way back out from the depths of defeat.
Champlain has been incredible in these post-plant positions. They kind of threw that last one but they finally wisened up a little bit, and the Habana was like, "All right, guys, you can go troll inside the building. I'll play outside and burn through time." That's something that Champlain has been phenomenal in doing, is just letting that diffuser sit and marinate on the ground. And Purdue has just not been able to really force out Champlain all that much once that diffuser finally goes down. So the big thing to worry about here for Purdue is probably making sure that they can actually stop a plant from being attempted, utilizing that denial pretty effectively. Maybe even bring out a Maestro in unison with the smoke, as that's
Defenders,
another great
protect your
tool to
bombs from
have
being
if you
defused
set
by
up those
attackers.
evil eyes inside of the bomb objective room itself. But it looks like we'll be going back towards Barn Gaming with a very familiar lineup here,
Attackers have
and
located a bomb.
I can't say the same thing for Champlain. They have a fuse on the board, and I don't know how to feel about that. If Champlain can get top floor control, Scott, this could be a massive pick out of nowhere, essentially. But that's if Purdue actually allows them to secure that pivotal part of the map.
10 seconds.
Are we playing where I think we are? Okay, we are.
Yes.
We're seeing it back to back.
5 seconds left before
I don't want to phrase this. You know, I don't like seeing the same objective twice. Blah, 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 blah. Breeds complacency. Doesn't belong in the game of R6. I think this is the right decision for Purdue. I actually do.
Yes.
I think that this is the smart decision. They know what they've done previously. They don't really want to go back to any of the other tertiary objectives. Play this one, win it. That's what it comes down to. I think they fell victim to tunnel visioning in on one side, and their second floor hold just didn't amount to anything because they lost Swouse inside library. However, this time around, the pressure in library is not coming from big window, it's coming from small. That's going to have that balcony pressure available for Kernex, and there's nades in pocket. If there's nothing to deny these nades on Swouse, like with no ADS corner pocket next to him, it could be very dangerous position if he gets a single bit of utility dogged on him. And I think that's a very smart decision by Kernex to not actually hammer down initially and just kind of fire at that point. Don't give away who you are. Don't give away the fact that you have nades in your pocket, and play just a little bit smarter to hide for just a little bit longer what you're bringing to the table.
Swouse is going to make a pretty tough decision these next few seconds, whether to back out now or just kind of stick to his guns. That next nade gets tossed out. Luckily, there was a magnet to catch it. Swouse should probably make that retreat before things get too dicey, but it looks like he will pick the latter option and hold down until he meets his impending doom. But Champlain is trying to set up here, having a couple of players stacked up outside on the balcony, waiting for Swouse to possibly overextend, but he is burning through a lot of time and utility, which is going to be phenomenal. However, having that fuse pick is going to be a great way of clearing out power positions on top of extra util as well. That first blood still goes the way of Purdue, and they are still holding out relatively strong here on this top floor, but there goes a massive 2 sets of opening picks here for Champlain. But in the background, Expect gets down by none other than a Pogmat, and here comes the Toxic Babe to clean it up as well. Purdue will reclaim the lead.
Ooh, Purdue now have to reclimb back into this one, though. The diffuser is down, right? Champlain do have the player disadvantage, but in terms of positioning available for Purdue, you had a player, Yellow, is a little bit too far away, but thankfully the rotation is swift, saves his teammate's life on White Stairs, and that is a huge misplay by your player holding that aggressive. I believe it was FX. You have to re-engage in that situation. You initially peek up through shield. The longer you hide behind that shield, the more at a disadvantage you are. It's not a good position for you. It favors them as they have a better sight line. They're farther away from it. They can see which angle you're necessarily moving and facilitating towards. That was a phenomenal play by Purdue. They reclimbed back to get the man count, and Yellow with the best flank we've seen in this one so far, besides maybe Swouse is just rat angle, saves themselves from a massive undersetting problem that Champlain were putting forward, as you almost lost that White Staircase player, and then he would have stuck on a 2v1 to the objective, and Yellow would have still had to make that rotate. But match point, Purdue at that 6 score line. We're one round away from reaching OT, and I would not be shocked to see it here, John. We talked about how close this game was going to be beforehand. We said this very well could go to all 5, and it very well could be a long full 5 as well if OTs are brought to the table, and there is a good chance we see it.
It's definitely possible. This kitchen site in play now for Purdue. Champlain really struggled with clearing out the top floor. I'm wondering what they will try to do to maybe just better that one part of the round, because if they cannot get control of top floor, they've basically just set their fate at that point. There is really going to be no general way of being able to allow for a plant to go down or general site control, as you can utilize some vertical holes up above, as you have plenty of shotguns and also melees in the hand of Swaus on that Aruni to open up sight lines vertically, not just horizontally. So if we do not have this top floor cleared, like I mentioned, we're going to probably see a 7-5 victory here by Purdue, unless Champlain could allow for a miracle to happen.
I think they're aware of their own shortcomings, though, John, right? I think they're realizing, hey, we didn't push fast enough. We saw them come back in after round 7 to come back and win round 8. We saw them realize the mistakes they made of being a little bit too slow, dumping utility, and not acting off of it. And you saw their aggression in the next round. You see what they're capable of. They're a team that has been able to overcome these small challenges and these small mistakes that they make. And I think that's something that we can definitely not undervalue for the Champlain side. However, this is a very strong position for Purdue. They know what they're doing. They already struggled with the Champlain side to take control of second floor, like you mentioned. And to make matters worse, Champlain are starting off with a player down. They've now lost Ben with a nice shot connecting for Marcado, who's now at 10 kills. Purdue have the player count advantage. They're still locking onto the second floor, and Pickles isn't allowed entry either, as Feeling Good Inc. removes them with the SMG-11. There will be another player downed on top of it, the UMP this time being the one that finds the kill. It's Yellow's weapon of choice, and FX will finally stop the bleeding with the spear to take out Mercado and the Avenging. There's still too much presence, I think, on the second floor for the Purdue side that Champlain have to face off against. It just seems like, once again, too big of a hurdle, and they've got to deal with this forward shield, not anticipating the player. Somehow Swaus misses enough shots to allow for FX to not only get the kill, but go untouched the entire time.
This might allow for Champlain to actually bring this one back, but they have to play their cards perfectly. You need to be able to isolate these players and win those 1v1 gunfights. And Purdue, they're just holding off angles. We even spotted out Arvo playing underneath, I believe, on those west main stairs. So if this information game is not strong by Champlain, this could be a devastating loss here on map number 1. Plenty of time left to go on these drones here. Expect will begin that information gathering and break out that default cam as well. There's really no rush for Champlain to get themselves into something they're not comfortable with. They'll continue to gather out intel and even spot Arvo. He'll have to make that decision whether he wants to back off or continue to hold that key location here. In the background, though, off cam, Feeling Good Inc. will get finished off. FX will get lit up, though, and now we're in a 1v1 here up to Expect on top of the main hatch. His position already known, and Toxic Babes are keeping him at bay, but the smoke has already been taken care of. 1v1 confrontation comes in through, but Yellow in the background swings in at just the right moment. It'll be a first map win for Purdue, but man, did things get close.
Purdue did a very good job of keeping themselves calm in that last few stages. When you have a player that's coming back and you've got in a situation where at a point in time you're 5v3 and then a 4v2 and you bleed down to another 2v2 at the end, that is not the first time we saw Purdue bleed player after player. Champlain had the same exact problem on their defense, and I think it was just because they would start to go a little bit complacent. They're saying, okay, we can sit on our back haunches for just a little bit longer and just wait to finish this round out because they'll just funnel towards us. They're a little bit smarter than that, guys. This is your first and second seed, right? They are not going to be falling victims to their own mistakes 99% of the time. Yeah, we see mistakes. We see some slight miscalculations, like bringing in IQ. We didn't necessarily need it, right? We saw locations and plays like that. But ultimately, these are two very competent teams. You need to be constantly on your guard and constantly at the ready to put something together and start to push towards and defend your own objective.
Well, with all that being said, we still have plenty of more maps. It's not a best of one. We've got possibly 5 in total, so we're going to a short little break and get Oregon ready for all of you for the next matchup here of this grand final series. Don't go anywhere, as we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the grand NECC. My name is Fel, and also joined here by Infernosis. In case you need a bit of a refresher, and map number 1, if you got a chance to see it, it was pretty dang exciting. We almost went the full distance of overtime, and Oregon, it's a completely different map, but it's also Champlain's pick. So in my mind, I am expecting them to take the lead up at least by a slight margin. But again, this is Oregon. A lot of teams know what they're doing on this map because it's so heavily played in any competitive tier. Scott, I want to hear your thoughts about this map going into it.
T3, T4 special, right? Every single player knows this map. It's been in the pool for way too long. Man, it is just, it's everything, right? You're just going to see it time in and time out. Both teams should have a very standardized strategy. Yeah, Chalet's been in the pool for a little bit, but it's one of the least played maps in the pool. This, however, is probably the most played map in the pool. So when you think about this map, even Coastline coming up next, a bit more played than Chalet happens to be, these teams are going to have a lot that is fundamentally ready for them and available in their strat book that they can pick apart and start to piece together to give them any semblances of chances. We were talking about second floor attack. A lot of teams have been opting for big window approaches in recent times. Talking about basement side, a lot of teams have been foregoing rear stage control to take pillar and have instead been opting for more of freezer and laundry oriented pushes. There's lots of variations, but ultimately it's going to come down to the defensive side to counteract at every angle what the attacker bringing to the table.
I feel like it also depends on the ban phase as well, as you can see some target bans from time to time, but because of how default the bans were on Chalet, I'm not expecting anything different really here on Oregon, which is an even more defaulted map than Chalet by a pretty substantial lead. That Thatcher and Flores already being off the board. Yep, I didn't expect anything different. Champlain and Purdue both banned out those operators last time around, so we're probably going to see that Mira ban followed up as well. She always will stand the test of time as one of the most banned ops in the game, but it's going to be that Kaid actually off the board before that, which is still a pretty strong and normal ban, but I'm really harping on the fact that Mira will probably be the 4th and final one here tonight, Scott.
If Mira's not banned, then it would probably be Valkyrie, but yeah, I think Mira is the stronger choice for this one, just because of the ability that she brings to the table. The Black Mirrors are strong, and Purdue will opt to remove that. Keep in mind, with Kaid bans, that makes Maverick's job a little bit easier. Maybe you don't even need to bring a Maverick to the situation. Instead, you can maybe opt for a Thermite. It gives you smokes to work with. It may, not allow you to have nades to have in the pocket, but you still have a lot of extra utility available. It's kind of personal decision. Yeah, there's also Hibana. There's always Hibana. There's always Hibana. It doesn't matter what map it is, especially if you're talking about Bank or Chalet in a lot of ways, or I don't know, Coastline or Oregon. She's strong, but you can also bring some tertiary, some secondary choices. Hard breacher. Just depends on which directions you're pushing from. And when we're talking about the first point of attack, it's going to be this first floor. We're talking about meeting hall and kitchen as our first foray in round 1, and it's going to be interesting to see what our defensive side of Purdue decides to do on this first objective, as they've chosen a typical tertiary objective site as their first single round here on this second map.
And a lot of teams have actually been opting to kind of test the waters on Oregon by either starting out here on meeting room or having it next up on the board. And then they're probably going to want to save out that basement floor for a little bit later in the matchup here. I'm honestly a big fan of it because it can really, give you hindsight moving forward as to how this matchup is going to play out. So if Purdue mop the floor against Champlain, then we might have a very one-sided defense here for Purdue, and they could get a lot of early momentum, which could be honestly enough for them to win out the entire matchup, or we're going to see a very competitive standpoint here on Oregon, and I'm expecting the latter because even on Purdue's map pick of Chalet, they still had a really good chance of getting brought to overtime by Champlain, and now we're on their home turf of Oregon.
First round officially underway, and for Champlain College, the challenges are about to come to fruition. What are you going to do to stop the second floor presence that Purdue are bringing to the table? You can see their extended roam, playing a couple players individually inside Kids Room and Attic side. They want to take control over that hatch, and you can see Kernex using their utility, aka Sledgehammer, to its fullest advantage, removing these castle barricades, essentially countering and making that utility moot. But Mercado doesn't seem to care too much about it, especially with the changes that came through for the Kid Storm side, as these bunk beds are actually solidified. No longer do they have these single outlook looks, and you can actually play from behind them. However, first kill will drop. It's Yellow to find one. Takes the player repelling on the outside games room window, and Yellow is also looking for a chance to have any survival whatsoever, but now trapped inside attic. You're essentially playing to die unless you can find that first frag, but will finally escape. Sprays down window to keep them at bay and will drop down hatch to safety.
Yeah, both defenders here have dropped here and then return up in towards the site. Looks like Mercado will still remain up above for the time being. Drone will surely spot him out at any given moment, but Zernex managed to pop out Yellow. Mercado finally dropping a single pick before he will make that eventual fall back. So Purdue reclaiming the lead here and having that is basically your only stop destruction, and now basically just nullifies all of this presence up above, and now you have to face your fears basically head on here, as you really only have Expect to work off of with that Habana, and she's already on incredibly low HP. She could meet the same fate as the rest of her teammates that have already dropped dead in these past 2 minutes.
Yeah, and there's no destructive utility available. They see the Evil Eye and the Banshee being placed on that kitchen wall, and while Pickle is able to come up with the first kill after a bit of a drought for both sides, it's really only tying this one out, and without much utility, and especially with Zebek being on quite low HP, it still seems like a very low odd chance for the Champlain side. Now making matters worse, Swaus takes the head of Wilhelm, and now you're stuck in a 3v2. They're trapped in the attic side. They're looking for any and all opportunities to work their way downwards, and Zebek thinks the best opportunity, the best chance they have would to go down the main staircase, take control of this main lobby, and I guess attempt to maybe breach these hard walls, but they don't have that sledge to get rid of the castle barricade, and it'll come down to the individual hard breach, and it's honestly at this point, no one on Purdue should be holding those cameras except the players that have been delegated to that camera duty, aka being killed off. They'll make their rotation down through C. Swinging in Flash is the only ones they have left. Inside of security, Swaus is playing a very aggressive angle, loses the fight to Pickle, however, but with only 8 seconds left, they have a huge hill to climb, but Zebek makes it even easier. Takes out Mercado, swinging to the side, misses the shot opportunity, and Pickle comes up tremendously. Purdue bled way too much, and they absolutely toppled the Goliath, a David and Goliath moment when at a point in time it was a 4v2.
I'm very upset with Purdue on that round. I'm not going to lie to you. Champlain, they kind of rushed that top floor clear. You need to be 110% sure that those defenders have dropped. Because if you run in blind, that allows you to lose a lot of life early on. And that's exactly what happened. Mercado denied every single bit of verticality but those hatches that were already opened up in the prep phase by Purdue. And then they had everything lined up, but then they overextended. They didn't play for the denial, even though Purdue had a Maestro and could have used the Evil Eyes to stop a plant from going down. And Habana was already low. It would have taken at most 4 zaps by that Evil Eye to stop the plant, and there was no time. It would have forced a stick to go in through, and that could have been a win overall by Purdue, even though they still lost a lot of life by, again, just overextending. You can play back. You have time and the man advantage on your side, and then simply play the trade game, and you could have taken away that first round win, but they got too greedy, Scott, in all honesty, and I'm really hoping they can remedy that moving forward, as they'll actually reattempt going meeting, as I think they kind of heard my sentiments from the screen, matter of fact, here.
I think they've realized that they shot themselves in the foot. Champlain didn't win that round. Purdue lost it, right? That's the way to think about it. And Purdue now picking back up the same exact objective. I feel like they're going to look at this as a second win, a second chance for them. And I do actually agree this is another smart decision. So I am an advocate for never playing the same objective twice. In this stance, they threw a bit of trolling in the R6 lobby. It happens, you know, everyone makes those mistakes and it occurs. Purdue will have to make a huge return to kind of show us that they're not going to be able to do that again. But with Champlain once again gathering the information necessary to push forward, they'll bring Ben and Kernex looking for an opportunity to swing through attic side. They'll open up top here of wall, looking for an option to toss in utility over the top to then bust down that castle barricade, which destroys the sightline of Yellow, which will then allow for the Champlain side to break down the castle barricade, but no one really being able to shoot them down from that attic door. They didn't actually destroy the barricade. They're still leaving it up standing. They're going to go through that games wall instead. while there is drones to help and assist them, there's a huge player count available for Purdue on the second floor, but Marcado gets way too aggressive, peaks way too early, and Kernex only needs a couple shots to do so. Will tag the head of his victim, get the kill, and now Yellow is forced to flush himself out from the second floor. This is a very strong suit right now for Champlain, especially with their frag with the second kill.
A much more effective clear. They really knew what they are getting themselves into on round number 2, and that will guarantee those first initial lead-off picks. Down goes Swouse as well. This has been an incredible top floor clear by Champlain, and they're looking to carry over this momentum on the last 2 defenders of Yellow and Arvo left alive. And Yellow, he's already experienced a little bit of confrontation against his opponents, and Arvo now has as well. But that one actually guaranteed him the first pick for Purdue on round number 2. About a minute 15 left on the board. Nades come flying out here in the limelight. But so far, Arvo does not seem phased, and he's just waiting for the drop down. This could guarantee him at least one initial pick, but it's going to be up to Yellow to hold down this position near Shower and try to find more than just that pick onto Wilhelm.
Purdue have a chance here. They've bled away too many of their players. Their operator lineup has now been expunged quite effectively, but they're able to find themselves one more that ties things up in a 2v2, and Arvo takes out Zabak. It leaves it now up to Ben, and they're lonesome. They do find Yellow, taking them out from dining, and puts Arvo in a situation where he can clutch this one up for his side. Removes 2 Jones in the process. SMG-11 in hand. There is a Nitro Cell they can still work with, but Arvo just doesn't have the position to play here. Ben is low in HP. It doesn't take very many shots to complete this kill, but it is a rifle versus that SMG-11, and Arvo will have to commit. Decides to full swing through that kitchen door. Steps up big, and the Mossbergs, the individual weapon of choice for Arvo, as they swing around that kitchen corridor and find their kill. Plenty of time for the defuse, and Purdue, despite a horrendous, and I mean horrendous start for them, make a fabulous return and find their first round win.
And honestly, I feel like what you said earlier of that was just Purdue losing on round number 1, that can be said, but this time for Champlain, they really did toss the bag there. Ben should not have really been overextending his life all that much because he was very low in HP. He could have played very far back, maybe even opened up that back double wall and just have sat in dining room with a very long-ranged angle being held on that case. And that would have probably nullified everything that the mute had going for him. Even a Nitro Cell probably would have even landed on him, depending on how far back he could have been playing. But that is a lot to think about when all of your teammates are dead and you're trying to stick the plant, which is one thing I actually did like that Ben attempted there. So things will equalize out on that middle ground site, and we'll finally see a more default pick here of Laundry. But the lineup here is a little more aggressive than expected. We still have that common elbow extension, which is normally done by pretty much every team at some point when they defend this basement site. They have a little more frag-based lineup here, in particular Yellow on, or probably not Yellow, Marcado on the Alibi, but it's still a great operator overall, especially since she can bring out those shields, and that is one of the most effective secondary pieces of gadget here as a defender, other than probably either a Bulletproof or a Nitro Cell, depending on who you ask.
Yeah, throwback to a couple seasons ago when it was Utility Consumption Simulator for the NA, and still is, unfortunately. So, but it was Shield Consumption Simulator. Came down to bring the Vulcans, and came down to bringing a shield in every single one of your operators' hands. Now, a bit limited in that approach, only really having 2, and Feeling Good is just now putting that secondary shield down, so they're finally having the full frontal defensive presence that they should have available for them. But we can see from Champlain's attempted assault, they put a heavy approach in towards this construction side. They're looking to make their presence known and trying to put a threat onto Purdue, forcing them to expend their utility early, and we can see just how successful that's been. They've already popped a Toxic Babe, and it's the first 30 seconds of the round. That is a great expenditure of utility for Champlain, and it's a perfect bait and switch. But now they're actually taking advantage of rear stage, something I mentioned previously is not as common in current meta strats for taking in on the attack. Typically, you'll see a freezer as your main oriented of a push, and maybe bunker side. Rear stage has been largely ignored by a large amount of teams, and Champlain are not even really looking towards that hatch until Zabek makes that rotation, but it does not seem to matter. Wilhelm sprays down one with the LMGE, takes out Marcado to the head, and Swouse takes out for a refract. That gives this tie to a 4v4, but with explosive utility being dumped into the site now from the Champlain side. Well, if you're the side of Purdue, you better start getting scared and moving around, because they're going to start dishing out the hurts, and you'll be the victim.
I don't think Champlain is aware that Swouse is playing at barrel doorway. It could be a pretty deadly cross peek setup, but I think Yellow's gonna have to worry about that hatch drop for the time being. Multiple angles that need to be contested here by Purdue, and things are on even footing. Yellow will back off. That's the better call. And no one checked barrel doorway. That's huge for Swouse. He's still contesting that main doorway and keeping Ben at bay as well. This is such a stalwart position by Purdue overall. They are remaining loyal here on this basement floor despite everything being thrown at them. Stuns, gunfire as well. It's Swouse with a third off camera. He's wreaking havoc here right around the boiler area of the map. No one's been able to shut him down just yet. It's up to Wilhelm and Expect all by themselves, essentially. I'm not even too sure where the Habana's playing at. They're going for a long rotation all the way around inside of Laundry Room, and that may catch one or two players off guard, but Wilhelm, his hands are currently tied right now. There isn't much that Zofia can do at the moment, and this is still looking to be a dominating round here for Purdue, despite this flank attempt.
It's just too slow of a rotation, in my honest opinion. And for right now, it looks like Purdue are getting quite greedy. Don't shoot yourselves in the foot once again. We've seen what happens when you get too greedy, and it's exactly the opposite of what you would want in this position. However, Zabek swings in through Freezer. Now you've got two players down for the Purdue side. Their greediness is now starting to bite them in the foot, but Swouse will still come up positive with the kill. Now it's up to the lonesome Swow with Feel Good Inc. behind. Feel Good's been a bit of a quiet player in this round, but I credit that to the fact that Swouse is currently hunting for any and all ace opportunities, but it will be stolen. Time as well as Feeling Good Inc. will find themselves the last ending off this round with a Purdue victory, and it started to look a little dangerous for them, but they held on and finished off strong.
And again, just it doesn't take that much time to really confirm where someone's playing at. It was the problem on round number 1 with Maricado still being up inside of kids' dorms and finding that pick on towards Sledge. And then it became a problem on round number 3 with Swouse never getting droned out in barrel room. If you're at such a default position too, especially counteracting a back take, it does not hurt to check that one small area of the map. And so many people lined up for him on round number 3, and that was a key factor in Purdue securing their second round here and overall getting a pretty standard first rotation in theory. They haven't gone to kids in dorms as an official site up until now, and really, Champlain, they have not been impressing me all that much. They are messing up a lot of the basics here and have only been able to bring things close when Purdue kind of throw them a bone. If Purdue have just been playing a little more conservatively, things would look a lot more one-sided in retrospect, Scott.
Purdue has looked exceedingly strong in the rounds that they've won, even the rounds that they got close to, like round 1, where they kind of had a bit of a fluster and they shot themselves in the foot. They've looked strong. The only round we haven't seen them play spectacularly well, except for the latter halves of the round where they took down Ben and saved themselves, is round 2. They've done a strong job of keeping Champlain at bay, and it's not just a matter of keeping them cut to time constraints. It's been Swouse holding that doorway to barrel, which, by the way, was one of the best crossfires we've seen here in the NECC, as they dominated that position. No chance to drop down E-blocks and flush out Swouse through that soft wall, as you had a player holding in on pillar. Swouse had control to stop a player from rear stage back staircase to swing down and take out your pillar player, because Swouse is there. They're watching each other's back. There's multiple variables for them to keep themselves defensive, and now with the new round starting, it's going to be up to Champlain to find something that works, because they need the assistance. And at this point in time, Purdue are just trying to bide themselves out, wait just a little bit longer, and try to force Champlain to make a mistake and wait for Purdue to pounce on it.
And there have been a fair amount of mistakes, too, made by Champlain. They're also playing very aggressive here on this round. But speaking of aggression, look at where Arvo's playing at. He swings up wide, but still loses the fight! Wilhelm somehow flicks onto Arvo and punishes the flanking Jaeger, giving Champlain that first initial pick. That could have been devastating for Champlain, but they'll somehow keep things alive and can still set up this double-prong push both inside of the closet wall and now in towards Addict. And Feeling Good Inc. is going to have a lot to worry about moving in this last half of the action phase, and we'll probably need a lot of backup here. Pickle in the background will lose a lot of his HP, but will still remain alive. possibly place down those last couple of air jabs and maybe drone out for his team. It's going to be Zernecto, get another pick for his team, and a nade is landed out by Ben as well. It's a 5-on-2 out of nowhere as Champlain are really working hard to secure this 4th round. Plant goes down in the background. It's almost time to be confirmed, and there's no sign of denial as everyone is so far back here by Purdue. This post-plant position is going to be so challenging, but definitely not entirely impossible. It'll really come down to how effective Maracado can catch these players of Champlain off guard with that flank leading up in towards Armory.
Marcado has the flank, but Swouse is kind of trapped over towards Big Window and will lose the fight to Ben and Attic. Now it's just going to be up to the individual of Marcado. He does manage to find one, but Zebek is just holding in on that outside window, the rafter side, or sorry, I guess I should say. What is landing side? Is that the way? Every map has a different call out for that. Landing side, whatever you want to call it. They're watching in from the outside, looking in towards master bedroom doorway, and they do not allow anything. Master balcony, that's a great way. It's called landing on villa, man. I don't know why we all choose different words for everything. Maybe it's because they're foreign maps.
R6 call-outs are weird, Scott. I wouldn't dawn on it too much. It hurts my head too. Don't feel bad.
It's always the same call-outs for the majority of every single Valorant map. Same with CSGO. No, R6, you got to be different. Maybe that's why your viewership is 190,000 less than...
There's a lot of reasons for that, Scott. We don't need to dawn upon that either.
Who knows? Who knows what it is? But
we do.
Well, we know what it is. Oh, we absolutely know what it is. Man, I just want to give semblances of props there to Purdue. Even when they're having a round where they are falling apart and they've lost a lot of players, they're still fighting it out to the very end. They're sticking it through to thick and thin. And you found Swouse looking for any and all opportunities. Gets just caught off guard from your attic player of Ben, and then Marcado gets snuffed out from the outside landing player. I mean, there's a Raptor split. Whatever. Man, I really cannot remember the name of that. They get snuffed out quite quickly. It just doesn't seem to be a huge, I guess, difference maker for Purdue. They've got to keep Champlain at bay. These really strong crossfires that they're allowed to set up by losing a player to a nade, such as Feeling Good Inc. in that stage, as they try to go through attic drop and they did not move when a nade was tossed forward. I guess trusting in the fact that it'd be too far away and unfortunately being right at your ankle. It seems like you've got to make some changes. And for Purdue, I don't think that's a big level of difficulty. I think they're a very solid team, and I think Champlain's evenly matched with them. It's just coming down to very minute mistakes as the rounds progress onward.
Yeah, like whiffing against a Zofia who has about 100+ bullets in that LMG. Yeah, that's a pretty minute mistake that might lead into a lot of problems later on, like having to worry about both Master and also Addict. You know, if it was only a one-sided push by Champlain, they would have had to adapt by getting control of Big Window and maybe White Stairwell. And Purdue kind of had that situation wrapped up pretty effectively here. But we'll go into the actual round itself that's happening. Round number 5, not the 4th one here. It's going to be a 3rd meeting attempt by Purdue. Once again, they have a lot of control established up above. It'll be Champlain's job to try to snuff that out and force back Purdue so they can get that vertical control and then start finding some picks here and there to allow for an easier post-plant setup. It'll be Feeling Good Inc. to get that first pick, but at least Ben will follow suit and shut down Yellow.
When you go trade for trade, tit for tat, now it's going to be up with your defensive players and how slow and methodical they want to play this roam game. You can see Marcado playing all the way in towards small tower, looking for any and all opportunities, but it doesn't seem to be really giving anything just yet. Instead, it's Feeling Good who's watching that hatch, sitting on top of stage inside meeting hall, does take out one, and it gives a bit of breathing room for the Purdue side. It gets rid of the pressure that's tightening around their throats, and they're going to start having the ability to breathe a little bit easier. But there's still plenty of utility available for Champlain, a seemingly endless sledgehammer as it systematically destroys and dismantles the floorboards of this map. Come on, baby, we got this. And it will allow for the Champlain side to have pinnacle sightlines as they puck down towards the subjective. Should force and flush out anyone of Purdue away from this kitchen side, but we know what they did. They played small tower. They're playing deep inside. You've got Swouse here inside green hallway. They're holding deep angles, such as Marcado in dining itself. They're not really holding kitchen, which is something you usually don't do anyways. You typically hold security or you hold main hall anyways towards C. And Purdue are playing this very well. It's just going to be up to Champlain now to commit to a direction. And if they drop down this hatch without the information of where Feeling Good lies, this could be a death sentence as they fall.
That's why they're opening up this back wall here, so they're not going to have to drop down the hatch and kind of force themselves to get into that initial gunfight at a disadvantage. Still have Pickle holding up above, though. This is a key position to still keep at bay. majority of these defenders there of Purdue. Evil Eye is up on the board. There is an option of denial, so you'll need to destroy them, but there are no nades on the field. Swass goes aggressive, gets one, but there goes the refrag and the Evil Eye, which downs Kernex, forcing Pickle in the 1 versus 3, essentially. Limited time as well, and has to funnel in towards the site. Maestro still using out that Evil Eye and keeping a majority of these attackers at bay, but it's basically just Pickle. Marcado finishes off Zernex, and the timer will tick down to 0-0. Purdue win out on their 3rd attempt here of Meeting Hall. Only one more round remains here on this first half, Scott.
I love the commitment by Purdue to not rush in and go for the final kill. They have fallen victim to that every single time we've seen it, John. All of the mistakes that Purdue make are typically late-stage round mistakes where they're winning initially and they fall apart in the lane game because they let Champagne kill them. They do not give themselves strong positions. They go away from their chokeholds and they start to play cheeky. They go for the one-on-one fights. They're not holding crossfires. And Purdue lose almost every single one of those engagements. And I would like to credit the fact that Champlain are phenomenal gunners. They're gunning in almost every single situation. Pickle has found some nasty shots previously on the Aruni we saw on the last map. We know for a fact Zernex has been an absolute menace throughout map 1 and this map as well. And despite Kernex, it's quite difficult. You got Zabak and Kernex. Despite Kernex not necessarily being this huge force that's got 6 kills like Swaus does for the opposition, he's still tied up with Pickle and Zabak and Ben. Champlain have been a very, very steady team that are staying across the board equal. They are keeping themselves alive and coordinated, but they're preying on Purdue's downfall, and instead of praying, they need to be more active about it and make them make those mistakes. It's kind of like when you're talking about utility. Don't wait for the perfect moment to use it. Create the perfect moment. And that's something that Champlain has been starting to get a little bit slower on, and I think it's because Purdue are starting to catch on as these maps go on.
I think a lot of the problems by Champlain is the fact that they're just dry peeking. I have not seen a lot of intel being properly gathered because there have been drones being used out by Champlain, but not all the time. I can expect if you're going to go for a peek, if you have that information, but a majority of these rounds, Champlain has not. They're just trying to hope that they land that first initial shot. You should never be going into a gunfight 50-50. You should always try to gain that first advantage. And if Champlain fixes that one little hiccup, they'll be able to win a lot more of their gunfights because they have the gun skill. They just have not been setting themselves up to utilize that gun skill properly a majority of these rounds on the first half.
Gemini Replicator being expended to make sure they can gather the information inside blue. Unfortunately for them, it doesn't really get deep enough inside to gather much. They're able to notice that there is indeed a player with some semblance of setup inside bunker itself, but they don't really know where anyone else will lie, and they were mostly worried about Swaus, who's holding in towards barrel door, and they lose him almost instantly. That allows for Champlain to gain this huge confidence booster. They still dry peek a majority of these angles, and there was some information behind it, but they just win these gunfights. They found 3 as a very quick flurry of kills drops for them. Now make it a 4th and their 5th. It is a flawless round for Champlain, sorry, not Champagne. They may be cheering after that one, but it's not that type of game at this current moment. But it is a 3-3 half once again here, John, as we enter into the second latter half of map 2.
And that was a multi-setup established by Champlain as well. That was very well done. They took their time. They did gather a pretty good amount of intel as well. They cleared the player in barrel room that allowed them to get a little bit more room inside of bunker. And then they just continued onward and onward and onward until there wasn't really much that Purdue could try to do. And there was even no one to cover the Jaeger going on that reinforcement too. That was a pretty easy pickup kill for Champlain overall. They played that round much more effectively. I wish I saw more of that side of Champlain on that first half, but at least they were able to get 3 rounds on the attack. That's still really good for Oregon, where a majority of those first half splits are going to be 4-2, favoring out the defenders. But now that Champlain are on that defense, they can try to set up the pace as how they want it to be intended, and they're going to actually follow in the footsteps of Purdue, going in on that middle ground bomb site first and foremost. And again, I am kind of a big fan of it, a little bit of a stan of seeing meeting room and kitchen first and foremost, because it's a great way to, like I said, set the pace and the tone of how you want this second half to play out for your team.
I'm on guard
when you see a team starting to take round win after round win, you start to question what's given them this success and what can your team, as the losing side, start to do to bring it back into your favor. And a lot of it doesn't just come down to individual play style or positioning. A lot of it comes down to putting a damper on the momentum that team has been putting forward. For Purdue's defense, Champlain just needed to frag a little bit better. We saw proper utility at the beginning stage of the round. They gathered information, and they allowed for Purdue to make the mistakes by ego peeking their own angles, such as Swouse we saw through soft wall of E-Box to get that first kill. They had a dry peek inside Freezer as well. They just win those gunfights, and they gain the momentum themselves, swinging it entirely back in their favor to give them the chance to contend. But you can't necessarily do that every time on the defense. Purdue now have the opportunity to step on the attack and set their own pace to go forward. It's just a matter of how swiftly can Purdue remove the defensive utility and the defensive fortifications of the Champlain side, and if they can do it quite quickly, can Champlain counteract in due time, or will they fall victim to a quick and swift justice from the Purdue side? Personally, I think Purdue will play this one slow. We've seen their defensive presence. They're just going to play for these strong peaks, give themselves strong positions inside attic, inside that games room wall, and then have one player on this big window, aka Mercado, to put a massive thorn in the Champlain side to flush out the second floor players and then take control and work their way downward.
This nade could be pivotal. Back in the background, it's a nice nitro cell, but that grenade is going to be a dud, unlike the nitro tossed up by the mute. They give a first blood for Champlain on this middle round defense. The top floor not being fully cleared out yet either, but the setup is being in full effect right now. A stun comes out. No one's here to shut out Cernak just yet. It eventually comes into fruition. The back in the background finds a second, and the drop down is not going to be successful by the Malusi. It'll slowly be finished off here by Arvo with the pistol out to equalize here in this last minute. Purdue, they still have a fair amount of options here. Like you mentioned earlier, though, it's just going to depend on how well they can set this one up and get ready for that potential post plant. But there is still a fair amount of denial, particularly those evil eyes in the hands of Ben.
It's a very strong decision to find any and all defensive utility you can remove, even as the round starts to trickle down and the timer starts to favor more and more toward Champlain. You can see them getting rid of Banshee, Proximity Alarm. They're ensuring there's no real utility or fortification that can slow them down even further, because once they're on a site, they've committed. There is no going back in that situation, especially with the few outlooks and angles that Champlain have given them in terms of positions to even push into these sites. So they have to be extremely careful about any and all angles. Remove the rest of the utility and start to peek in through this tiny wall leading into kitchen. You can see them doing that. A player's now drop down hatch. He's swinging aggressively in kitchen, and Arvo comes up on top. Feeling Good Inc. takes out Pickle, and now it's just up to the lonesome Zebek. They've got a huge hill they need to climb. Now peeking in through the soft wall, connecting over towards that meeting room. He'll swing forward and take out Arvo, but Mercado is uncontested. Sitting in dining room, watching over his teammate's shoulder as they plant down that diffuser. It will complete the last kill, giving a very solid start to Purdue's first attacking round.
And Purdue, I was going to make this as a talking point to be a problem, but it actually worked out really well for Purdue, taking their time to fully rotate and not just drop the hatch. It allowed them to get that double wall opened up and play for the post plant more effectively, which is exactly what they wanted to go into that round, as they were very low on time. They needed to stick that defuse, and it worked out perfectly because Champlain overexpended a couple of bodies here and there, and it made for a much easier round flow overall for Purdue. A problem that they had a lot on their attacking half of Chalet has now been cured, at least a little bit. They still wasted a lot of time, but at least they were able to back it up by winning a couple of key gunfights and then setting up for a pretty pristine plant overall. Now, trying to set up a plant here on Laundry and Supply might be a little more challenging here, particularly when there's a clash on the board. I am shocked that Champlain will try to reattempt bringing out the SAS operator technically, or British operator overall, but this is probably the best site to bring her out, so why not here in round number 8, I suppose.
Now, Purdue, having just defended this recently, 2 rounds ago, and also 4 rounds before that, Champlain, they know what Purdue did for the defense, and Purdue know what they did. And so one of the big things that I'm curious about is Purdue going to be as worried about the player, aka their doppelganger Swaus, whoever they bring to hold down the barrel door, or is Champlain going to completely ignore their route and just maintain a fairly strong bunker hold and then work towards pillar and maintain a lock in that direction? I'm actually genuinely very curious for what Champlain are going to bring in this defensive side. I think that they're going to stay locked here as Kernex is looking towards this pillar side. I think they'll mostly stay locked in that direction, but I do feel that we need to see Champlain be a bit more proactive in their approach or their denial of Purdue, because we see what Champlain can do on the attack. We see what their gunfight skills are capable of, and even if they are dry peeking in a side where it's easier to gather information, now you're on the defense. Information is a little bit harder to come by. You can just play with the audio cues. You have Pickle to work around. Play that gunfight. Hide behind the Clash shield and find the opportunity to lop the head off the opposition. You can cripple their approach quite quickly if you can just find that opening pick. But you can see them being very hesitant to dedicate themselves one direction or the other, despite the opportunities being given towards them towards that rear stage lone player.
I mean, it's just a great place to set up as the Clash. You're basically denying an entire area off of Purdue's back. They cannot push forward past that back stairwell. They've got control of blue bunker and will get that first initial pick, but it's still going to basically be a funnel until they can remove Clash from the back of pillar. She'll finally fall back, but only a tad bit, still gathering plenty of intel for Champlain to try to work off of and maybe secure a second frag perhaps. There is no chance of a flank as Marcado was watching this one quite well, but all the action is going in through on this basement floor with Zvek finally scoring that first pick for his team, and he's watching with a very keen eye on that back door leading in towards Laundry. If the sledge is taken care of, it'll be another fatal funnel here for Purdue, but at least they're backing it up by picking out those gunfights, and Marcado has still not been contested here. The swing by Yellow, it's clean. It's a third for the Maverick, and now Zebek, the only person to find a pick for his team, will have to clutch this one out in the ace situation. Down goes Arvo, but there goes the swing by Yellow. It's the fourth kill for Maverick on round number 8 to give Purdue their round win on the 8th.
That was a very solid round there by Purdue as well. Champlain had a really interesting start. They dished out a ton of damage, John, but they weren't able to really capitalize and complete the majority of their kills, right? I mean, they got a ton of tag team off. They managed to drop down Swaus on rear stage quite a lot, mostly majority by just the Clash utility of their shield, the electroshock therapy, so to say, to keep them at bay. They got a little bit of tag team damage off elsewhere, but the second Arvo swings in towards that bunker side, you can see Champlain reinforce that wall. They went nothing to do with it, but beyond that, they just didn't have the defensive structure to keep them at bay. A slight lack of, I don't want to say triggeredism because he was scared from multiple directions, but you see him peek to the opposing side in that B side, and he gets his head ripped clean off as you see Purdue swing through that door out of E-Box, and that's basically all she wrote at that point in time. Purdue clean up house, and now going into a possible round 6 for them if they manage to take this one as well. Champlain have a lot of things that they need to change, and I think one of the biggest things they do need to change is a complete comprehensive approach to how they want to play this one defensively, because we've seen them try 2 different things so far, and switching objectives is a good way to kind of get a grasp for what your opposition is really feeling, but it may be too little too late here. There could be a point at which you've waited too long and you're not finding the option to work with it, and is that a mute jammer and 2 bandit batteries being used on the same exact wall?
Why?
I can't even. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Save
That's
them the
easily
bandit
cleanable as
trick.
well. Was that attic wall?
Yeah, so is that a wall.
Okay, so
save
there's
them
2
the
ways you
bandit
clear
trick.
that.
That's 2
Yeah.
extra batteries for the main breach. What if Purdue doesn't even go backside? What if they go for a big window take? You never know. I don't think they will because they have a Zofia and a Maverick. So they don't have a lot of clearage for big window. And yeah, Arvo is already inside of big tower and will deploy an air jab to make sure no one gets flanked on while they are doing just Maverick and Zofia combination things. Yeah, that's a bit of pet peeve of mine, I'm not going to lie. Also, pet peeve is just kind of giving up too easily. I really feel like Champlain fell into the NA trope of, oh no, my utility's gone. I now gotta back off and I can't, use my own gun skill. Because they gave up elbow way too early and then allowed for that position inside a pillar to get cleared out, despite how effective it was at stopping anyone from pushing up in towards the back tower stair area. Speaking of effectiveness, that nade will be pretty effective at removing a mute jammer off the main wall. That can now allow for Purdue to get a little bit more hard destruction inside of this 9th round. And I don't think Zernek could maybe attempt to go for an impact trick. He has that default hole open on up, but those Ace Selmas could be a little bit tricky to Troy, depending on where Feeling Good Inc. actually sets them up.
Yeah, typically, if you're talking about trying to deal with a Selma, you'll not get the first one, but you'll get the second one. It can be really tricky. You kind of have to proactively place it. Kind of like the same thing when you're dealing with the X-Kairos pellets. It can be a little bit timing-wise for when you're playing a Kaid. It just depends, but you'll see the wall go down. They'll start to dismantle down the games. It was an interesting play. Why did the name not destroy that? They'll start to get rid of that games room wall, and unfortunately, they kind of misplaced just ever so slightly. That's Selma, and it doesn't give them a great outlook to walk through the doorway to give them spacing, so you have to be a little bit hesitant towards your drop, and you'll see Purdue do a great job of getting control of drop attic, and now with that change going through, you can prone there and actually find the shot opportunity. A very solid start. Now you're gonna have to see some frags go the opposite direction. Champlain bleed yet another, but Purdue lose Mercado in the process, but yellow is not to be contested. 3K to their name. Feeling Good Inc. wants to be involved just the same, takes out Sebek, but yellow completes for the quad. Denied of the ace once again here, John, but still a very strong performance from them. They're looking to clean up house here on map 2.
Yeah, and pretty good attack overall by Purdue, I'm not going to lie. It didn't matter that they lost control of white, because if you have Addict and the main breach in Master leading into sight, it's not really important because you already have 2 avenues of approach. And like you mentioned as well, I was going to point that out too, the fact that it's a little bit more tricky to defend kids directly because of those little foot slits that are on the bunks now. It allowed Purdue to find a little minute opening, very small, in fact, quite literally, and it was able to give them a pretty good setup overall. And now they're putting themselves on match point here. They've won all 3 of their rounds on attack so far, and honestly, I'm not quite sure what could stop them from winning out a 4th one here, unless Champlain can completely change up how they've been defending here on Oregon, because overall, it's been pretty lackluster, to be honest, Scott.
Yeah, our observer's even saying it's the first time he's seen the new holes, the new gaps underneath those bunk beds inside of kids' room being utilized. Those changes felt a little bit slept on initially when they came through. I love those, John. Man, it makes it so much easier for...
We were just fantasizing about that, I know.
Oh, every single time
so
an
good.
Update comes to a map, you and I jump into it and we're like, think of the possibilities. We'll never do it personally, but we'll watch people do it, you know? Like, we get to pretend. Mostly because I don't play enough and you're not good enough. So, no, I'm just kidding. I also meant to call out earlier, you had a really long spree for it. You said our utility isn't working, so I was like, oh no, our utility, it's broken. But I didn't get the opportunity to, so I'll bring it out here. But Purdue are looking down the barrel of match point, and for Champlain, they're looking at the wrong end of the barrel. They are the victims in this situation, and this is their map pick as well, if I recollect here, John. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I'm right here, and I think you are agreeing with me. Thank you very much. Purdue have been very strong, and it's interesting to see that this map has been a lot less even in the second half than it was on Chalet, which was Purdue's pick that almost went into OT, but ultimately just short of making it all the way through.
Yeah, it is quite shocking, especially on defense too, which is normally the favored side for a team. Definitely begs the question of, did Champlain really know what they were getting themselves into against one of the top seed, if not technically top seed? Yes, Purdue is the top seed here in the Champions Division with Champlain right behind them, but they aren't really, that close to them here in terms of round differential. It is a 3-round deficit here for Champlain. They're going up against another meeting room attack. They're not going to actually be the ones getting entry this time around. Zernak will actually shut down Maracado, a pretty important pick, but at least you still have those breaching charges for a bit of soft destruction. But a great shot is landed by Arvo just to equalize here, moving forward as that first half of the action phase has finally elapsed here. And wow, I'm shocked that Wilhelm just kind of gave away the rest of that top floor pretty willingly, Scott.
Yeah, he dropped down a lot sooner than I think it was necessary. That seems like
time.
Yeah, that could have been a lot more time gathered, especially for an objective like this, which we've seen Purdue be fairly strong on, especially on their defense. They made a couple of returns in situations that didn't seem likely, and we've seen the very strong utility burn that they brought forward previously in a round that didn't seem likely for them to win, yet they still made the return and won. They know where to stand, they know what to expand, and they have great decision-making for getting rid of defensive utility. And I think that's something that Champlain have been very unexpected of. And when you're taking a look at the chances now, if this was a, as ESPN stat tracker sheet, it'd probably be a -10 for Purdue to take this round. thinking about that as you go forward, it's utility still in their hands. They still have plenty of options to work with. They're still in A. They've got 2 flashes, and they still have a use of the Zofia lifeline. For the opposition, they've got no nade, and Zebek's on extremely low HP. Their defensive roam game needs to be a little bit more fleshed out. There's only one player in Dining that technically has an off angle, and while there is a player holding attic above Hatch, I don't think it's that much to deal with, and the information is so strong right now for Purdue. Look at the live ping information that they're gathering. This player lying down in wait. Wilhelm, this is not your spot, my guy. It's not going to last for much longer, and yellow ensures that. But with only 10 seconds left, this round won't last much longer. But Arvo's watching Hatch and meeting, swings down, takes one. Pickle will save them for a little bit longer, but it's now forced into the 1v2. Feeling Good Inc. will go for the plant, but Swaus will not allow for Zebek to fight for any longer. 1 HP in a dream turns swiftly to the nightmare, and map 2 will drop to Purdue.
And not losing a single attacking round either. I feel like that more or less had something to do with how poor Champlain was playing a majority of that round. I finally understood the point of why Wilhelm wanted to drop so early. He remembered that it hasn't been a big point of contention for Purdue to secure that top floor, at least in terms of verticality, especially since their sledge had died. So he wanted to deny the main point of entry, which last time around was dining room, to get that double wall opened up and allow for a plant. But he played a little too aggressive. He definitely let his cards bleed into that round to allow for a royal flush for Purdue, quite literally, in case any of you get that funny card game known as poker reference around these parts. I bet none of you actually do, except some of the old heads in chat, perhaps. But anyways, pretty well fought battle for Purdue, at least for them. They'll take away map number 2, and we'll have to wait and see if they can actually have the exact same success on map number 3. We'll go into a short little break and get Coastline ready for all of you in just a few short minutes. Don't go anywhere, chat.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name's Infernosis, joined here by the oh-so-handsome and oh-so-good-looking fellow, a.k.a. Fellow the Aster, a.k.a. John Commentate. And we've got ourselves a 2-0 start for Purdue. They have put a massive damper on the chances here for Champlain College. It will have to be a full reverse sweep, and we're heading to Purdue's map pick next. It's Coastline coming up.
Now, I will play devil's advocate here, Scott. A majority of these rounds and also maps, it has been Champlain that has done better on their attacks in general, and they did play much better on the more aggressive map of Chalet in comparison to Oregon, despite it being their map pick. So even if they don't win out map number 3, I still think it'll be much closer in comparison to what we just witnessed on Oregon. Maybe something more like a 7-5 victory for either Purdue or Champlain, or maybe even potentially overtime here on Coastline. As some of the reworks that happened a season or two ago have definitely changed up how the map can be played. And I think one thing I'm really praying for here, something I'm looking out for on a whim, is potentially seeing Penthouse defended here by either Champlain or Purdue, or even both perhaps. That would really make my day, in all honesty.
Pretty interesting. I'm more curious about what the operator ban phase is going to look like here for Coastline.
Fair enough.
We've obviously seen what these teams like to ban. There's been little to no difference between all of this. We did get to see a Kaid ban instead of a Valkyrie ban, but on a map like this, typically your ban phase is going to be trying to get rid of roam denial of any sort. Sometimes you will opt to still go for Thatcher. I think that's a poor decision. Some teams do that. I don't have to agree with it. They're going to go for the ban first. Champlain do not want the verticality destruction available, especially if you're defending a second floor objective, which is one of your mainstay objectives. You don't want to have to deal with the buck destroying the floorboards below you from below blue bar. With the second ban to go through, Purdue have the option for their attacking ban, and they'll go ahead and get rid of the Jackal. This is that roam denial operator that is so prevalent on this map. Typically, you see teams immediately opt for that ban as the first one, but Champlain just apparently had someone they really wanted to target it, and they got rid of Buck first.
Two very smart bans overall. Hookah can be a bit of a challenging site to defend depending on who you ask or who you are playing against. So minuting or basically removing an entire main stake of how you attack that site is going to be pretty effective for Champlain on that first half. A Valkyrie will end up following suit here after the Jackal pick. That's all pretty straightforward. I don't think she can throw her cameras outside anymore for more than 10 seconds before they disable, but still having that intel inside the map or the building in general is still pretty dang effective, especially for playing around those post plant perhaps as well. And Amira finally being banned. You know, there are pretty much 3 constants in life, Scott: death, taxes, and Amira ban. So that one really did not shock me at all. That was a pretty soft blow, if you ask me.
I'm worried to see with the fact that we have Valkyrie and Beer being banned out, our normal, somewhat normal ban phase to go through. Buck being a smart ban, like we mentioned about, but not a typical ban for the map. I'm more interested to see how we're going to play this first objective, which is going to be that hookah and billiards, like we've talked about, where you do need to worry about the hookah floorboards, and Buck steadily assists any team in trying to flush out the defenders from any of their footholds and stronghold positions they're trying to go for. But with Champlain starting off on the defense, they'll have to be very wary of the Flores that's coming forward. And while that's not necessarily picked initially, the 6th pick will go out, and those Rotero drones will, in fact, have the opportunity to find victims on the opposing side. Can Champlain's defensive setup disallow this, or will they fall victim to these explosive RCXDs? Time will have to tell. And from the way that we know this map is technically played out, I predict we'll see Flores step in from our southwest side towards the ruin entrance, work their way in below, down towards Granny of Office side, and then try to go into Blue Bar, work their way up with their Terror Drone through Staircase, and try to clear out the actual shield placed inside Voss. That will make things much easier for Purdue if they want to have any sort of chance towards that hookah balcony first and foremost. But most teams typically ignore it. But knowing how Purdue like to attack, they love every single angle, and they will switch themselves around until they find the best spot.
Locate and defuse a bomb.
Really wondering how effective the Flores can be in contrast to the Sledge. I feel like maybe the double nade play could have been a little more effective, and also just having a bit more soft destruction. I think the Zofia, in terms of, soft destruction capabilities, could be just enough here for the first round against Hookah. And maybe if the Mute Jammers are not placed properly, could allow for potentially that only shield gone and removed, and that could allow for ease of access inside of Hookah, depending on how well Purdue can play. It'll be a slow start. It's only the first 30 seconds of the action phase, but it looks like they'll try to get control of VIP as quickly as possible, get that long angle opened up near the Billards part of the map, near that double VIP wall, and that could allow for, again, a great cutoff angle to be had, and maybe even an early pick to start Purdue off on the right foot.
You see them now busting down this DJ wall, giving them access into that VIP room, and it should flush out Pickle to a degree, but he's sitting close corner of the southwest side. He's trying to keep an option to look in that direction, but the Rotero drone will have spotted him in his position, would allow for Purdue to start to swing forward. It'll be Yellow, though, to find the first. They remove FX. A cheeky push by Feeling Good Inc. They will not dedicate themselves to it, but it does happen to flush Pickle away from that corner and gives them a better chance to fight in the next engagement. Save your life and fight for another time, and that's exactly what the Champlain side are attempting to do. But with time running out for Purdue, they're about halfway through the round, you'll start to see them get a bit more aggressive and start to systematically and methodically remove the utility for the Champlain side, as they still have 3 Rotero drones in the pocket, plenty of X-Kairos charges, at least 6 flashes. I think Arvo also has 3 in their pocket, his own 9 full flashes, and they still have 2 nades to work with. This is a full utility meta right now for Purdue, and Champlain are probably going to get caught off guard by this entirely.
Only Purdue could get someone to rotate around your big window. That could really throw a wrench into the machine here of Champlain on the defense. They're playing so open to that main window area. That could have been massive for Purdue, but unfortunately they're not going to be able to rotate around in time. That Nitro Cell could have also been massive. They get shot off the ground by Yellow. Rotero drone comes flying in through to maybe force out Pickle a little bit further, and he's kind of trapped between 2 really difficult operators here, kind of playing for his own life. If he dies, this could be a great lead up again for Purdue. It would only be a matter of time before they go for that plant. Pickle will find one, though. There's still a player behind on that half bar, but Yellow just jumps right in on him. Wide swing comes in through by Kernex. Down goes Swouse, and Pickle has been injured as well, but luckily can get picked back up. That Toxic Babe will impede this push coming in through by Purdue. But Marcado will still try to stick it, but he's on such little HP. He'll die to those toxic fumes, so will everybody else. Yellow gets downed as well. This defense is so strong by Champlain based off those toxic canisters. Now a 1 versus 2 as Yellow is in fact down, and Marcado has to stick this defuse. The shotgun hole underneath will be more than enough to deny that defuse, and Champlain will take round number 1.
I get it. You're desperate. I do. I understand, right? You're running out of time and you're feeling Father Time make it harder and harder for you to breathe and see any glimpse of success. Why? Why, Marcon, are you standing in the smoke? You're standing in a Toxic Babe, the canister constantly choking you out. There was no really need to dedicate in that position. I think it would have been a smarter play for them to plant on top of Billiards on the opposing side and then had double players flush in, or maybe have a player repelling big window instead. Purdue waited way too long to engage in the last few stages. They didn't commit to the kill they had gotten onto the down player of Pickle on the inside of the actual lounging section, and that's where they fall victim to the Champlain side. They allowed them to come up to the 3v3, and the Toxic Babes almost single-handedly gave them the chance to win that round. Yes, we did see a cheeky play from Feeling Good to walk forward and find themselves a kill, but your Castle main still stepped up where necessary, sprayed them down immediately afterwards, and then that was just going to be all she wrote as the time ticked ever down, and you're forced to stick that bomb down because there's no chance, sorry, diffuser down, I guess I should say for this. We have to be different here at R6. Stick that diffuser down and pray they don't find you, but unfortunately, at this rank here for a Champions Division of the NECC, they're going to know. They absolutely understand what's going on. It was an easy round cleanup for Champlain.
Moving on here to a pretty favored site of kitchen and also service room. Be a little tough for Purdue to be able to get a good leeway against their opponents here. Looks like Champlain, though, they're opting to go for the extension in towards Sunrise Bar, and at the moment not have any roamers up above, but really there are a majority of players that could fit that roaming role up above. Either Pickle, maybe Kernex as well, if he can utilize those goo mines to gather a bit of pocket information so he can kind of pivot around and be a constant threat. But it looks like he's actually just playing inside of office here. Might be able to set up a nice little line of sight underneath to catch someone off guard, but for the time being, he'll just remain silent here. It'll be FX up above on the Malusi to try to find that first pick, but he's got backup by Pickle as well to find at least one before getting ripped to shreds by Marcado up above.
Trade for trade, tit for tat. Now it's going to be up to Purdue to try and cascade beyond that, as they have obviously lost their first pick, trading in return for Pickle. It's pretty even, though. I do think there's still a strong chance, but we know how solid Yellow has been, especially in the first and second map. We've seen, 2 or 3 4Ks alone from that player. Unfortunately, though, Pickle has been the standing out player right now for Champlain. 4-1 was DB&O in the last round, was not even able to be cleaned off, as Purdue did not necessarily commit to the bid, but we'll see a great commitment in as they step towards the aquarium side through that outside balcony window, or doorway, I should add. Marcado will also find one of their own. A 4v2 with only Kernex and Bin left standing. Kernex trapped in blue bar, hopefully trying to keep himself alive, wary of a player coming down Cool Vibes. But his competition is only a single wall away, sitting inside Sunrise, looking for any and all opportunities to swing the doorway. They'll go prone, and that's the player of Swouse out for the count, but Feel Good almost simultaneously takes out Bin. It's just Kernex left in the 1v3. Has too much to overcome, now trapped inside security room. And here his own goo mines go off, and Kernex feels like they must commit to the situation, but will rip the hat straight off Arvo's shoulders. Now setting a 2v1, but he's also lost a bit too much HP, 45 HP in a dream. Feeling Good Inc. will dedicate themselves to putting down the diffuser. There seems to be no chance for Kernex to deny, and Marcado is holding up the floor above, has all of the opportunities to deny, and will do just that, stripping away Kernex's life and giving Purdue their first round win.
Relatively an alright play by Purdue, but things definitely got concerning for sure, and it almost got closer. The Legion could have definitely brought that one back, but with the single wall being reinforced, the Legion had to rotate all the way around. If that had been opened up previously in the prep phase, you could have shot in through bathroom and forced the sledge to drop down and make it an official 1v1. But just a couple of minute things lead to a very big impact, and unfortunately that will give Purdue their first round win here in the first half, equalizing out, moving in the third. It'll be a reattempt, though, of Kitchen and Service by Champlain with a slightly different lineup. They've got the Thunderbird up here on the board, which I am always a huge fan of, whether you're a very anchor-based team or a team likes to go on those heavy roams. She can always be impactful just by allowing you to get healed up later into the round and possibly give you another chance at winning a critical gunfight.
And these gunfights for the map are much more important than a lot of the other ones over here, John. Coastline is a map that is arguably attacker favored. For Pro League, it still doesn't turn out that way, but they're just built diff, so you can't really categorize them along the same route. Also, NA is the only current region that also uses the same exact metas, so technically speaking, it probably is still attacker favored for us, probably not so much for the rest of the world, and that's also why we're known as NA, aka nearest to the airport, so we can make ourselves quick and steady back to our own houses and just cry alone in our bedrooms. But it's the same for R6 and Valorant. I'll crack that joke. RIP Sentinels, RIP Envy today. But the NECC, it's a bit different. Collegiate level play, and Purdue have to make a comeback in the attacking side if they want to keep that statistic alive for them. And you have to win these gunfights, those one-on-one engagements, each and every single one of these ego peaks that we know Champlain loves to do. And we saw them kind of fall into the stupor of doing so on map 2. They can find information behind it. They can listen to the audio cues. This map has a big problem when it comes to footsteps, when it comes to reverberations off these walls, and when it comes to the explosive ordnance required to clear out the utility as well as destroying these hard walls. It should be fairly obvious where Purdue lies, especially with the fact that Yellow loves to pre-fire some of these walls and attempt to go for a wallbang to find any damage or kills or impacts or whatever may occur. Champlain should have tertiary information available in their back pocket, ready to use. We just haven't seen a great job of it in that last round, but we saw a great job of it in the first.
On round number 3, it's going to be a very slow start by Purdue. A little bit of a gun damage will be dealt in towards 90, though, and it'll be FX to strike first and finish off Yellow up above. Pretty decent start by Champlain. They are keeping Purdue at a very short distance here, but FX is not going to drop down in towards jungle near that courtyard area and will get silenced by Swouse. Ben is quick, though, on the draw. Down goes Arvo, but he'll actually make that retreat instead, now being backed up by Kernex, perhaps, and they're going to try to play for this anchor setup, perhaps. They also have control still of Sunrise Bar, and that could be a great way to cut off a lot of key angles here for Purdue once they drop down off this top floor, but they still have plenty of time to work out through this verticality and then make their way down and descend deeper in the map of Coastline.
Floor being broken up. It's an open floor plan we love to talk about so heavily. And Purdue are doing a great job of ruining any and all chances that this has resale value. But I don't think Mercado's too worried about it as of the moment. Looking to grab that trophy instead and clean it out here in this third map. I think there's a very solid chance that Purdue can make a return here, though. With a player down, it does look to be a little bit harder. But Zebek's playing a bit aggressively inside of this bathroom on the first floor toilet side. He is playing deeper inside, looking for an option to deny Purdue's drop. But the floorboards from above could be destroyed, and Mercado starting to work more and more in that direction, and it could be a player that's caught off guard, continually destroying. He sees the body and does not take the shot initially, will be refragged back, and instead, and only bits of damage shot in between the two. Mercado not connecting any, and Zebek only barely tagging, but thankfully Mercado will step up elsewhere, takes out Pickle. He stops the flank and the roam from the opposing side, but he can't deny Kernex from playing in from TV side. Will lose instead. 2v3, feeling good. 8 finds and tags Ben, goes for the one of Zebek, fails as he has to pull out the sidearm to get the job done. And with only 2 seconds left, Swouse has a huge hill to climb, and it's just not going to happen. The barbed wire keeping him just slow enough to not be allowed to contend.
And having that flank established as well, just to really keep Purdue on their toes, helped out a major amount. And that vertical play not being enough in the hands of Mercado. Unfortunately, there were constant rotations made by Champlain. So very well done. Again, though, things definitely got a little bit close, and maybe that Habana won out against Zebek inside a bathroom. Things could have been a little more tragic there for Champlain. Luckily, it won't be. Moving up in towards hookah and billiards again. This was a site that Purdue has struggled with, but as long as they can adapt against what Champlain is bringing out, which is basically the exact same thing from what we saw last time around, Scott, things should be looking a little bit better. And honestly, I'm a huge fan of the Thatcher pick here. I'm not going to lie. That denies so much util here that Champlain is bringing to the table. That could really be a great way just to start out with a lot of time left in your back pocket while still gaining a lot of early map control.
That will also kind of make it easier for Purdue to not rely on that aquarium site default plant behind bomb, right? It makes it so that they can maybe push a different direction. They can take advantage of hookah instead. They can start working some extra hardballs that aren't just your base VIP hardball. There's so many different options available when you can bring that Thatcher. The question on my mind is, are they just going to use it to dump for base utility for what Champlain are bringing, which also is not a bad idea, like you mentioned. It counteracts literally every single piece of electronic across the board. I just am curious about where Mercado wants to place this one. John, you know this one best, and I'm sure anyone that's ever casted across the T4, T3 scene, when you know for a fact that Thatcher is banned 99.99999% of the time, teams, when they see that he's left unbanned, will typically scoop him up and then truly not find that much impact off of that pick. It's because none of their strategies revolve around that Thatcher, and they're just bringing him thinking that he's going to be that end-all be-all. Ha, you left him unbanned, we're going to abuse him, and they don't really get the impact that they were expecting out of it.
I would normally agree, but there is a lot that can get countered here. That's on the board of Champlain. They've got jammers, they have the magnets, also the Banshee devices too. The list can kind of go on. I'm not too sure if they actually deny toxic canisters from detonating properly, but that could be something to look out in my own time, perhaps. It has been a long time since I've seen Thatcher in play, so I'll have to go get my books revised, perhaps. But moving forward here, first minute will finally be finished off, and it's Yellow to open things up with a wall bang on towards Pickle. You have FX, though, waiting very patiently, trying to wait for the perfect moment where the Finkel will overextend their body, but it's going to whiff their entire clip. It's Yellow with 2 to open things up for Purdue as they get top floor control inside of Penthouse quite effectively.
Now you're seeing Purdue systematically destroy all the information. Mercado with a wallbang takes out Kernex. This round has bled apart. This isn't just a simple paper cut to the Champlain side. It is a festering wound. Purdue have completely separated the distance. This is a new team essentially in this round towards this objective. We're seeing no glimpses of the same team that was happening prior. This could be flawless, and in fact, it will be. Yellow takes out Zebek, and just a moment afterwards, Arvo takes out Ben. It's way too much to contend with, and Purdue are tired of losing that round and finally clap back in a very dominant way. Champlain, you've got to go into this next round. You have what it takes to do this. I think they can deny this next round as we're heading back to hookah and billiards. This part I don't necessarily like, but I think that they don't really have a great choice for it. I think this is really the only one they have. I think they have a really good chance to play this one back to back. They know what Purdue did, at least to a degree, and as long as we don't see those individual players flub and miss those opening mags like you talked about inside Pitch House, there's a good chance Purdue don't get that momentum and don't find that round win.
Also, how Champlain wants to defend VIP, for a majority of these attacks, Purdue has been very linear on how they
Attackers
like
need
to
to
approach
locate and
things.
defuse
They
bombs.
haven't put a big emphasis on that bottom floor when attacking hookah billiards, so maybe having someone play underneath with a nitro cell, either Zebek or Pickle, and then utilize some sort of audio cue, like a Banshee that's deployed. No one's there to shoot it out in time. You hear it ring on off, detonate out your nitro cell. That could be a potential early pick. Now, just some food for thought, as Champlain, they're kind of just directly holding VIP, which isn't horrible, but it can be a little challenging, especially when Purdue is a very gun-heavy based team, and they're confident in themselves to win out those initial gunfights. And again, it can be 50-50 a majority of those times, so relying on a coin flip rather than something that's a little more premeditated, it definitely seems questionable when this is technically series point, as if Purdue win out this matchup, that's it. That's a 3-0 sweep for them, and there will be no fourth map in play if that happens.
So at the last map for just a few moments as this round officially goes underway. Map 1 was pretty back and forth, almost hitting OT. Purdue take it with just a round above the opposition at one point or another, and finally take it up, 7-5, I believe was the final scoreline. Second map, however, tied 3-3 at half. Same way this one's kind of looking and may turn out to be. Same as the first map was also, and Purdue did not lose a single round on their attack. Now you're looking at this one. Back and forth, and Purdue is on the attack. We anticipated that Purdue would have a really strong attacking start, and it's been a mixture of that, but it's not been a decisive Purdue half in any way whatsoever. Champlain have started to adapt and find success, and it's going to be on their side of the court to make the adjustments necessary. And for right now, Purdue able to gain entry right now into the VIP room, and they just need to continue to push forward, but they'll decide to go through screens instead, looking for multiple directions, watching their rear. They're aware that just 2 rounds ago, Champlain did a devastating flank towards that screen side, making it impossible for Purdue to have that extra player to anticipate and play on that second floor. You are seeing VIP under full control for Purdue, and they have a great sightline to dish out the utility destruction over towards the objective.
At least Champlain peeled away, though, early, and instead of dying off the bat, they will actually strike first here against Purdue. That's going to be FX to shut down Arvo. Brilliant shot landed by Kernex as well. This attack has so far not been done properly by Purdue, and look at that bottom floor presence as well. That could be a big factor moving in towards that actual execute, especially since Purdue does not have the man advantage here. They're being kept at bay pretty well by Champlain. In this last minute here, these frags are going to be needed to actually find some success here by Purdue, but so far they're not be giving time of day, as they're still being locked out quite effectively, and another beautiful shot is in fact landed by Kernex to bring us in this 2 versus 5.
They're going to start firing on all cylinders right now because Purdue is just failing to fire, and we're seeing that time in and time out. We might see a flawless round, 2 of them back to back. Nope, deny. Just as soon as you speak about it, Caster's Curse will come true, and Swaus with the LMGE rips away FX. Now forced to faint in the 1v4. We'll have to ace this one out if there seems to be any semblance of a chance, but with only 35 seconds left, most of the Champlain side on the point or somewhat nearby. There is a play on the opposing side. It's Pickle, who was just waiting for Swaus to rotate that direction. And that's exactly what we see. Swaus initially peeked, tried to walk away, was not allowed to do so, and you will find Champlain going up now. But it is round 6, second half, almost ready to go. Just one more to be played. Can Purdue tie this one up 3-3 at half like every other map of the day has been? Or will we see Champlain go up for the first time tonight, 4-2?
Fun fact, we have also only seen Puka and Kitchen in play as of now. Double Bar has not been picked. Penthouse Theater has not been picked.
True.
So if I want to see either one of those sites in this matchup, I'm going to have to really pray that Purdue does pretty good on both Kitchen and then Hookah, and they are forced to pick one of those quote-unquote tertiary sites. I'm a really big fan, though, of how well Champlain played on that round, they kind of did what I was hinting at, where they played a little more passive. They didn't instigate all that much in VIP. They stayed there for a little while, and then they backed off as quickly as possible once that back wall got opened up and towards VIP. And they also had a little bit of pressure established underneath as well. Much better performance there by Champlain. Let's hope they can keep it up on this potential last round, as a 4-2 split on the defensive half would be pretty good moving into that second half.
Now, as we ready for the round and the prep phase does officially go underway, I'm not sure if you've announced this one just yet, but we have a bit of information about a match that was played just the same. It was the Emergence bracket, St. John's versus Southern Miss, and there was a full reverse sweep that actually went forward. SJU, the St. John University side, stopped the reverse sweep. 8-7 score in that map 5. 3-2 victory for them. That's a great game. That would have been a very fun one to cast as well. Unfortunately, time constraints do happen to put a hinder on that one. But our observer also brought up the question earlier, where are the spawn peaks? Well, here you go, buddy. We're seeing a bit of a tease for one right here, but they'll take a step back before given any chance to go for it.
Man, you and your caster curses, Scott, they just are
Just never
time
talk
in
again,
and
I
time
think.
again.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we just should not talk for like an entire round. I feel like that would be a little bit awkward. People would be like, where's caster audio, guys? They're not talking anymore. What's
They didn't
going
care for us
on?
anyways, man. It's
No, we're
fine.
here. We're just having a moment of silence.
Epiphany.
We're in deep thoughts, like we're playing a chess game, perhaps. Some rounds can really be
Queen's
like
Gambit.
that, though, where you have to take a lot into consideration before you actually make that first move, because maybe your opponent has been waiting the entire round for you to play that move, and they counteract it perfectly. So far, it'll be a pretty straightforward attack by Purdue, trying to get that top floor control yet again. And I believe most of Champlain has already peeled away. Everyone but one set up all the way around near Theater, right underneath that single white window drop. And also one still set up inside of VIP, I believe, but that'll be FX to meet his maker in this first minute or so of the round. And a second gunfight comes out, and it'll be won by Purdue yet again.
Man, you were talking about the round prior that Champlain did a great job of stepping away from the second floor. They didn't allow for themselves to die on their defensive side for their roaming presence. That is the complete opposite we're seeing right here. Both Pickle and FX out for the count. Yeah, you still do have 3 players left, but 2 of them are kind of away from sight, staggered, so to say, and one of them is really only on site so they can toss a nitro cell and pray that it finds a kill. And if I'm Purdue, the smartest decision is just get up on the bench, hide in bed for VIP, and the nitro cell will not tag you. It doesn't seem to be a big deal. Ben is completely snuffed out. Drone after drone systematically works its way through that main lobby and tags him piecemeal by piecemeal. You'll see Purdue start to act in that direction. Kernex is going to feel flushed away to the opposing side. Has a little bit of extra assistance if they can get the rotation through, but they only have one person technically on the site, and Ben is still fairly stagnant when it comes to this main lobby side. Position given away in a firefight for their life, but Ben plays it aggressively, just re-peeks the same angle 3 times, but it doesn't work out for his teammate of Kernex, loses it to Feeling Good. Marcado in a firefight was a back from above. Now it's just up to the 1v3, now make it a 1v4. As it's only Ben left standing, and it does not seem to make a difference. Checkmate here, John. As we'll make another chess reference, so to say. It is a checkmate, and we will, in fact, see it go tied again. 3-3 at halftime.
Yeah, I feel like that could have been done much better by Champlain. Purdue played that very well. Both the Lion ringing on out, forcing Champlain to kind of get flustered for a bit. Adrenaline surges in play as well to make you a little bit beefier. And also the fact that Finka does not change recoil patterns, so it does not mess up your muscle memory, also makes her even more viable than what she was before. Not only does she have a great gun, nades, and a Gon 6, now she doesn't even affect your dang recoil control. It's almost like the developers want to see the old school Lion and Finka meta from what we had all the way back in year 3, basically, where LatAm reigned supreme for a good chunk of time. And funny enough, they reign supreme yet again, but not because Lion and Finka are now considered semi-meta. It's just because they are a really good region now, unlike NA, unfortunately. It's like you mentioned earlier, they are nearest airport and not nearest victory, because they're always losing these damn major events.
Yeah, what's with the NA teams as well? Absolutely just roasting an entire region on Twitter and then immediately getting destroyed by them.
It must
as well.
really suck to have
Yeah.
APAC, which is considered like the worst region almost everywhere, now be better than you in R6. Like, that's just straight
Yeah.
tragic, dog.
Yeah, man, it's so
Like,
frustrating
please
to
hold
watch.
this L. Please. You've earned it.
Listen,
You have
I don't
earned
care how
it.
many Twitter posts you make, Tins. I'm never going to forgive you guys. Actually, that's not true. I love them to death. Same thing for all our NA teams. Dark Zero, I still love you. Please forgive me. I tweet at you every day. That's not true. I tweet at you once every 3 weeks. But you guys know how much I love you. But second half has to start, John. So I guess we'll finally get over to the gameplay itself. Unfortunately, maybe get back to being a serious tone. My inclination is that Purdue have a good shot here, but at the same time, their weakest side has been defense. We've seen them be most dominant on the attack. I do fear that their defense will be something that can struggle against what Champlain are wanting to bring to the table.
Especially since Champlain are also following in the steps of Purdue by being very proactive here on Coastline. There isn't a lot you need to clear out, so it's better just to start early and not have to worry about that much moving forward. Marcado is already down from a wall bang through the double wall between Hall of Fame and Bathroom. No one's given that information just yet, so he will remain on the ground bleeding out. No one is there to pick him up, though. It's only a matter of time before he will get finished off here. I could maybe allow for a swing, though, by Swouse to find something here, but he'll get droned out, forcing him to peel away. And FX in the background gets downed by, I'm not even too sure what, to be honest. Maybe his own teammate, Gunfire, perhaps. At least he'll get revived in the process here. A swing is attempted, but it's not going to be that successful. Swouse now on very low HP as well, as in the background, Marcado will get finished off by simply bleeding out to give Champlain that first official pick round.
And how dare your blood vessels work in full overtime. So unfortunate for Marcado there. But being a player down for the defense can be pretty frustrating, but ultimately losing a mute, it's not the worst case scenario for you. It does tend to put a damper on things, but it's a lot better to lose that than, say, someone who has a bit more active of the utility. However, I still worry about the Champlain's attack. They do have to worry about the floorboards being cleared, and apparently Purdue want to bring it forward to them and be a bit more confrontational. You see Swouse find one. Unfortunately, a frag does quickly go back the other way as Arvo loses their own engagement, and we'll swing things back in favor of Champlain. What started to look like a bit of fresh air for Purdue quickly turned sour once again. And with only 45 seconds left on the board, Purdue are left wondering and left hanging. How do we finish this one off with only 3 players left standing and tons of information favoring Champlain as they combo the drone sent through main kitchen door and combo in to find out that last remaining player, Swouse, actually on the objective, leaving just Feeling Good Inc. and Yellow alone.
20 seconds left here. Not a lot of time left that allows Yell to step up huge. Feeling Good Inc. follows suit as well. The gunfight inside a courtyard will need to be won by Purdue to keep this one alive, but Yellow gets taken care of. It's just Feeling Good Inc. left alive, but Case is down. That's massive. Now he can play around it and force the hand of Pickle. A Sun gets tossed out, but if the Maestro is nowhere to be seen, he has to over-aggress. You can't be taking your time. He has no idea where he's playing at. Purdue come back in round number 7. Take the first round here in the second half in their back pocket. What a play by Yellow and Feeling Good Inc. And what a round to win for Purdue.
Man, what a fabulous round. Talk about the discipline and the correct decision-making there for Feeling Good Inc. When you're at Maestro, John, your first instinct is going to be just like you're a Team Fortress 2 heavy, right? I mean, big gun, big bullets, right? Send it out there. No, that was proper decision. Goes prone underneath that bathroom shelf, right underneath sinks. It allows for your line of sight to be broken. No LOS there. If you had gone into any of those toilet stalls, you possibly could have seen your footsteps. It would have been a possibility, though I do think for Champlain, they were a little bit stressed for time. It wasn't exactly the first thing on their mind, but ultimately they hold on. Purdue with a weak start, come back and find success. And that's not the first time we've seen Purdue do that one. But let's talk a little bit about the next round as we move forward towards it. Shield placement differing from Champlain. You see Feeling Good Inc. dropping it next to their Voss side, and that's very different from Champlain's. So Champlain's was actually only a couple inches away from the doorway leading into Hookah. You got this, Yellow. I believe in you. It's only a couple inches leading away from the doorway into Hookah. Purdue's being a little bit further back does make it harder for them to rotate out of it, but does give them a better safety net in their rotation over towards that Cool Vibe staircase.
You can stop worrying about
10
grenades
seconds
now.
to insertion.
Oh, everything looks relatively standard
5
for
seconds to
Purdue.
insertion.
They're not going to opt to do what Champlain had in store on their defense, which was just kind of running directly into VIP. They'll be a little more lackadaisical about it. They might have Yellow just roam around near Theater, perhaps, and that's going to be like their main defense and just kind of rely heavily on that anchor, which is probably why they're emphasizing heavy utility, both the Jaeger and also a Wamai, on top of both the Toxic Canisters and the Banshees, to play for some really proper denial that will give Champlain a lot of early map control. However, if they don't have enough utility nor the proper coordination during that execute, they really could end up falling flat on their face. And on top of that, there is still a roam game afoot right now. If Purdue even find those first couple of picks here and there, that could worsen the later round scenarios for Champlain just because they already are on that back burner.
Purdue playing aggressively. You can see Yellow playing in towards screens, looking for a firefight in towards that pit house room, but neither side getting the drop on the opposition, and you'll see Yellow just stray away from that spot and look to run away. Now it's going to be a different fight picked up by Yellow. As you can see, Ben maybe hyper-aggressive in one direction, a bit too much, trying to swing in from that kitchen entrance side, but it doesn't seem to work out. Thankfully for Champlain, they'll find a refrag. It'll be Kernex taking out Marcado, removes out the Jaeger, the 416C no longer available, but with a minute and 40 seconds left, they may start to feel a little bit stressed on time, and at this point, it's probably going to be up to Feeling Good Inc. once again to be that last player standing. He needs those toxic babes. They're a necessity for this point, and he has been downed and finished by the flanking player on hookah window. That is Pickle to find the shot opportunity. If that was a little bit deeper inside towards door, might have worked out. FX with the next takes out Arvo. 2 players left standing, Yellow and Swass. We've seen this before in a 2v4. Oh my goodness, but with only a minute and 10 seconds remaining, the stress is readily present for Purdue.
And again, you can only rely on your mechanics here. You don't have those toxic babes and only the remnants of those ADSs and magnets that have already been placed into this round, and more than enough time for Champlain to not toss this round in the hands of Purdue. Still 50 seconds left, and they're adapting quite well, but no one checks the back corner. It's a great pick here by Swaus, but he's only good for one, forcing Yellow in the 1 versus 3. Not having a lot of intel to play off of either. He can hear that audible cue near the hookah doorway, but that's about it, and the sledge will go wide, and it's good. He's not going to be able to get taken care of that effectively, and it'll be Champlain to secure their 4th round and equalize the situation yet again.
One of the things we've noticed from Champlain is they're a team that doesn't typically choke places like that. They'll bleed 1 or 2, yeah, but then it just comes down to a better play by Purdue to win those engagements that are a 2v4 or 2v3 where they typically don't have the man count advantage. Champlain, though, where they're in a spot where it's a 1v3, they are not going to do the mistakes that Purdue had done in that first half of map 2 or even majority of Chalet. They're not going to bleed 1 player and go for the cheeky peek. Typically, you see Champlain win those gunfights, and that's something we've seen time in and time out. I mentioned it on map 2. I think Champlain, majority of their players are typically better fraggers. The only ones I can think right now for Purdue that I would put above them would have to be Yellow first and foremost. I don't think there's any real contesting that. Yellow has been nigh unstoppable by the majority of these players. And then the clutch god for their side of Purdue, Feeling Good Inc. I think Champlain just guns better, majority-wise. Unfortunately, we haven't seen as much glimpses of that this time around. It really has been strategic victories and objective-based victories for them, but with Pickle at 7 kills and Kernex at 11, they are definitely putting their name in the hat, ready to be pulled out for best and most clutch player in this match so far. If, and I mean big if here, they can pull it out.
That is true. For Champlain, they are changing their lineup just slightly. You talked about Pickle, but just the player in general, not what he's bringing. It's going to be that Flores in particular. And a big problem for Champlain is their first initial loss of life was that Thatcher, and they already burnt through their nades on Kernex last round. So if Purdue had not thrown bodies at the problem there, it would have been a very tumultuous task for Champlain to try to clear through all of that util and stop the smoke from being in a nice, comfortable position to deny that execute. Luckily, though, Purdue just kind of got a little too aggro for their own liking and ended up giving Champlain a lot of early success. So now in case that Thatcher dies here early on in the round, they've got a backup plan in terms of those Rotero drones, and it's also a great way to force back these defenders by not expending any grenades, only those Rotero drones, which he has several of.
Man, too many of, John. I think that's what most people agree with. The Rotero Jones are ridiculously strong, and that's why a lot of teams will instantly ban them out. However, with only 2 left standing, now only going to be 1, it's going to be a very dangerous position for Champlain, especially with a second kill dropping. As Marcado now removes yet another. Yellow finds the opportunity next for Storm. This second floor roaming lurk has been intense, to say the least, for Purdue. They've given 0 glimpses of success, and while Pickle has been stuck in these Rotero Jones, trying to give like any sort of utility destroyed and find glimpses of information, his entire team is snuffed out around him, and now he's woken up, pulled down his phone from his face like a kid playing on their parents' iPhone, and has gone, where's the rest of my family? Where has my team gone? And unfortunately, they've gone straight to the afterlife. But Pickle will not be outdone just yet. It's been Swouse to follow his team shortly after. He's in a bit of a firefight with Yellow on the opposing side. They're forced to use their bailiff to drop Hatch out in from that southern hallway. But beyond that, with only a minute and really 15 seconds to go, Pickle's in a tricky pickle, or a fickle pickle, so to say. And Champlain have a bit too big of a hill they need to climb.
Yeah, although there was adaptation by Champlain and what they brought to the table, Purdue also adapted in their unison as well, having a little bit more control on that middle floor and cutting off that rotation being made. Great shot by Pickle, though. He's not going to be out of the fight just yet. Make this a little bit more winnable here for Champlain, but it is still a 1 versus 3. You do have time to drone out. You've got 2 of your default ones in pocket and flashbangs to maybe disorientate a couple of players that overextend their life, which is something that Purdue has been at fault a majority of these rounds here. This is definitely not over just yet for Pickle. That default cam, though, will spot him out, and now a toxic canister is deployed to force him at distance. There's a potential rotation cutoff here being played, so Pickle kind of has to just jump into the lion's den and hope that he can make this one work out, and it's not going to happen. There's vertical play established by Arvo to give Purdue their 5th round.
Notice Purdue sent 1 player to go for the frag. Just 1. They lost the fights, and that was going to be all she wrote. They had a secondary player at the beginning who had also peaked, but I think that was just the kind of final glimpses of Purdue's initial roaming strategy to go for the kill. It failed, and then they sent that secondary player to peek out hookah window and lost, and the rest of their side said, nah, we'll play this one safe. I was actually a little bit worried for Purdue as they were actually really far away from the objective. You had 1 player down below. They came in through blue and were watching in for default plant. That's who ended up finding the kill. They just had a really strong foothold. Their utility was, kind of shut down by a lot of their Terror Jones, but there's nothing else for Champlain. They all died before they were given a chance to do so. It's a little unfortunate, but ultimately I do think that we have the option going forward for Champlain to think twice about their setup. I don't know if the Rotero Jones are going to do it. They need him to watch their flank. They desperately need Pickle to be available, and they're going to switch Pickle off the Rotero and put them back on a Nomad, and I think this is the best decision they can make, as the roam game for Purdue in that last round was single-handedly what tore them apart.
Yeah, it has improved leaps and bounds. So again, trying to counteract what Purdue has been bringing to the table is a great call by Pickle. Also like the fuse pick here by Sebek. That is a great way of burning through util, which Purdue has not been shining away from a majority of their defensive rounds. They've always had a Jaeger, they've had Malusi countless times, and also Arvo on the smoke here. There is a lot that can be used to counteract Champlain's attack. Also that roam game in particular too that you highlighted as well. Fortunately, with Jackal being banned, the only main way to gather that intel is either through a line scan or just proper droning in particular. Unfortunately, that is not going to be on the table just yet. It is only the first 10 seconds of the action phase after all.
That was cheeky. One thing I noticed in map 1, John, was, and I especially noted in map 2, Purdue's drone economy and their ability to gather information was extremely strong, and I do want to attribute that to their success they had, especially in map 2 with that flawless attacking half. Champlain haven't had as much of a victory when it comes to the droning, especially now. You're playing that drone there, you know where they're essentially lying, but you lose that drone instantly. You're not really gaining much beyond that player's intel, and FX will eventually act off of it. It is strong, but in the process, you lost a player at the same time. You lost Pickle, which means that utility Pickle brought to the table, those air jabs I said were a dire need for the Champlain side, are not available, which means all of the utility you need to start using and expending, aka your sledgehammer on the floor forge to create the open floor pan, your fuse utility to drop in and drop those hockey pucks into sight, all of those are sit still utility. A flanking player from Purdue could be a menace to you, and there's no utility to deny that.
And Aggressive swing by Swaus lost him his life too, but at least things will equalize yet again. Feeling Good was able to land a decisive shot. In the background, those cluster charges will ring on out and destroy a little bit of utility. The last one will finally get deployed in the background as well. Another drone spots out the roaming Maestro here and will now have to fall back, as Feeling Good Inc. was an impact player last time around when Kitchen was on the board here for Purdue. And if he can remain alive, that could be big, but Zebek is watching through the courtyard and silences out the Maestro. That's your top fragger dead, and now it's your off-site player of Maricado and Avro left alive. The Smoke, basically by himself for the time being, has a lot on his plate, and he might end up choking on it depending how well Champlain can play in this execute.
You're seeing them feel like they're forced to use a pocket hard breach to get the floorboards open. Zebek places one, gets shot out in return, but there's a good chance we can still see a pretty good contingency plan for Purdue, and I think that's a bit of a necessity at this point in time. FX is holding in courtyard, watching in from that eastern window, the northern corridor side, just holding in, trying to play for a little bit of extra time on top. There's not much utility left available. In fact, the only thing that is left is the pocket hard breach and 3 cluster charges. There is 2 breaching rounds, but FX hasn't really had a need or a location either to really pop and utilize those. But with Arvo now down for the count, DB and Ode, and finished off by Ben, it leaves only one player left standing of Marcado, but he has a fabulous position to play for this plant. Live ping goes through. He's going to try to go for the wallbang, fails to do so, but a live ping still available for their side. Tosses the Nitro. That's going to be their life. Now just no time, and he finds the shot with the commando straight to the head of Zebek, snuffs out the chances once again, and Purdue pull off a miracle to lead them to match point, series point here on Coastline.
Oh, and that was the best approach for the Mozzie as well. I coined at the end, I murmured it out. He could go for a Nitro cell, and the ace had to overextend. That single wall that I talked about at the very beginning of the broadcast was opened up by Purdue, so you cannot go for the default plant. You have to dive deeper into the map, and because that wall was opened up, it allowed Maestro to go for the slam dunk, and it landed a fat 3-pointer to bring us into match point and series point. Also, championship point as well. It's the grand finals, for Christ's sake, Sot, and Purdue are 1 round away from bringing it all home in a quick 3-0 fashion. Man, the pressure must be gigantic here and massive on Champlain's shoulders.
Let's not discount Champlain in the slightest, though, right? Purdue has been playing this in a fabulous fashion, right? It's really hard to give them any negatives. Every time I have given them even glimpses of negative, it's almost immediately returned by a positive factor, or just they go the next round and flawless. They get flawless, they flawless. They get flawless, they flawless, right? Champlain have been keeping up with Purdue in a team that has been this dominant, and they've kept the majority of these maps close. Map 1 almost went to OT. This map has been extremely close through and through. I think there's only going to be a couple rounds differentiating, and they kept it even at halftime for Map 2, only falling behind on their defensive side as they failed to keep Purdue's assault at bay. I have been very impressed with Champlain, and I've been immensely impressed with Purdue, and I can only anticipate that this one will go down. John, I do know that it is not a 3-pointer for a dunk.
I know.
I will call you out on that just because I think it's funny.
It was heat of the moment. And it was also
it's
3
okay.
picks for the Mozzie, so, take interpretation as how you like it.
Also, it was a commando. He took command of the situation as well.
Absolutely.
So we just got to throw those out there where they're had. But do you see Purdue? I'm sorry. I just looked at every single Purdue player being in the exact same 5-foot box. This is not COVID-19 distancing whatsoever, and they'll pay the price accordingly. Not a sneeze that'll get them killed, but a gun that'll do the job instead, and if X finds the second out of Marcado.
Well, at least Michael got me backed up. He's talking theoreticals here, which is the best way of being right, theoretically speaking. So thank you, Michael. I appreciate that.
Technically correct.
Also, Tofu, I have some saved words for you after the broadcast, as always. Mostly good work on observing. It's been relatively clean overall, and Champagne's round here on match point territory has been relatively clean as well. It's only Yellow and Swaus remaining here, with Yellow already on a fair amount of HP lost. Very low here. Swaus might have to be that key impact player, especially if Yellow's not going to be able to land those shots needed. Great shot by Swaus to bring things back a little bit closer, but there is still more than enough time here for Champlain to play this one out perfectly. Pickle from behind gets one, and FX will land a great shot on towards Swaus. It'll be a great clap back here for Champlain, but can they do it for one more round to at least confirm overtime, Scott?
You talked about it, at the end of the second half? In the last round of the first half, I should say. Sorry, correct myself. The last round of the first half, you said we've only seen 2 objectives. We'd only seen Hookah and we'd only seen Kitchen. That is our first glimpse we finally have of a tertiary objective here in Coastline. It's because Purdue, despite a struggling start, have made a huge return and have locked themselves out of their go-to mainstay objectives. That can be devastating for them. They'll bleed that round. I don't think they anticipated winning that one anyways, in all honesty. They felt a little bit weak, so to say, when it came to their defensive setup. They had a idea of what they wanted, but I don't think it was actually a steady and sturdy defensive utility placement. I don't feel like they had a fleshed out strategy. I felt like they were just playing that one to get it out of the way, and that's exactly what happened, and Champlain took it in a really good fashion. However, they needed to find more kills than that. I'm not saying to make it closer, give themselves a real true shot, even if they were trying to do so. They need to make sure that Champlain can't get confidence behind them, and they can't build themselves up. They're already in a position where they're either going to clutch up or be out of the league as a whole as they lose in the grand finals. And I think that the pressure for Champlain will only make them stronger, especially if you're a team that's made it this far in the first place and are technically the first seed going, their second seed technically going into this one, tying with that 6-1 record. In all honesty, giving this one over, Champlain is not a team that will fall victim to their nerves. They will grow and overpower them. Purdue need a very strong round here, and it's on a site they know and they love.
Everything on the line still, even though Champlain had a very effective round on the 11th. This one is where it all matters, whether they can bring us past the 12th round limit, or will we have everything end out in a 7-5 fashion, similar to the other map pick of Purdue of Chalet, all the way back on the first one here. It's gonna be another roam set up done by Purdue, particularly right around that penthouse area, but Marcado gets cut clean off the face of this earth. Down goes the Mozzie, and now Yellow will have to be very calm about how he wants to play this one out. If he dies here, this could be massive, and he falls to the same fate as well. Ben, a 2K to open things up. What a fantastic start for Champlain to silence the roam game here.
Now, keep in mind, there's still the clutch god of Feeling Good Inc. still alive. However, Marcado may have taken that title with that huge victory we saw just 2 rounds ago. Losing that top fragger, losing that pivotal player, and losing Yellow on top of it, your second or third best player, so to say. Yeah, this seems like a really difficult odd to overcome. They still have Toxic Babes. They still can clutch up where necessary, but they have to find kills, and they've lost that forward shield placed inside Lounge that will allow them to separate and gain a safety net when it comes to their position. Arvo trapped on Cool Vibes, cannot make the rotation anywhere else but Hookah, and hopefully they've given them the space to do so, but from the looks of things, Feeling Good Inc. wants to play this one quite aggressively, is hoping and praying for a kill, looking for the opportunity to grab it, and Swouse is playing far and out, looking for a chance over by Aquarium, but it'll be the SMG-11 shots to ring out first. It rips FX head straight off their shoulders. A second opportunity and a second win, but unfortunately this one will fall to the side of Champlain as Feeling Good Inc. has been down, but Swouse is not to be outdone just yet. Going down into the hatch, it's going to be a DBNO now back into the fight. They have a chance to recontend here in a 3v3. They've got a player down below. 2 impacts in the pocket for Swouse, but he's not in a position to really deny in its totality. But Arvo has control of Cool Vibes, and he's in a fight with Kernex, who's extremely low on HP.
Talk about Feeling Good playing underneath. That might be the key thing to keep Purdue alive here and deny overtime. He's got that shotgun and Toxic Babes to stop a potential plant. Swouse still holding strong, though, up inside of Aqua. No one really here to contest him just yet. It'll be an attempt in towards Hookah. Plant going down, but no one's here to contest it. Feeling Good has no idea the plant's been confirmed, and Ben will stick it. We're now in the post situation. No one here to contest. It's got to be the retake game by Purdue in the 3 versus 2 as Kernex will get down. There could be a potential refrag. Ben with 3. Potentially find an ace here. The swing comes in through, but he's going to lose that fight. That's massive. It's just Quebec outside. Finds the first one. We're now in a 1 versus 1. Everything is on the line here for Champlain, and Arvo has to overextend. Finishes off Kernex, and now with an official 1 versus 1. Sebek playing this one passive. He's waiting for that run out here. Arvo has to rush through, and he's playing underneath the table. Sebek, a brilliant angle. We're going to overtime, Scott, as we're not done yet on Coastline.
That is the best possible play you could make in that situation, John. Hands on my head, shock and awe. See the player lying down underneath tables, and I cannot believe that position. Avro had no idea where he even was. Arvo had no clue. He did not know where he needed to be. Like you are mentioning, rat angles. That is rodentry at its finest. Swouse pulled it off on Chalet, and now we're seeing it being pulled out on Coastline. Where else to do it but on the attacker favorited map classics that are these two? We're going to OT, and on a series point championship point game on the map right now for Purdue, this is a major, major hill for Champlain to get past. If they take this, it's their next map pick up next, if I remember correctly, which means that there's a chance they could take it back. We obviously saw them lose in a pretty, their most lopsided way we've seen so far today. Not that it was extremely so one way or the other. We saw them lose their own map pick, but map 4 could definitely be a contender in map 5's Cafe, which is arguably a map that can extremely go either way. I'm very intrigued by this. Can Purdue hold on to win us out, or can Champlain guarantee a map 4?
Down to that utility game once again. Champlain, they are opting for a lot here on the board. The Kona stations, magnets, Shamika launchers. Oh my, there's so much to play. Very passive here to not give Purdue that extra lead up, which has been a key factor in both teams winning out a majority of those rounds. If it hadn't been for Champlain to get those first 2 initial picks and have a lot of room to breathe, that post-plant situation might have been flattened by a simplistic retake by Purdue, but it all came down to a single 1-versus-1 gunfight. Maybe Purdue will try to deny this very heavy util playstyle by just simply going in full force, all cylinders at fire here, maybe getting very aggressive with the double Chimera composition of both the Finka and Lion.
Oh, this is actually a side that doesn't necessarily favor Purdue. Obviously, when you're talking about this being an even half, Purdue starting off on the attack, they were a little bit weak. They were the team that was lagging behind at halftime. They had to make that round to tie it 3-3, which is now every map has gone. But typically, Purdue was the one that was leading at that point, and Champlain had to catch up. However, Purdue kind of flubbed the last few rounds of the defense, giving Champlain the chance to make it into the overtime. I would like to say Champlain have the more advantageous half the way these two teams has played, but Purdue has been a team that has been pulling off major contending rounds. I mean, these rounds have been almost... It's really hard for me to phrase this, obviously speaking, as I'm struggling to collect my words and put them together. It's been very impressive. The strategies that Purdue can string together and the utility that they're able to utilize in good fashion makes me believe they have a chance. But Champlain has obviously brought something spicy out, like you've mentioned, and this could be extremely dangerous for Purdue's attack.
So far, though, the first half of the action phase is now officially over. We're at that minute 29. Pickle is so close to finding that opening pick, but Yellow is well aware of where they're positioned at. A soft ping comes in through, and a nade is tossed out, forcing back Thunderbird, but it won't finish her out just yet. But the swing is crystal clear by Yellow, and that will give the first opening here for Purdue. About a minute left to work with. They're going to be taking their time here, gathering more information and spotting out that player inside of security. Zebek off screen will shut down feeling good. There goes your Habana player. This win inside of office will be necessary for Purdue, and they'll win that confrontation. Avero, or pardon, Arvo, follow suit as well onto Kernek, and now it's a 4-versus-2. Purdue taking charge here in the first official overtime round. The only thing keeping them back is going to be these Shamika launchers and the Evil Eye play by Ben. It's all going to come down to the two thick boys here in these last 40 seconds.
The Shamika is just keeping them entirely at bay. Swouse would have no chance to peek this direction, but the fire lets up ever so slightly. It's now forced Zebek to pull out the DP-27. You've got to win that fight in that position. You cannot lose that, Yellow, and Ben will capitalize instead. Zebek has an opportunity to keep themselves alive. His teammate has saved his rear, but with only 20 seconds remaining, Purdue still have a solid chance to swing. Player comes to the back of Billiards. Ben sprays down Arvo and finds Mercado. Instantaneously afterwards, Swouse is now left in the one-on-one. A DBNO player could make this difficult, but then Aldo will not be contended with, and Ben completes for the 3K, saving the Champlain side from being absolutely dismantled in the middle stages of the round. That is exactly what you need if you are the Champlain side to bring yourself in with a solid chance to keep contending.
Overtime match point here for Champlain, finally taking a substantial lead. Things could not have been getting any better for them. They need to win this out, and that will transition them over to their map pick of Clubhouse. So much is in the balance here, and they need to continue this onslaught of effective takes. Now moving into the attack, though, things have been a little bit more sloppy for them on their side. It's been honestly more or less back and forth between the two teams. It could, again, just overall come down to how much they're allowing Purdue to get away with here
Defenders,
on their
protect your
defenses.
bombs from being
They, too,
defused by
like to
attackers.
also go for those heavy roam games and then fall back and try to play the site a little more effectively here, which has been the saving grace of some. Marcado, in particular, winning out with a 3K clutch and a lovely Nitro Cell tossed up here. We could see more of those 1vx situations here to really see who has what it takes to win out here on Coastline and see if we can go to the distance here with more than just 3 maps in store for the grand final.
The tension is palpable, John. The pressure is constantly adding up, and eventually it will have to reach its boiling point as it rolls over the pod and cascades downwards onto our lap to determine who will come out victorious. It does burn. It does burn. You can feel every bit of the pressure. You can feel the consistency behind it. And right now, there's nothing but consistency for both sides. Win round, lose round, win round, lose round, lose round. It's back and forth. These teams refusing to go down to one or the other. And Purdue in that last round, that could have been one of the worst mistakes they'll make today. That could almost guarantee Champlain the next round. They just need to survive this attacking round, and we know that they were the team most recently to play their spree, their flurry of attacking rounds, which should arguably give them a bit more of an aggressive approach towards it, as they'll have a better understanding and a more recent round approach, or at least, I guess, the best refresher for their brain. It's hard to give any inclination to one side or the other, but I think Purdue have their money cut out for them. I would like to see map 4.
No initial pick either on that roam game. They're going to have to fall back and try to play around security yet again, which at this point, Champlain, they are very well aware of those key positions when attacking against a kitchen defense. It's only a matter of time before they try to clear that out or at least set up a flank watch in term of Pickle with those air jabs on the Nomad. And he gets tossed out underneath, but it's not going to find anything just yet. Still keeping us on level footing here in the 5-on-5, verticality being established. But look at this cheeky Nitro Cell, a C4, or pardon, Mozzie Pest drone comes in through to potentially allow for a Nitro Cell to be tossed on out, but no one is there to deploy it. Maracado is across the map, deep inside of security, but at least it could gather that information to maybe allow Purdue to play against these sightlines a little bit better, either allowing for over-aggression or playing deep in the back of this site, or even in bathroom as well, just to make sure Champlain does not find that first blood.
This is going to be up to Purdue to just stay alive. I don't think this is a position Purdue need to go for all of these frags for. They just need to keep themselves alive and force Champlain to funnel. If they can all stay steady on this point, it is an objective that is ridiculously favoring for the attack as they just destroy the floorboards from above. As long as Purdue stay alive, they can have a good chance. But unfortunately, everything is starting to fall in favor of the Champlain side. Yellow's going for the flank. Shoots out an air jab, has a chance to contend, and will do just that. Takes out one, but loses the fight from FX inside that southern hallway. And Swouse has to be able to assist in a bit of a slower movement. Marcado and Swouse, lonesome players left alone, and it looks like Pickle will take out Marcado. It's up to Swouse in the 1v4. NECC, this is your finals. This round could guarantee Champlain to make it into map 4, and I think we can almost call it already, but Swouse, we've seen enough from him so far, has pulled off aces in 4Ks before, and this would have to be the time, the moment to do just that. Leaps in towards middle courtyard, takes off the head of Pickles, and gives themselves an opportunity now in a bit more of a close position, but it's only a 1v3. Eats an air jab in main lobby. That's a huge audio cue given over to the Champlain side, and they'll send somebody to watch this main hallway, and that's exactly what they'll do. FX with the spear takes the head off the last lonesome player, and you will guarantee a map 4 with Champlain taking this one in overtime.
It's not going to be a flawless sweep for Purdue. We've got a series on our hands, Scott, as Clubhouse is up next here on the menu for NECC. What a valiant comeback by Champlain under all of that pressure on the map pick of Purdue to keep themselves alive for, at the very least, one more map. And maybe if they win out Clubhouse, we'll get to see the 5th and final place of direction, which would be Cafe Dostoevsky. I don't know how you feel about that one, but at least this would be a series to remember in the books of NECC. But before we even get into map number 4, we've got another break up and ready, and then we'll be back in a few short minutes to get that matchup in action to commentate over it. Don't go anywhere, as we'll be back again in just a little while. Welcome back, everyone, to NECC. We've got map number 4 in our grasp here. It's going to be clubhouses. Both teams are ready, set up, and in action to get this one underway. Scott, I'm kind of glad we got past Coastline here because Champlain finally have been able to break the camel's back for the time being and might have a second opportunity at winning out this grand final entirely. But can they do it on their own map pick of Clubhouse? That's going to be the real question going into this one.
What map have we seen so far here, Joan, that has been most similar to Clubhouse?
Probably Chalet.
Now, how did Chalet turn out?
It was a win for Purdue, but we were a round away from overtime. So it was a very close game. You need to take that into consideration. And it was Purdue's pick. So there are a lot of other things to fault upon, not just the map itself, Scott.
Now, now I'm going to gaslight you a little bit here.
No problem. No problem. Respect it. Respect it.
You may have girl bossed a little bit too close to the sun. Oregon, Clubhouse, both of them being the T4, T3 specials, right? Phil is also in that suit, right? They're essentially going to be played around the same level of consistency, right? They're going to have the same baseline strategies to a degree of same agent selection or operator selection, I guess to say. This isn't Valorant. Your ban phase will kind of have Habana in it, which is not always brought in on Oregon, but it can kind of go either way. We know how that map turned out, and we know how Chalet turned out. The map that's most like it in terms of strategies, and the map that's most like it in terms of play time. Both of those went to Purdue, so I would like to give a nod to Purdue, but I think Champlain now has momentum, and that could be the make it or break it for Purdue if Champlain can continue to cascade and find round wins.
That is fair. It was pretty one-sided for Oregon, and in terms of consistency, Clubhouse and Oregon are pretty dang neck and neck. And another buck ban by Champlain, interestingly enough. So I'm expecting on the second half very heavy emphasis on cast extensions if we in fact have a gym and bedroom defense with that extension actually coming into fruition. But that is going to be a very long time before that happens. I guess it's just another elaborate target ban, which is not all that horrible. Kaid ban, not that bad either, I suppose. So the Mavericks job, like you mentioned, last matchup on Oregon will be 10 times easier. And the last one coming in through, I'm expecting it to still be that mirror ban, but maybe a Valkyrie Romai. It will be different, matter of fact, but at least I was still semi-correct. Do I get partial credits here, Mr. Teacher?
Yeah, I'll give you something. I'll give you a good old knuckle sandwich.
But I'm not hungry.
I'm sorry. Unfortunately, this dish is best served cold, and you're going to have to eat it eventually.
White people said.
I am coming into Massachusetts. You are going to have to face my wrath eventually. But
this is true.
I will point out, with the Kaid ban going down, that does make it so that Valkyrie and or Mirror gets through. Mirror is the one who gets through. That's going to make things extremely interesting. In fact, I was going to mention this is going to make Jim and Benjamin be your go-to objective, because Black Mirrors on this site make it absolutely ridiculously difficult to attack on. You no longer need to worry about that CCTV and cash room objective as much as you necessarily need to, because you know my opinion on it. I despise it. It is an objective that is so much recently falling to attacker favor that it is a very smart decision for Purdue to lock in the mirror here and play on this tertiary or typically tertiary objective. Black Mirror will assist, and I'm hoping that Purdue can play around it a little bit stronger, but they'll also have to deny the Champlain side from pushing in from Jacuzzi side as well as Logi Hatch. There's a couple weak links towards the defenses that you can bring when it comes to this objective, but I still feel like it is valuable, more valuable is what I'll say, than trying to pick up CCTV and cash where it is a literal coin flip.
Also need to worry about FX on the Twitch, as if you do not worry or watch out for those pesky Twitch drones, you could lose out on your mirror windows and now open up a nice set of sightlines for those attackers that could give them the upper hand moving later into the round. There are mute jammers afoot though, that could possibly hard counter out, but because it is now a hit scan device, those Twitch drones, you can now snipe them from a range. So depending on how cheeky FX can set up those Twitch drones, maybe they could be put into full effect and completely nullify out the mute jammers. Another thing to worry about as well are those castle barricades. There is no sledge on the board here, so it's going to be a much more timely manner to get those panels open on up, unless Wilhelm will like to expend out those explosive charges on his lifelines earlier than possibly expected.
It's a bit of a methodical start. That's typically how you want to say for an attacking team. There is a little bit less of an emphasis towards control over the garage side, which will allow for Champlain to get a quick entry, but they still have to worry about getting into cash room, and that's where Purdue can put a very strong defensive grip on this position. They've got the castle barricades, they've got the hard wall, just completely violating that wall connecting over to CCTV, and of course there's also that red wall connecting over towards the red staircase. There's a lot of viable options available for Champlain, but they have to commit to the one doorway available, and they'll find success off of it with the F2 in hand, removing Marcato from the engagement, and will now flesh out with Purdue a man down and questions that need to be answered as they'll send their Twitch drone into construction, trying to get any pieces of information and maybe destroy the utility that's available.
You maybe get around and barely missing that mirror window. You can get someone to go around and open up that Logi hatch. A Twitch drone could most certainly snipe out that black mirror window, but Feeling Good Inc. will snipe out Zernex, and now a second down goes Wilhelm as well. Great shots landed by Feeling Good to open things up for Purdue, and they still have control of Logi for the time being. No one's pushed out on that hatch. They've got the mirror window destroyed, but FX will find one for themselves onto yellow. Now opening up a small avenue of approach. There is still plenty to be defended from. Feeling Good Inc. gets extended yet again, but it's FX on their third. Down goes the mute, and it's up to Swaus and Arvo, but they've got a flank afoot. Arvo, a massive pick on towards Pickle, but it's only the Jaeger left alive, and they're completely off-site, allowing potential plant if that case can get retrieved.
It leaves the diffuser down on the balcony, but Arvo wasn't playing forward in the slightest, and it will just allow for FX to play a bit more passively inside construction, hiding behind the wooden boxes, and then waiting, or so I guess the wooden beams, and then waiting for the option to go for the kill, and that's exactly what we see. A successful round win for Champlain, despite the solid start and the, I guess, correct operator decisions for Purdue. They just lost that first player inside cash room, and I felt they didn't buy enough time when it came to their defensive presence in that direction. It's one thing we called out a lot for Champlain on map 1. They did a phenomenal job of keeping Purdue at bay, and now we need to see Purdue get glimpses of that here on map 4 if they ever want a chance to, I guess, keep themselves moving forward and disallow a map 5.
And again, the Twitch drones that I mentioned, it allowed to get cash room opened up very early. And although Feeling Good Inc. was really feeling himself on that round, he definitely got a little bit too close for comfort right around construction room and got ripped to shreds by that F2, which is an amazing gun, despite a couple of its nerfs in the past. But we're going to see the other top floor of CCTV and cash room now in play for Purdue with a relatively different lineup. No mirror on the board this time around. Instead, they are emphasizing quite heavily on the double denial combination of that Jaeger and Romai. You know what they say, 8s together strong, so having the double util in play could really waste a lot of time when a Raptors clear could be attempted by CCE, as a lot of teams are really, honestly, ignoring that presence inside of the construction room nowadays, Scott.
It does feel that way, right? I mean,
yeah,
it just kind of depends on what you want to work for. Obviously, we had a slight change to this map. There was nothing really major. Construction was one of those key points that did get changed, and it was interesting because for like a week, 2 weeks, maybe a month after the change came through, construction was a key point of entry for a lot of attacking teams, but now, you know, you can see it, you know, take it or leave it. It can just really depend on what's going on, but majority-wise, you'll see a very aggressive approach towards that garage side. And for most teams, if they feel that they can't gain entry, they'll typically claymore up and attempt to push a different direction. You can see that Wilhelm will do just that. Places down the claymore outside that garage door. And now Purdue, if they choose to get cheeky with it, will possibly lose their life in the process. But you can see Champlain so systematically, methodically trying to work their way through the second floor, giving them any sort of spacing they can get as they map trick out this east... Oh, it's the wrong utility there, Wilhelm, as they map trick out this eastern suburb hard wall and finally clear it out with the impact utility of the lifeline.
And unfortunately, that concussive lifeline could have been used to help clear out that player and Rafters, disorientate them a little bit, and could allow for an easier lineup when securing that first initial pick. Still that 5-on-5 with Purdue able to control garage for a little while longer, some drones being destroyed, but now they're aware of Lamai's position. He still wins that first gunfight though, and can now reposition, locking down one doorway leading in through garage itself. Maybe waste a little bit more time here. This is massive for Purdue. There's only a minute 20 left, and all that Champlain really has in their back pocket is just that plat control. The FX runs into sight, finds one, looks for a second, and he'll down Swouse in the process. All of a sudden, a massive opening has been found, and Champlain has been able to capitalize. Now officially a 3-on-2, as FX will secure his second kill on the round. And a third! He runs inside a cash room, swings for a fourth, and it's clean! Champlain, they steal away round number 2, and it's 2 instant back-to-back wins for the attacking side.
What is going on right now? You're seeing Champlain come alive as they're victimizing Purdue's defense. They're not able to find any sort of solidarity in their collection of utility. They're finding each and every corner falling in favor of Champlain. It's not just the ego peaks we talked about in map 1. Champlain are getting crossfires. They're giving themselves good positions for utility. They're dumping correctly besides the one concussive blast. Each and every piece of this is just absolutely piecing together like a puzzle, and this is not some Lego piece that you're talking about. You pulled off as your what is it? The Playmobil, the old off-brand kids Legos that you see as kids. No. This is the Lego AT 2020 right now, where you're seeing it's $800 and it takes you a month to put it together, and then your kid drops it off your shelf, and then you cry for the rest of your life because you don't have time to do it again. That's what it's looking like, and Champlain have made Purdue, with nothing they're capable of doing so. They now have to head down to the basement as they're like, nothing's worked so far. What do we do to change this? And they're not even bringing a Mira at this point in time, which I think is a solid decision. Just because she's available does not mean you need to utilize her. I think the Thunderbird is a solid decision, and I think that that's going to be the play that they need to give the defensive rotations necessary HP to stay alive, because Champlain has been sniffing them out and shutting them down.
You're gonna
5
anchor.
seconds remaining.
I would definitely agree Mira can be pretty helpful, especially to deny that main stairwell. You could allow for some pretty easy funnels depending on how well and how long you can play in those Mira windows, which for a basement anchor could be throughout pretty much the entire round, depending on how many grenades on the board, which are very few right now for Champlain. But it looks like they'll opt to go for a mostly anchor-based setup, maybe having 1 or 2 roamers on the prowl. And then when needed to, they'll drop back down into sight and play for those anchor rolls, which on your first defense here of basement of Church and Arsenal, I'm not a big fan of, because you can waste a lot of time with that SSG-based roam, despite the fact that there is a Jackal on the board by FX, which will not be as effective because there is no roam game, but it still wastes plenty of time and potentially wastes a couple of early players by giving yourself that early man advantage for Purdue.
Once you've guaranteed safety on the second floor, you can start to work your way downward. It's a slow game, and it's something you have to be very wary about as an attacker, but it's better to play it a little bit slower and guarantee that you have everyone than it is to just go in, rush in, and die. And right now, we're seeing the reason why Habana is typically banned out. Hatch game very strong when it comes to that kitchen window break. You just rappel on in, go for these X-Kairos pellets, double swing them in, and there's just not enough impacts available for the defensive side to really deny them one way or another, as your Habana and X-Kairos pellets systematically, as they've got, what, 24 to start with? That's 12 attempts to go for and break out that hatch. It just doesn't seem a likely chance. We're seeing exactly that. It'll finally be breached open, and Purdue have lost their first player already, taking Arvo out for the fight, and that's one of their top fraggers in this game, and that's something that they desperately need, as they've been failing to find kills in and out of this one. In Swouse, you see the legs. They've now moved as they stood up. They're constantly going. Swouse, please! It's, oh my goodness. Unfortunate to see, but you still will see Champlain with a man up start to push down that central staircase.
FX has been a massive part of all of these round wins for Champlain. He's got 9 kills in the first 3 rounds, and he's looking to find more, perhaps. 50 seconds remain. Champlain, they're just about ready to start this execution. It's the calm before the storm, really, and Purdue really need to find these key positions to make sure that won't be a third round here for Champlain. There's one pushing out in the back of blue, but Pickle up above will silence out Swouse. Yellow from behind, though, shuts down FX, that key fragger, and Maracado responds on towards Kernex. The Mossberg gets popped out in the background. It's Maracado with a second here, and now it's evened up again, 2v2. Ben rushes down main to finish off feeling good. Even footing here, but very limited time. Not enough to drone, and you have to drop down that main hatch. A plant will have to go down, essentially, as there's no time left to find both of these picks onto Yellow and Maricado, but they have no denial. Maricado, you need to push it forward. Your toxic babes are futile if you're nowhere left to place them. He swings on out, finds his third, and Ben is the last one left alive, deep inside of Arsenal. Finds the first one, but needs one more to win this one out in the post-plant situation. Spots out the Aruni, but runs out of ammo. You need to whip with the pistol here in this position, but has just enough time to reload. It's a second confrontation now as the Aruni steps up above, but Ben with a massive clutch. It's 3 for Champlain as they are unstoppable on the attack, Scott.
How do you call this out? Where is this coming from? Where is Champlain pulled this out? Purdue have found nothing. It is a desolate 0 on the scoreboard. They'd have to find any and everything, and it is absolutely, without a doubt, not there. Champlain has denied every instance of play. That round, that entire post-plant situation was disgustingly one-sided for Champlain. Yeah, Ben was put into a 1v2, but it was a easy cleanup for him. Pick up the first kill. Why is your Rooney jumping in and around? Just reload at that point in time. Play with the gun you have in hand, not the pistol to the side. You needed a better spot. 20 seconds still in the diffuser, and you're playing in a desperation state. Play smart. Don't give up those mistakes. You have to be much more calm and collected, and Purdue failed to do that. No glimpses of what we saw in map 1 and map 2, and they are dying in this second half. A drought on the feed, and man, Champlain have come to feast. It has been a very fun match to watch so far, and they are guaranteeing a map 5 at this rate. But the question on my mind here, can they continue this dominant force, or will it just be a farce if Purdue can make the return?
I feel like a big thing for Purdue overall was just that player position. Like I mentioned literally during the play-by-play segment, was Maricado is in dirt. You cannot do anything to stop a plant. That's happening in sight if you are inside of dirt. No one's moving around there. You have to overextend yourself just by a little bit to at least try to stop that plant from happening. And the Aruni cannot do anything across the site. They don't have a nitro cell. They don't have toxic waves to throw across that rotate hole. Just the little things during the execute really made a big difference, and that could have been around that Purdue were able to take away from Champlain's grubby hands, but it'll still be 3-0 favoring them as they'll start working on that backwards hatch. Feeling Good will try to back off a little bit. They don't want that first initial pick to favor their opponents as they are on a heater. Still haven't to lose a single round just yet, but maybe this could be the deciding chance here for Purdue to take away at least something here on map number 4.
If they take this round, Champlain does, it would at least guarantee we don't see a 3-3 half, which is something that we have yet to see throughout tonight. 3 full maps of play, one of them going to OT, one of them being a 7-3 victory, and we have yet to see a game that has not been 3-3 at halftime. That is an interesting statistic, but I think Champlain are looking to break that stat sheet and try to find something else on top of it. However, a minute of time has been bought, and no one has died, and no one has found a kill, and there's not been too much success, except for the side of Champlain, who have done a fairly good job of keeping safe while clearing out the rest of the map. Map control favoring the Champlain side. They're trying to work down Secret, giving them an option to peek towards Boiler, but beyond just that, there's a player holding down and below, and they're starting to break through the hatches placed inside Kitchen to give them sight lines down below, as well as having an option towards main staircase. If they drop down this kitchen hatch, we may be able to see Ben time in and time out have yet another option of play to work with. But so far, clearing utility and corner, they force Swouse into a corner pocket. Cubby killed though as Kernex finds the option from up above, forcing them into a player disadvantage. Purdue a man down.
Once again, Champlain on top of things here. They still haven't cleared out a lot of this map. They haven't gotten blue control just yet. It's a soft ping to get Yell. That first initial pick, we're on even footing yet again as Ben opens up in towards main, but will have to fall back. That position inside of Memo has not been cleared out just yet. It's still going to be Feeling Good Inc. waiting patiently for that push inside of main. And also, no one's taking care of Maricado yet. He's still inside of Dirt Tunnel with toxic canisters at the ready, forcing Wilhelm to possibly make a play sooner rather than later. Just about 30 seconds remain here in Champlain. They've lost that initial lead and have to still gain a little bit more map control unless they want to go in towards a funnel down on that hatch drop, Scott.
They forced away Dirt, though, to a degree. Wilhelm had an option, but Mercado gets a bit more aggressive and wins the next fight. You see Diffuser going down, and Pickle's going to force a time constraint on our defenders. Ben locks down Auber as they attempt to snap towards main hall. Kernex will find one of their own into Mercado from Dirt's side, and Yellow will lose the next fight, being DB and Ode. It's just up to Feeling Good Inc. holding on in a 1v2. He could go for the pickup, but at this point in time, it's not a guarantee, as Pickle will clean up the job his teammate cannot do himself. It's Pickle and Kernex. One player holding in kitchen, and Kernex has the exact line of sight necessary to rip the head off his shoulders. Purdue bleed yet another round, and that is our first guarantee of a non-3-3 halftime at this point, John.
Really, Champlain just know their stuff on Clubhouse. Despite how well Purdue was keeping them back, they still managed to find a slight opening and get enough picks to allow for a plant to go down. Yet again, nothing being done on Purdue's side to really force out the attacking side of Champlain, and they're going to try to reattempt going up and towards CCTV and Cash Room. I mean, just everything done by Champlain has been masterful, and even having intel to play off of during that post plant, allowing Sledge to find such a seamless pick. Really great stuff by Champlain. And Purdue, you were doing so well in the first 3 maps, and you're really dropping the ball. I want to know how you got to this juncture in the road.
At this point in time, I'm more questioning what Purdue is going to do from this moment onward. They've finally given up on the basement site. This is 100% the right decision. This has been a desolate performance from them in that floor. And yeah, we called them out earlier. We said we like the idea of them playing the same objective twice. We don't have a problem with them necessarily doing that. In that state, I have 100% a problem. You guys did not have a solid performance. You did not string together anything at all. And now you're at a position where, as our observer is now calling out, thank you very much, 8 rounds in a row. 8 rounds, concluding the last match. The last map, I guess I should say, Purdue have failed to do it. And this is what I mentioned last map as well. The second we see Champlain put a damper on Purdue's string of round wins and start to get momentum behind themselves, this is where we'll start to see the change of pace and the tempo go in favor of Champlain. And it's only cascading ever onward as we're seeing Champlain in a dominant 4-0 start of this map.
The wound is definitely getting deeper and deeper in the cut. Purdue is still not been able to finish off this balancing act against Champlain just yet. A little bit of stop destruction working out. Yep, you're gonna keep hammering in. He's trying to get the other half of the wall, but I think you need to wait for the Maverick to open that up first, and then you can get it done, because apparently Sledge doesn't want to work today. This is I don't know if Champlain realized they still need to Maverick that wall yet or not, but maybe they'll figure it out in the next minute or so. They've only burned through the first 60 seconds, so it's not that big of a concern. Really, I'm wondering how they're going to be able to win out on this round, because last time CCTV was played, they only got control of flat and went for a rush, which by a miracle worked because FX was able to find 4 separate picks in that manner. And speaking of openings, it's again going to be Champlain getting that first one here, and Maracado whiffing the first initial gunfight against FX, but he'll win the second time around, equalizing things 4-4.
Great position being played on the eastern suburb. They knew exactly what they needed to do, though them breaking the wall was an interesting performance, so to say. But them actually going for the rappel, finding the long shot over to the feet. And now a cheeky shot from Wilhelm to finish off Marcado, what FX could not do, but they lose Kernex in a firefight with Feeling Good Inc. Now they're in a spot where it's tied 3v3, and they need to gain entry into the CCTV side, and they have the option to do so with that eastern suburb being absolutely opened wide and shot for the Purdue side. They need to stop them early. They'll try to hold on to the red staircase. It does not work out. Feeling Good Inc. will take out Pickle, though. It takes things a little bit closer, but Ben swings in and removes Swouse just as quickly. It's just up to Feeling Good Inc. He'll have to have a 4K in this round if he wants any chance to give Purdue a glimpse of victory. Ben is teasing the diffuser placement. Lunchbox going down ever so slightly. Maybe we're seeing Feeling Good Inc. get a little bit hungry, hunting for this at the point in time, but a time constraint will be forced now on our defenders, and it doesn't even need more than 3 seconds of it as Ben swings through towards that cash room door and removes him just as quickly.
I mean, again, and CCE not really rushing the movement that they were attempting on that round. They took their time for droning in those last 50 seconds. They were able to annihilate and finish off out the smoke of Arvo, which was your only main way of stopping a default plant because you had nobody playing underneath. after it was, I believe it was the Mute who got finished off by Wilhelm after already taking a fair amount of damage against FX. 5 in a row for Champlain as they are playing a majority of these rounds to a perfect T in an instance. And honestly, it would not shock me, Scott, if we perhaps see match point after this 6th round, because Purdue, they haven't felt comfortable on this map the entire time, and it's just been constant adaptation and improvement by Champlain throughout this 4th map, and it really feels like they've got the endurance game top-notch against Purdue here in this grand final.
Ugh, man, it is a marathon right now. We are 1 round away from a flawless half for Champlain. The possibility of them doing so is definitely available. I want to bring something out, a statistic here for you. We guaranteed early. We talked about it previously in the last map. We saw how the previous game for one of the games of the night, I'm trying to scroll back up to where it necessarily was. St. John's defeated Southern Miss, stopping the full reverse sweep, and they won 3-2. The last map going 8-7 score. This one here, we have another game that's completed within the Navigators division. Rio Grande defeat Murray State Blue 3-2. Every single one of these finals has gone to all 5, and Champlain are looking to make this one just the same, despite a very swift 2-0 start from Purdue.
And again, I'm really having my doubts here if Purdue can bring this one back. Oh no, that's not a good start. Feeling good, Inc. That's unfortunate. And he was a key player last time Jim was in play as well, Scott. He found 2 picks to keep Champlain at a distance for a little while, but so is FX. He's dead off the rip as well. Your top fragger now gone, but it looks like Ben has been taking that role quite comfortably, as it's only been those first 3 rounds where FX has found any picks for his team. All of a sudden, things are taking a turn for the better, I suppose, at least for Champlain, because they found that refrag, but this cache extension still needs to be dealt with here and has not come into full effect just yet.
We saw this previously as well. Purdue did a okay job of holding on to cash, but Mercado lost his life a little bit too quickly, and then Champlain just swung in and had no problem whatsoever taking control of construction and moving onward, and that's exactly what I'm fearing we're going to see happen again. However, Pickle will take out 1, it's going to take out Feel Good, and there's going to be more options than just that, and they'll just full commit into pushing that direction. It's just 1 player left standing for Champlain. It's all cleaned up by Smouse and Mercado. There's a player down to the southern sub. There's a secondary player down as they enter it into the room, and then of course cleaned off as your Habana is felled in the last few stages of that round. Purdue will deny a flawless half. They will deny a flawless half in the first half of our map 4. But Champlain have so many rounds of wiggle room. They have 4 more rounds they can bleed to at least pick up 2 rounds, John. That is a huge statistic and a statistical anomaly, so to say. And now CCE is heading to the defensive side of this map.
Definitely begs a lot of questions here for Purdue, but maybe this will end up being a very attacker-favorited matchup here overall in Clubhouse. It definitely has happened in the past before, Scott, and with Maverick being allowed, it can allow for a couple of sites in particular to be attacked a bit easier, one of them being CCTV. And I think Champlain are opting to go here first to kind of test the waters and again, see what they could perhaps get away with. I'm not too sure if it would be a necessity when you only need 2 rounds to win overall, so maybe going gym and bedroom and on top of that, following up with a basement floor pick could have been the better option. But if this works, I'm only picking at Strahls in all honesty, so everything is on the shoulders of Purdue yet again to deny match point and make sure they can have a little more to contend with here on map number 4.
Purdue is going to have an interesting start too. Look at the lineup that they're bringing to the table. They're bringing a Jackal, which will allow for them to deal with the Champlain extended roam when it does come through and if it is available. And I do think that there is, viability for there to be a player down below. You can see Current X actually hanging out there themselves. FX is hanging down below in first floor garage. Whether or not Mercado will be close enough to actually get those footsteps and use the Inox efficiently, or he'll be able to survive long enough to utilize that is another question. But they'll start slowly but surely breaking down that eastern wall and giving them sightlines into CCTV. They can always work in from the kennel side, go down below into supply, and start to clear out the player that's down there instead, because when you look at the defensive side, there's 2 nitro cells they'll have to be very wary of when they try to go for the default placement. The second they hear that diffuser go down, it's going to be up to Purdue to clear away again and deny Champlain for going for the Nitro Cell kill. But they're start off strong. Marcado with the Inox doesn't even need it to find the kill. Removes one. That's Kernex, and that is one of the players hanging out on the first floor. And there was chances there as we saw another player get up to the doorway leading into garage. Could have been another chance for a kill for Purdue.
Fortunately, Arvo has the Nomad. Maybe that roam by Wilhelm could be denied quite well, depending on if Arvo can place those air jabs in the right direction in just the nick of time. He's already extended up in towards Secret Stairs, that Wilhelm player on the Jaeger. Able to catch one off guard, perhaps if anyone wraps around underneath. So far, they'll remain quiet, now end up rotating back up above to try to hold down some anchor spots to help out the rest of Champlain. They're still on that back burner. They still don't have that man advantage. It's the 5-on-4 favoring Purdue, and as they try to clear out Raptors in these next few seconds, that first initial point of map control could be incredibly effective to help them secure a potential post-plant setup in that execution.
They still have the man count advantage, and Purdue have to actually push forward. They've gone 2 minutes, and after the first 30 seconds, we really haven't seen much change beyond this. It feels like they've hit a bit of a filter at this point in time and have yet to be able to grow beyond it and overcome the challenges. But they'll start to work multiple directions. Trying to go through that garage hardball, they'll start to get something going forward, but Ben snuffs out yellow, and you'll see drones going up the garage staircase leading up into rafters. Clear out for Arvo, realizes the defensive utility is in place, and it'll be up to Swouse to find the next kill. The LMGE swings in from garage door, not just takes one, but two, and Marcado will fall suit for their own double kill in the process. One player left standing, it's Wilhelm, and he's got a massive hill to climb. He'll have to find 4 in the process. An air jab sent. They have a huge mindset now for Purdue as they lock down the CCTV site, begin to look for the option to go for the diffuser placement. Wilhelm has an option to swing both directions, will start to head towards that red staircase. He's aware that a defensive presence is there, clears out the air jab, but gets swung by Arvo, somehow lives from the engagement from below as well, eats up a gumball, but has had their retinas systematically dismantled by the flash nade. They still have to deal with the rest of the 4 players of Purdue, and there's nothing they can do.
First round in the books on the second half for Purdue. They did spend a lot of time really just manipulating out that garage control, but in the end it worked out. They got the picks necessary and went in towards site and had those air jabs to play with during the push altogether. It really did force the Jaeger in an unwinnable position with everything on lockdown by Purdue. It will net them another round here overall on map number 4, but it is still a pretty hefty deficit that they're going to need to try to topple over. And again, Champlain, why are you going here exactly? I really want to figure this one out. Are they trying to prove a point against Purdue? Because honestly, I feel like it's not worth it. In theory, Purdue could win this, and there would be no chance of you bringing that one back if they take the entire matchup here. That'd be a 3-1 victory for them. So I feel like just, getting Clubhouse over and done with quicker than probably expected by most, I feel like that's the better call rather than trying to prolong the inevitable, because you guys really didn't do that well on this middle ground site, to be honest with you, Scott.
Yeah, Purdue played the same objective time in and time out, trying to go for the basement too many times in a row, like we've mentioned. Now Champlain attempting to do so? Is this an ego thing, like you mentioned? I don't know. We'll move beyond it. I'm not going to prod at them for too long, but when you're talking about their defensive setup, one of the things that we need to take a keynote over is going to be their cash room setup. Obviously, we saw little to no presence on the red stairs. There was no shield on top of stairs. There was still no shield available to their side either. I don't think they have a proper defensive setup when it comes to these red staircases. At best, they're using barbed wire to slow down a push. And guess what? If you're Zilphia, you can impact nade out that barbed wire and get both of them in the same exact utility usage. And guess what? Swow swung in from garage door, took out 2, had the option to swing in from below as well, stepping into that rec room, and we did not see the option. Purdue have what it takes to clear this out, and Champlain are struggling to deny. However, it's only the second round in. Maybe last round was a fluke. Maybe there is still chances for Champlain. They obviously have a lot of rounds of wiggle room that we've talked about previously. It's going to be a slow and methodical burn to Maverick trick out that eastern suburb hardwall connecting to CCTV. And they're going to have that sight lane open quite quickly, gaining them entry and also gaining the intel as Marcado sparks out. Why the opposition? It'll be Malusi out for the count. FX out. And Marcado finding the frag.
It's a great start here for Purdue. Unfortunately, FX not being able to have that hindsight as to where exactly the Jackal was in play. Wilhelm dealing a bit of damage towards Feeling Good Inc. Not getting that equalizing pick, though. It'll still be the lead up for Purdue. The default cam, shockingly enough, not being destroyed just yet. Ben is able to utilize that to gather some last-second intel before it finally will get destroyed. I hope, the big word in use there. A little bit of util being destroyed there. The explosive lifelines breaking down that barbed wire. Finally, there's a refrag, but Yellow is quick on the response to finish off Zernek before he could find any more damage into that round. It'll still be the deficit here for Champlain as they may still have that Raptors control, but again, Purdue, they are just waiting for that perfect moment here to try to clear out that power position and get ready for another push leading in towards CCTV.
They have the flashes to deal with it. Pickle gets flashed out. There's nothing denying the absolute dump of utility in that direction. Thankfully, though, Ben saves the life of his teammate, takes out Yellow as they tip to step up the garage staircase, and will deny any sort of utility. No one else being able to push up Rafters. Now Champlain in a good position. They can hold on defensively. They down Arvo. They ping out a drone coming in garage staircase as well, and it's now down to 2 lonesome players for the Purdue side. One sitting down below in secret, Feeling Good, hanging out on the central suburb, looking to go in from the CCTV window. And he has no line of sight towards any direction. He cannot find info into cache. He steps into that doorway. He'd have to be very worried about the line of sight connecting over towards main default plant position. And he has to deal with the Aldo-wielding Ben. A mass amount of bullets can just be dumped in that direction. Then his teammate will finally save his life instead. Pickle returning the favor. 15 seconds remaining. Marcado is all by his lonesome. Has to pull out the ITA S in his pockets. And I don't think he's going to make it in any good time here, John. It is going to be a Champlain round win. Marcado hunting, and it's just as slow as can be. He knows it's all over and done. Clear out the hatch. Just, oh, no, he can't even do that correctly.
And that was some clean adaptation as well by Champlain. Not only relying on the Wamai to hold down Raptors, he had backup from Ben to make sure there was no cutoff angle at all, and it managed to keep the entire team afloat to officially put us in match points and put Purdue at a 4-round deficit yet again. They're going to really have to climb up a gigantic hill here on this attacking side. And now that one of the weaker sites in play has been won, we either go to gym and bedroom with a mirror on the board, perhaps, or this basement floor with nothing being really overextended by Champlain. They're not going to opt to go for that roam game, similar to how Purdue like to play on the basement. They're going to go for a more anchor-centric base setup, which begs the question, why not bring out a smoke? Why not bring out any shields? Because now that one point of contention inside the dirt may be a little easier to get control of early on, and that could be just a small enough opening here for Purdue to capitalize on another impactful and important round win and manage to stay on Clubhouse for a little while longer.
Not to take away from this map as a whole here, John, but why in the operator selection screen are some people having a border background and some
It's
don't?
a new thing on the battle pass. That's why.
That's what I assumed. I assume Ubisoft managed to change the UI so they can monetize it further, but I wasn't
But they
sure.
haven't
I wasn't
fixed the
gonna say
observer
anything.
UI yet, so
Yeah,
the
they haven't
util
fixed
is,
any of
one
the
set
other
off.
UI.
Yeah,
But,
thanks.
Yeah.
We
Thank you
know
very
you
much,
really
Mr.
care about
Ubisoft.
Ubisoft. We know what you care
Thank you very
about.
much, Mr. Ubisoft, Mr.
Yeah.
Ubi himself coming through. I didn't know. Sorry, I've been on a Valorant streak, so I try not to pay attention to the battle pass here for R6, but typically ignore it, but I was actually curious for a moment there. I do like it when an elite skin shows up, though. That's a really cool image, but round officially underway. Like you said, Champlain have a good chance to close this one out, but Purdue, they know what they need to do when pushing into this site. They saw what failed for them on the defense, and I can only assume that they'll try to take some of the implementations that Champlain brought forward and bring it into their own game. Ultimately, though, I would have to give the nod to Champlain. I just feel like this is too big of a hill to climb. I'd hate having to say that so many times today. It just seems like a wall that cannot be torn down. There is no Mr. Gorbachev here. There is no sledge. In fact, there is no sledge, quite literally. There is not a strong plan for Purdue to last out 4 more rounds to tie out. Champlain just need to get lucky in one round. Lucky once, and they'll have a great chance to contend in this one, but First minute down, they've cleared the second floor. Just need to work to the first. Doesn't seem like anyone else there for Champlain, as I think they're mostly stagnant on the basement side. But there is a dirt presence available, which is something that has kind of been rare in recent times.
Bringing back to the point of this roam game, if Purdue does not get their butt into full gear and start that vertical play, they are not going to be all that happy moving forward. They need to get that down in the next 10 seconds or so. And oh no one spotted out FX, but Swouse will win that gunfight just barely. That could have been a devastating blow there and an early lead up for Champlain, as nothing much has been done by Purdue up until now, as they finally start off by getting that frag. Now they have a chance to start that verticality. They don't have a lot on the board, though. It's mostly that Zofia and possibly Jackal with their secondary shotgun, then the Habana with some primary destruction on that hard breach towards the kitchen hatch. Other than that, though, at least they will get that first initial pick and maybe be deemed another fighting chance here to remain on Clubhouse for a little while longer. But so far, the impact tricking has been cleaned by Champlain to waste even more time, which Purdue does not have a lot left to sacrifice here.
Look at the amount of impacts they brought as well. They brought 6 to the table. This is not some cheeky play from Champlain. They have dedicated a lot to this play. They still have 2 more, and there's only 4 more pellets available. There's going to be 2 off the top. Now they're sending the next 2. Feeling Good Inc. is trying to get something going. They'll send the last on top. I think they could have a chance to full deny this wall, which is now forcing Purdue to have to think about multiple avenues. I think they've done it. They've disallowed any entrance towards that kitchen hatch. They'll be forced to maybe go in with a map trick instead, but they've sent in another direction. Marcado steps up, takes out one. Swouse finds another. They tunnel visioned in on that hatch for a bit too long, and it gave phenomenal positioning and forced this unfortunate Champlain side to fall victim to each and every methodical approach we've seen. And while they will find one Wilhelm into Swouse, it is an otherwise flawless round for Purdue. But man, you cannot fault them for trying that. They stopped an entire Habana wall on a hatch the entire game. That is actually impressive.
Man, Scott, I have not seen that happen in, oh my
Months.
God, that was
Months.
more than months, almost a year.
Yeah,
I have seen 4 sets.
January.
Do you know the story I'm about to tell? So I brought it
the
up
old from
before.
SFCL?
No.
Oh.
Further back, we're going to
Oh.
AGL, a console
Oh.
league I used to cast for. A team literally brought 8 to 10 impact grenades to counteract the Habana play, which was recently new because a bullet change happened during that season, and it worked. It worked here as well inside of NECC, but what I brought up earlier was the fact there was little to no presence inside of dirt, and because of that, Purdue still had an opening to get into sight and obliterate that defensive hold by Champlain and secure their 3rd round. If there was at least something extra added other than a player and perhaps a Banshee inside of dirt, that could have been a completely different round, as that impact tricking was pristine and, like you said, completely shut out that one direction of approach inside of kitchen.
Oh, I can only imagine the frustration that Purdue were having, and in all honesty, it may be a sense of frustration, but at the same time, you're probably sitting there like, I can just do this all day. It doesn't mean anything to me. When my team steps up, knows exactly where they need to place themselves, that central staircase, first 2 picks, was pivotal to them. They also managed to get pretty darn close through Secret and give themselves a chance over towards maintenance and boiler side, but I will give the full nod over to Purdue. It was very cool what Champlain did, and the last time I saw a very successful full hold for impact nade tricking out Habana on that hatch for kitchen was way back in, I think, early season 2 or ending season 1 for SFCL. It's been a long time for me as well, John. It has been an extremely interesting time, to say the least, but Purdue, dominant performance. Unfortunately, they still have a large amount of rounds to come back. But they are climbing it, man. They are climbing that hill. They are on their heelys and they are sliding. This is not a simple jog or sprint. They're looking cool while doing it.
Yeah, it could be possible, but it is a 3-round deficit. Still a little bit tricky, but definitely much better when we had to consider a 5-1 first half split after all. So I guess things are turning towards greener pastures for at least a little while. But before we get this pause fully finished up, we will go into a short little break, as there is 6 minutes max. So we don't want to be sitting here and staring at the camera for that long. So we'll go to a short little break and be back once the pause is finally finished off.
John, I think we're back. I think we're officially back into this one. I'm not sure exactly what the plan is just yet. No, not at all. It's not it.
No,
Right,
this gameplay is just a lie. It's been pre-recorded. We're all on a script.
Yeah, this
here.
is all
We know who's already
pre-recorded.
going to win.
Yeah, speaking of pre-recorded, make sure everyone's mics are active, make sure everything's working, and we'll just keep everything coordinated. We'll check all the stats
For
and
once,
stuff.
Scott, my internet is actually working. I got that thing hardwired like a few weeks ago.
Oh shoot! Well, I forgot to DDoS you today. My bad. Here, let me get.
Dang it, I didn't change my IP.
Sending extra RAM. Let me go ahead and change your
I
IP
need to
address.
download more RAM. Stat.
Stat.
The only thing that can hold you at bay.
What's that old TV show that like came out in like the 90s where he was like hacking something? He goes, "Oh, it's a 37 stage encrypted password. I'll just dedicate 2 gigs of RAM to do that. Should be enough." And we're in. I went, "Oh my god." Oh, it's a classic. I'll try to find it afterwards and show it out. It is so funny. But you know what's also really funny? Champlain being a bit of a sleeping dragon, a sleeping giant. They have been the dark horse, so to say, a bit of a unexpected team to make the return, and yet Purdue are struggling here and are facing once again match point to lead us into the full BO5 of that map 5.
And they took a timeout as well. I feel like they really want to bite back here on Clubhouse, and they have a very good chance of doing that. However, it's a single round that Champlain needs to make sure that comeback story does not happen, and we see a full 5-map rotation here, bringing us all the way to the Russian cafe of Cafe Dostoevsky. Funny enough, and Champlain will lead off with that initiating frag. Down goes Yellow, one of your main sets of frag grenades, and one of your main hard breachers as well. Only Habana remains on the board now, and this will force a lot of time to be spent. And so far, Cash Room, it's not been cleared out just yet. Swaus was close in doing that, but will miss out on a very vital shot there to keep things in the lead for Champlain.
I like the team play that's going on here for Kernex. He's holding a great position to assist his teammate actually deep inside Cash, and unfortunately, Spouse almost had their headlock clean on, but doesn't seemingly work out that direction. They'll clear out the Banshee placed inside corner, and now FX needs to watch their rear as that red wall has started to be toppled open. But they also have the teammate assistance of, once again, Kernex to help them out. But there's too many avenues of approach right now for Purdue. It just seems like they were doomed to lose FX eventually, and this is exactly what we see. Now tied in a 4v4. Nades in hand, you can see he's looking to toss it over the top. It does not seemingly hit its target as Kernex gets up and close to the window and starts to head back to the objective itself. Pickle, that is an enemy you could have shot at the opportunity. Crouch and then take the shot. The mirror window will block the opportunity first, but Kernex will not miss the next one. Takes out Marcado as they attempt to swing in towards that side, and now down to the 3v4 with only 48 seconds remaining.
Flashbangs playoff up, that could be big. Nice wall bang by Feeling Good Inc. to now equalize yet again. Purdue still have a great chance here at remaining on Clubhouse for a few more rounds or so. And they'll start on that drone game too. They want to pinpoint these last couple of locations, and Kernex is already low as well. This could easily turn into a 3 versus 2 favoring Purdue if we have Champlain mess this one up, go for a little bit too much trolling here. This could turn into a 4 versus 6 round differential. Kernex still playing aggro, such little HP, but Feeling Good Inc. will not extend until now. Down goes Elysian, and the main advantage is back in the favor of Purdue. 10 seconds left, though. You have to play for that denial here, CCE. Swing comes in through, Pickle's now down. It's only Wilhelm left alive, Pistols out one, but can't drop the hatch in time. Purdue will take round number 10, and we're still in Clubhouse as long as Purdue can keep making these miraculous comebacks here in the matchup.
What was that word, Joan? What was that word?
I'm sorry. I think I'm lagging here. Michael, I can't hear Scott right now.
Strange. It's fine. Just mute him. Just mute him until his internet seems to come back into play, Michael.
I tried saying miraculous, Scott, but but I think my tongue got caught on the roof of my mouth, and I went like
This miraculous.
That sounds exactly like how CC is playing right now, because they are not doing too hot. Right
yeah, I mean, it's weird to think that this map has been attacker favored, right? I mean, a 5-1 halftime, and now we're seeing 4 rounds in for Purdue, and they have taken, 3 rounds in the attack, and they've taken a good job. I guess it's 4 rounds total in the attack, because we did see Champlain win one of those attacking rounds, or defensive rounds, I guess I should say. But Purdue have had a really good string of rounds. They just need to continue to find these. It's very important that they keep the momentum on their side. I talked about Champlain keeping the momentum, where they won, 8-9 rounds, I think, by the end of it, total in a row, as they'd obviously ended off that last map in a very dominant spree. Champlain's now lost a lot of that momentum and are starting to feel the pressure from Purdue, and the closer we get onto it, as I mentioned it in map 3, you do feel the pressure, but I don't feel like Champlain is a team that falls victim to the pressure. They're not the team that shakes and grows weary. They're the team that grows stronger and overcomes this. But Purdue have obviously been feeling that as well. They started to feel the wear. They've started to feel the tear, and now they're clapping back with a level of ferocity that we have not seen from them, except for map 2 second half. And I would love to continue to see this one going on, but eventually we either have to guarantee that 5th map, or eventually we either have to guarantee Purdue come back entirely, force OT, and win it out to not require the last map of Cafe.
Again, Purdue, they have not been allowing Champlain to find enough success to really tie themselves in and officially out, essentially, of Clubhouse. Again, though, devil's advocate, still going to reign in true for a little while. One more round, and eventually there'll be a win for Champlain. Even if we get to a 6-5 setup here, it could turn into 7-5 at the turn of a dime, perhaps. This has been the most quiet round so far, though, for Purdue. Luckily, though, FX springs into action for Team Champlain, silencing out Purdue tenfold now. Your Habana is now dead to rights. One of your main sets of stuns and a pretty good gun as well. Purdue now at a massive drop-off here, with Champlain finally clapping back after so many rounds being won here for Purdue on their attack.
I'm very worried for Purdue now. Like you said, losing Habana is really unfortunate. That's flashes, I think, is the most important part right now, as they really need to get rid of the player in rafters. They need to work underneath, clear out that garage hard wall, which Habana would have been phenomenal at doing, and now they're going to have Yellow do that instead, which means they're going to have to be a little bit slower in their approach, and Yellow is currently busy trying to get rid of the player inside of Eastern Staircase towards that red steps. They're not able to do that, and they'll find even more damage falling in favor of Champlain. 2 more fall. It's going to be Chemex and FX to find themselves each one, and now it's just up to Yellow and Swouse to complete the rest. This will have to be a full 5 kills from between the two of them, and they have yet to even flush a single player out of rafters and haven't found a tidbit of damage on that lonesome player either. Pickle has had no troubles and no qualms about sitting still and holding tight.
It's been nothing but confidence here on round number 11 for Champlain. Swouse has to make that initial push, but there is a beeper. Down goes Yellow, but Swouse will win that next gunfight onto Pickle. It's not going to be able to revive out Yellow in time. It'll be an ace here for the Zofia, and it's not going to work out at all. The drop down from below will be successful by Champlain, and they will bring us the distance all the way to Cathay Dostoyevsky. We got a series on our hands, Scott, as we have brought ourselves all the way to map number 5.
Well, guys, it's time. We'll have to take a quick little break. We're not going to jump just yet. We'll talk a little bit more about this for a second longer, but make sure to grab coffee, because you're desperately going to need it in between this, because the game is ever onward, and it has been a very fun night so far. We're nearing 5-hour plus territories. We've gone to OT. Yeah, there was a quick map, but the OTs have evened this one out, and this one getting close as well to OT makes it even harder. John, it has been a fun night so far, and the action can only continue, unfortunately, on the map of Cafe, but it'll have to come at you after a quick little break. Make sure to stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more NECC. Unfortunately, we are back, and unfortunately, that means Cafe has to come up next in our map 5 of our BO5. My name's Infernosis, in case you forgot. You definitely didn't forget the handsome fellow next to me, aka Fellow, as that is his name implies. And we have ourselves the grand finals of our Champions Division for the NECC R6, and it has been a thorough and rough slugfest through and through.
A little back and forth action, both teams winning out map after map after map after map. So 2-2, and now one of these two are going to have to bring this one back all the way through with the decider of Cafe, a map that I know you're not a big fan of. It's definitely grown on me by probably like that much, like a very tiny amount, but it is still a little bit more enjoyable for me nowadays. I feel like it can be really well played depending on who's actually on the matchup at the time. It really comes down to basics overall because you do a little bit of everything on Cafe. So if there's something that you mess up at a lot as a team, it becomes very obvious when you play on Cafe because your opponent can really milk that one thing and get away with a lot of wins. As an attacker, maybe you're not the best at clearing out the roam game at an effective rate to really keep a lot of time on your side. Maybe your vertical play game kind of sucks. It just, again, it becomes very obvious when you go on Cafe because you do literally everything on that map. And hey, now we're on the map of Cafe, so not only can we talk about the gameplay in these next few minutes, but also talk about the bans that are happening here. I think the question that is in my mind is, will Champlain opt to ban out the Buck? Because this is probably one of the best maps for him in play. However, if that happens, we'll have a Thatcher on the board and also a Flores, which might be a lot and could possibly make this a very attacker-favored side of Cafe, Scott.
Man, and Cafe has already basically been taking victims when it comes to the defensive side, right? Cafe has started to fall more and more in favor of attacking teams. It's something that we've noticed is it's starting to fall more in 50-50. Attackers sometimes take more, defenders sometimes take more. But yes, like you stated, Thatcher will be banned out. That makes things much easier for your defensive half. And I think that's a solid decision for them to ban that one out, even though Champlain knows they're starting off on the attack. I think this is the right choice for them. However, Kaid will be the first defensive ban. Getting rid of the Electro Claws will allow for it to be a little bit easier in terms of destroying out and doing hard wall denial. One of the best hard walls to worry about is going to be the top stairs hard wall connecting over towards your lounging side, towards Cigar Lounge. And unfortunately, the last ban will not be something standard like a Mira or a Valkyrie like this map typically necessitates. No, a Maestro. Evil Eyes, it's still information here, John, but it's interesting because Maestro is almost a necessity, and when holding C2 on this third floor, it's going to be interesting to see how they pan this one out.
It's not completely atypical, but personally, I don't like the ban here because really neither one of these teams did that good on Maestro. I'm going to keep it at $150, Scott. Both these players kind of dropped the bag. They just ran at people with the Alda and forgot that he actually has 2 Evil Eye cameras, which are great for plant denial. So it definitely frustrated me as someone who really likes Maestro in play to now have him banned when something more important could have been taken care of, like perhaps a Mira, which when it finally wasn't banned, it was in play. Now, she's not that great on Double Kitchen, hence why she's not here on round number 1, but the lineup here by Purdue is still pretty dang strong overall. They've got enough util to probably go for a bit of a heavier roam, but also still have something to fall back on, and maybe, despite the fact that there is no shields in play on round number 1, we could still potentially see a small extension leading in towards the Kochek area, maybe Whiskey, and of course, that VIP area, locking down a majority of that bottom white stairwell.
I am very interested to see why Champlain has picked this lineup. They have no sledge, which means it's going to be extremely difficult for them to clear out the floorboards inside terrain to give them sight lines down to the A sites, and they won't have the verticality necessary to facilitate a flush out of the objective site for Purdue. They need to keep them out of the objective, and they need to keep them roaming towards the stairs, the hallway sides and alley sides. Is yours frozen as well?
Nah, you lagged out. I'm just kidding.
I lagged out. Is it
frozen.
me finally that had my internet die?
I think Mr.
Batansky. It's unfortunate. Mr. Batansky? Was it him that caused it?
Hello? Daniil?
Are we still live? At the very least.
We are
Yeah, so
live.
there
Hi,
we go. We
guys.
are live. Indeed. I'll just finish out the point I was talking about. They need
Go
the
ahead.
floor denial. They need the floor destruction against sightlines. And on top of doing that, we noticed that there are mute jammers in play for Marcado. That's going to be wall denial. That's going to be what stops the Champlain side from breaking in from Bakery Wall. It'll also stop them from busting in more majority-wise the freezer hard wall. And without that, without the second floor destruction, I don't think Champlain have a great way to deny that utility, and they're going to be very hard pressed to get any of these hard walls open with their ace.
Yeah, I think we're going to go into caster cams real quick. Tofu's PC died, so that's unfortunate. I think with that being said,
Fire him.
we
Fire him.
yeah, maybe. We didn't have anyone else to go and observe though tonight because most of our observers for
Don't fire
R6
him.
are EU based. Yeah, don't fire him yet. Wait until after the game, of course. But
Yeah.
with that being said, I'd love to talk and, chat for a bit, but we literally just got round number 1 started, so there isn't a lot to really discuss as of right now. So we'll go into a quick little break, get our observer back online and into the matchup so we can continue talking about the last map here of Cafe in a few short moments. Don't go anywhere as we'll be right back.
sorry, John. I think I'm allergic to technical errors and faults of our observer. Strange.
Oh no.
It is what it is. It's fine to a certain degree. I will go ahead and say we forgot to put
Please.
the bans in. That's the observer's fault again. I think the
Please,
players
gents.
are agreeing right now to do a gentleman's agreement. But round 1 dropped to Champlain. Not only did it drop to them, but FX cleaned up for a 3K within the round, which is what guaranteed them that round 1 win. Now, did I actually watch what happened? You can actually deep dive what happened? No, not at all. The players had to tell us, and they don't necessarily give us every tiny nitpicky detail. But John, let's get it going. Round 2 in the books. Let's see what goes down.
Yeah, it's unfortunate too. I bet the Rome game was pretty swift to manage to win out round number 1 on Double Kitchen so well that we're going to have another heavy Rome comp when we're playing on Bar and Cocktail. This doesn't feel right, but man, I kind of like it. It's a bit of a guilty pleasure, I'm going to be honest with you, because you can have that verticality and utilize nitros underneath. And with a majority of the flooring being soft, you can open up with shotguns. Again, you can utilize nitro cells, even impact grenades. So maybe having that roam game underneath, it might allow for a false sense of comfort by the attacking side here. Wait, are sides different too? I thought CC was defending first. Well, apparently not. Apparently they cleared up the roam game.
Champlain was attacking first. Because we picked apart,
Yeah.
we called out Champlain for not having a sledge.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
See, that's how you know it's like getting near the end part of the day, because we're in like deep night when I start making dumb mistakes like that, forgetting which side is on which. Then I'm really wondering why the hell they're running for another Rome heavy comp. To be honest, Scott, I'm kind of perplexed now. To be blunt with you.
Yeah, we'll get
Since
through
we
it.
didn't see
though.
round
We'll
one.
get through it. No, I'm gonna gaslight you. It's too late. I'm gaslighting you. Ooh, cheeky attempt there by FX. I think that was into Arvo. Yes, indeed, they're the one who was tagged. Cheeky play, very close to finding the kill, but unfortunately falls up a little bit short. And I do like the run game as well, because a lot of teams fail to clear out the second floor. They typically will ignore it for a majority, if not latter half of them, the entire round. And I think that that's going to be a very interesting dart format. Most teams typically will clear out train. That's typically the end of it, as they'll use it as a great way to give themselves entry over towards Cigar Lounge. But nothing's happening just yet. We do see the player of Swouse holding close towards New Hatch. He's trying to hold in that new balcony side. And he has to be worried about multiple directions, as they can get a skyline shot to his legs, as well as just toss a nade down below and remove him quickly if he's not too careful about where he lies.
Ooh, and there's going to be that first pick. Ben spots out Swouse, who is still playing very aggressive near that new Balk drop. So it'll be first leadoff pick here for the side of Champlain. They're trying to clear out Pixel here, but Yellow has not been flushed out entirely just yet. Still need to burn through those ADSs, even as backup by the Mute, I believe to be. But the Mozzie will run for the hills and force Maricado by themselves. For the time being, he'll hop in through that rotate hole and find a brilliant shot as he retreats back into sight, but he'll be finished off for his crimes by FX. Now a 4-on-3 with Champlain back in the lead and clearing out Pixel. They just need to get that foothold inside of the site itself and go for a plant.
When you got a player disadvantage now for Purdue, you're on the defensive side, you can kind of turtle up and give yourself a chance, but you've got to start getting the damage done, and they're going to do that. FX out for the count, not allowed to get the 3K this time, as Feeling Good gets a good flank, but Yellow unfortunately loses the fight over to Pickle. Bright fragged back, Ben slapped quickly by the MX4 Storm in the hand of Feeling Good Inc. They're going to send an air jab over towards the Cigar Lounge side. They still need to flush out the back of bar. Arvo sitting inside C2, inside Cocktail, looking for maybe any inkling of chance for the player to get a bit aggressive. Pickle leaps the head off Feeling, and Arvo's not really given the information. There's no team call out here. That would have been an opportunity for Arvo to stand up and peek that direction, and we didn't see that at all. And now he misses the shot opportunity onto the head of Pickle. He's got an opportunity to wallbang, but he doesn't really have the chance to commit at this current state of time. He's going to pre-fire, but it does not seem to matter. Pickle sprays just as quickly, and the rifle in the attacking team's hand with the one that comes out on top. Oh, that is not even, I'm not even sure how that came out on top. But you will see Champlain find an attacking round win. They're second now.
Oof. The early overextension as well by Purdue, starting out Champlain with a good initiating frag. Managed to get control of Pixel, a pretty decent pace as well. Feeling Good Inc. Sorry, I don't want to get trademarked anytime soon. He was able to step back up. Mhm.
All right, all right. We can only do so much.
Yeah. We don't want to get DMCA'd anytime soon. It was too accurate.
I'm sorry, NECC. I'm
Too
sorry.
accurate.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, we didn't mean it. We swear.
We were
Anywho,
just such perfect singers. They caught us out, dude. That's what it is.
yeah,
It's a
true.
compliment.
Americans Got Talent here will be the
Defenders,
first two
protect your bombs
shoutcasters
from
on the
being
event,
defused by
perhaps.
attackers.
Anyways,
Hmm.
back into what I was saying. Feeling Good Inc. did find a small opening, and Case was also dropped too. But it was still a win overall for Champlain. They were able to find that refrag eventually, as Feeling Good Inc. definitely was feeling himself a little too much there and didn't know when to fully back off and realize when it was far too much for him to handle there. It'll be a second round on the attack for Champlain. We talked a little bit how this map can be a bit more attacker favored here, but definitely not to the extent to get a substantial lead like what we saw on Clubhouse. Even then, it's roughly the exact same statistics between both Clubhouse and Cafe. And that also brings out the question here, are we going to see a roughly clean sweep, speaking here, Scott, for this first half? Because Champlain, they played brilliantly on map number 4, and already they are doing God's work here in these first 2 rounds of Cafe.
I don't know, man. This is. I wish we had seen round 1. I'm gonna say it, not to bring up and be a Debbie Downer to our observer once again, though it is his fault. Blah 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 blah. Whatever. Love the kid to this, so it's fine. I can say this. No hard feelings. I really wish we saw how round 1 went. I know that obviously there was a 3K for FX, but really beyond that, we don't really have anything else. So it's a little unfortunate to not know how close it was, what exactly went down, the strategy that we saw on Brett Ford. I only thought that maybe it was a bakery-sided push, considering that they didn't really have a great second floor plan. But ultimately, we'll never find out, so I might as well move beyond it. But with that last round, we obviously saw what the Champlain side are bringing to the table, and Purdue is going to opt to go back to this third floor, which is an interesting decision. While it did come down to the 2v2 at a point in time, it ends as in 2v0 as the Champlain side cleans up. Purdue are once again possibly shooting themselves in the foot as they're playing an objective that they've already lost once, and I'm not seeing a huge inkling of change for their side. They're not allowed to have that Alda for the Maestro, as that was technically banned out in the ban phase, though that was not selected in this. They are going to auto rule that one up, the gentleman's agreement, and so they don't really have a phenomenal long-range weapon to hold out in C2, and they're fulfilling that role with Arvo with the 416C, and it's not the same thing. It doesn't fulfill the same role as strong as it should.
That managed to bounce
got the shield.
pass. It pounced back the ADS. It denied it of actually catching the grenade. That's massive. A swing comes in through by FX. He'll win the first bout, but Mercado is there for a quick trade. Here comes the drop, though, by Twitch, eliminating out Swouse. 3 versus 3. The down is confirmed, though, inside of Bathroom. CCE reclaim the lead, but Yellow is there to strike. Now Champlain will have to work for this execute a little bit more than anticipated. ADS gets burned, the air jab being denied for a little while longer. Arvo holds up the aggressive stance here, but is on very little HP. 1 to 2 shots could finish him off here and bring back that advantage here for Champlain. They still have more than enough time to flush out these last 2 defenders that are deep and padded inside of sight, but the melee hole has not been spotted out. Yellow finds a second, leaving just Pickle, the last one alive here for Champlain. This could be the first round win for Purdue, so long as they do not allow Pickle to clutch this one out. 30 seconds left. Tension is huge here for Pickle. He looks away at just the wrong time, but will not get taken care of just yet. Can now pivot around and try to get a second opportunity to win out these next couple of gunfights. But again, has no clue where Yellow's playing at. They're so close to one another. This might be make or break here for Purdue if he wins that gunfight, but he's caught out sprinting. Yellow heard the audible cue and will find their third on the round. It'll be Purdue to take their first one here on Cafe.
It's these slight audio cues that you're able to key in on as Purdue. You hear Pickles going around the corner, you hear him trying to step over towards Freezer Hall, and you get the rotation, you peek over to check your rear, and you find them. Now you turn the other direction, and you start to flood in over towards Cigar Shop. You know you've dropped the diffuser in that direction, you know they were killed over there, and you just need to hold that. They, with a major misplay for the Champlain side, there wasn't much they could necessarily do, so I don't want to fault Pickle in any way whatsoever. It just was an unfortunate situation to overcome, and smart decision making by Purdue. They do kind of force the one-on-one, which does make it a bit scary, but they had a secondary player that was available that they could keep alive and play for the time, and that's exactly what worked. It's essentially a third player on the field, as Father Time will assist you quite handily, and that's what defense typically is all about. Now, with this round officially getting ready to start underway, and round 4 now being our tertiary objective of Fireplace and Reading, there are a couple mainline strategies you'll see be brought forward. One is a heavy-handed emphasis towards that train museum and train side, mining side, I guess I should say. Another one would be a heavy-handed emphasis to take control over reading room door and just swiftly step in from the outside veranda. And then I guess the third option would be to take control over hatch above laundry room, have a swift drop, get control of white staircase, which is your typical attacking strategy, and then work your way downward slowly and methodically. Whatever approach we do see being employed here by the Champlain side, they're going to need to make sure that they commit and do not falter as they progress onwards. And with no sledge, it's going to make it really difficult here, John, for the Champlain side to use that third floor strategy of breaking the floorboards out on C2.
I think because of that, they're going to opt to maybe only get control of cigar / piano and then basically just rotate all the way down and try to go for a plant inside of that dining / fireplace area, perhaps, because they don't really have a lot to play with up above. They could definitely clear out this mild amount of util up above, but after that, they don't have a lot in terms of stop destruction. So the best option here, like I said, just go for only a little bit of control up above and then rotate on down to go for that plant leading in towards the fireplace area. Maybe deploy some of those air jabs as well to make sure no one pushes frontward facing. It has to be that bottom push coming through by Purdue. So far, though, it appears that Champlain is still opting to find at least some sort of initial fight here down in towards the bar area itself. But Yellow, the same dastardly angle, and he gets away as well from the confrontation. He'll finally be punished by Wilhelm, but it's still a pick nonetheless for Purdue in that first minute and a half.
That's such an unfortunate spot as well. Yellow's like, uh-oh, castle barricade. Where do I go from here? Oh, yeah, straight to the afterlife. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. But you can also tell as a player in Cigar Lounge, you see the nitro cell being prepped to be ripped and dipped. But unfortunately, so far, not being expended. You'll still have to worry about this C2 hold. Swals will say, I want none of it. We'll give up cocktail. And unfortunately for the Champlain attack, they'll lose FX in the process with a 416C and the hand of Arvo. The flashes ring out towards this White Hall. Hernex works their way over to White Staircase, has an opportunity to go for the refrag back as Ben has been down, but Mercado takes 0 damage in the process, brings out the Super Shorty as well to make matters even worse. A bit of a, I guess, toying with your opponent when they're already down situation, but there's still plenty of time. 45 seconds is a lot of time to work with here, John. They still have some smokes to work with, the cut sightlines, as well as the Twitch, X-Kairos pellets, and Lifeline utility.
It looks like they're going to have to end up funneling in towards reading room, perhaps. And there is a castle barricade still impeding them from getting in towards that key part of the map. They only have this top floor control, and a hatch drop might be important, but Swaus is waiting for that drop to eventually come into fruition, waiting so patiently as there's little to no time left on this round. Twitch will try to spot out this Malusi inside of Laundry, but cannot do it in time. It's a clean sweep so far. Purdue, the 3-1 lead. Only Wilhelm is left alive, and he's out inside a Z hallway. Cannot land the shots despite how much ammo he has in that magazine, and Swaus will be there to finish it out and give Purdue their second round win and bringing us into 50-50 standpoints moving into round number 5.
Ooh, what a solid start right now. This is going to be an interesting game to say the least. It's Cafe, so there's obviously some negatives to it, but they definitely know how to make it interesting, especially with the fact that Mozzie just looks so handsome in the screen, right? There is obviously a glitch where it shows the elite skin, but it's not actually them. So just an FYI for those of you that are seeing that and maybe don't know. I didn't know about it till today. Is it not as elite anymore? Did he actually?
No, but it's pretty close.
A skin for it?
I thought that. Close. I'm not gonna lie. I thought that too originally, to be honest.
Did they change his image?
It's just one of those player card things. Remember what I was talking about?
Yeah. It's a battle. Oh yeah, it's a battle pass thing. Thanks, Ubisoft. I hate you guys. This is so unfortunate.
Just blame it on Ubi.
I hate it. I absolutely despise it. Small indie company, they make mistakes. Small indie company, they make mistakes. Felt like they released 6 games this year. No, John is a small indie company. Jeez. I've been talking to too many J names recently. I'm going to call you Joseph soon, even though I don't know a single Joseph. That last round was a fairly interesting return there for Purdue, now tied 2-2. I do think Purdue have started to get a little bit of pacing underneath them and have started to understand what Champlain are bringing to the map when it comes to their attack. And majority-wise, it's just a very heavy-footed approach, pushing into each direction they go for. When you're talking about the third floor hold for Purdue, it was a lot of Champlain just iron fisting their way through the Cigar Lounge side, trying to take control over Whitehall and Freezer Hall. And majority-wise, it was pretty dominant performance there by Yellow to make that melee hole and go for the kill long range. That's ultimately what shut down Champlain. And we saw that again the last round, though he got refragged back, and then they lost their heavy-handed focus that they were going towards, and Purdue just had to slowly but surely pick them apart. So it's like a picked apart a pack of pickled Champlains. Is that good? Is that a good segue?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I was going to say, I want to kind of try to do a bit of a tongue twister because my tongue has definitely been caught out several times here. Maybe I'll do it later, though. There might be a little bit of action going in underway. That first minute, you can only find out drones and maybe find out some roamers that are a little bit too far extended. In particular, that will be Yellow, someone who was able to find a lot of opening picks for their team, but unfortunately will be relegated to camera duty on round number 5. Purdue not having that advantage here. That's going to allow Champlain to have a little bit of an easier time when it comes to clearing out this top floor, but there is still a whole another floor they have to worry about. Luckily, though, no one's actually playing there, but they still have to remember that nitro cells are on the board, in particular by Morikato, and that could end up landing onto someone and allowing for a refrag to come in through and deny that advantage that Champlain has well earned in the beginning of round number 5.
When you're talking about this defensive stronghold that has to be set forward, you can't allow yourself to fall victim to in your roam game to just kills that shouldn't be dropping, right? Champlain, yeah, they did a good job to get the first kill. The second one, I'm not sure why he was necessarily peeking there. He should have been playing for information. I think this is a recurring problem we're seeing right now for Purdue. A lot of their roaming players are thinking, hey, I'm roaming to kill, I'm roaming to die, and instead of thinking, hey, I'm roaming for information and then retreating back. That's something we saw really well on Coastline for Champlain if they had lost one round really poorly and then came back and had their roam game be almost impossible to overcome. But ultimately, with only 55 seconds truly remaining in this round and only 3 players for Purdue available, this seems like a very, very rough situation to overcome. Champlain have control over Hatch. They've given themselves an insight in towards Freezer as well, and they're starting to give themselves multiple outlooks, a varied avenue of approach as they start to peek over towards the bakery wall as well, and they've still got control of second floor. Wilhelm takes out one more. Swouse and Feeling Good Inc. last 2 left standing. Feeling Good Inc. will headshot one tap out Kern, but it does not seem to matter as Ben swings out to find Swouse. Feeling Good Inc. will not survive their escapade over towards Freezer. A dominant performance there from our Champlain College side.
The roam being dealt the very beginning of that round there for Champlain, and there was no reattempt at recontrolling that top floor, so the vertical play was a problem throughout the rest of that round. And then the push in towards site happened through. It was already a 5-on-2, and there just wasn't anything left for Purdue to try and establish on round number 5. They'll have to re-attempt their luck here on the 6th one. They're not going to be going towards the basement. Instead, it's all the way up on floor number 3 with Bar and Cocktail now in play, which they've won once, but also have lost. Their lineup, though, is still the exact same. They're not changing a single thing except bringing out the Mira here, which is not banned. You might have not remembered that because the bans are not on the screen, but that is okay. We have them written down. The teams know what they can and cannot play in here. Yes, I believe we heard the Wind trying to relay that. Jackal, Thatcher, Aid, and the Maestro in that order. So Mira can be in play respectively, and that can help with the anchor game, which is something that Purdue has not been that strong in for the most part. If their roam kind of falls to the wayside, then their anchor game will tend to follow suit. So having a bit of a stronger setup there in the back line could be a key thing to make sure they've got a backup plan to slow down Champlain and possibly keep things on an instant back and forth here and make it that 50-50 split going in the second half.
I think a lot of what Purdue have been doing on the defense as well when it comes to this third floor is they lose a couple players over towards that cigar lounge side when they sit inside close cubby. You saw that nade that went previously that actually cleared shields. They also have players in back bar that lose their life. C2 doesn't really give them a lot of success. It's been hit or miss for Arvo to find impact in that direction. It's really been up to Yellow with that Roni, typically speaking, now rocking the Vector in that Mira, but it's been typically up to Yellow holding that melee peek angle from behind one of those short bars. Purdue need to stop playing to die. We mentioned that previously, at least I did. Their roam game seems like they're just walking in, not playing for the information and to make it back and just trying to continue to get an early pick. It's not always about the first frag, and for Champlain, their players are fairly, I guess stagnant is not really the word I want to say because that kind of is a negative connotation. They are duetting very well. They're pushing in locations, never solo, typically having an outstanding player next to them. So if there is a frag, there's a refrag. If there's not a frag, you both can pounce on the player. There is a much more plausible approach available for Champlain to make a return in finding that roaming player if they bring in a double player to do so. And they've been doing that, and they've been shutting down Purdue. That's what's been giving them a high level of success for the roam game in this third, second. Now it's going to have to start doing it in the second to third as they start to drop down these hatches and push on to the objective.
Roam game will begin to crumble, only slightly though. Arvo off camera will get rid of Ben from the picture, your only hard destructor. There is still a bit of a presence here on that middle floor. Maybe you could wait for a hatch drop in towards the new balcony and catch somebody off guard, as there are bound to be air jabs waiting for you at the top of red and maybe potentially some of the other parts of the map as well. FX, beginning of white here, will get rid of Maricado, bringing back that man advantage. Down goes yellow as well. It's just a cascade of orange here for Champlain to bring it 4-2 in their favor here. Moving into this second half, Scott. Man, what an impressive execute at the very end.
Is this the possibility? I don't want to jinx it, John. I really don't. I got to be a little bit careful with this.
Do it.
Full reverse sweep? Full reverse sweep? Is this what we're possibly seeing? No? Okay, all right, shut it down.
No, Purdue now win. I'm sorry.
Purdue now win. Sorry.
Bias caster will end things out, unfortunately. We don't even need to stream.
Hey, they called us biased earlier
honestly.
for Purdue. Now I'm saying Champlain.
Yeah, now we're Champlain believers.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Any believers in chat?
I mean, their team starts with Champ, right? I mean, like, isn't that like the whole thing? I don't know what the copy pastas have been. I've been trying to ignore the chat. It's been pretty hectic. I'm sure there's something there. Caster's Curse will rear its ugly head, though. The question really and truly is going to be, well, that's the giant moon you're seeing in the top left of the screen, or the beaver make their way through. No matter what's happening, we've had two maps each, two phenomenal maps each, a very fun siege to go through. We've also had a first half of this last and fifth map. We've got another half to go down. We're starting round 7. John, I've had so much fun rejoining here for the NECC and watching for the grand finals here in this absolute slugfest of a Champions Division.
Yeah, it makes me remember why you're actually my duo, because you're fun to work with, funny enough. Would have thought, right?
Joke's on you.
Oh,
Ratio.
Are you getting signed to NSG for Valorant and finally moving on to the big leagues?
No, I wish.
Not yet.
No,
Diamond in
someday.
the rough. That's what you are.
Yeah.
They'll find you eventually. Maybe you and Ashcon can go make your debut, perhaps, because I think he's a good fit for you. A little bit too smart for his own good, but I think that works in with you because you're how do I put
What are you
this?
saying? Huh? What are you trying to?
I think if I called you as dumb as a box of, or dumb as a box of bricks, I think that would be disrespectful to the bricks, to be honest with you.
Actually,
That would be a little
true.
bit disrespectful.
Yeah.
You know what?
What are you, my dad? What's going on here? Like,
Son?
Daddy?
Sorry. I mean.
We have derailed so far. We've been so semi-serious for this entire cast, with little to no jokes, the occasional one. Coming into the second half of the BO5, you can tell we're getting tired because we have now devolved into this. I apologize profusely. It's not going to stop, though. I'm sorry.
Well, nothing's happened at the moment, so that's okay. It has been a slow start for Purdue, but they are on the back foot right now, and they don't want to have a lot of weight really applied to their heels. They want to be able to spring into action. Something I wanted to talk about last round but wasn't able to is the window play and how effective it can be when you are attacking that top floor bar and cocktail. It looked like Purdue will try to replicate what Champlain had in store for them on their attack. On 6ing open up heaven window and tossing out a frag, but luckily ADS to catch it in just the nick of time here to make sure no one blows up and will detonate. Start off a lead pick here by Purdue. Will still remain that 5-on-5.
With no one finding that pick just yet, things are going to start hitting that boiling point where everything has to eventually lead to kills. Each and every minute movement is an opportunity for a team to make a pounce and find the shot. But unfortunately, nothing's really come up yet. Proximity alarms and utility. They dumped 2 proximity alarms in the exact same spot there. But a cheeky play by Kernex as he leaps around Cigar Shop. Has not opened hatch. Doesn't really have a great getaway. May play to die, but he finds 2 in the process. Make it a third. Lopping the head off Swouse. And now only needs to find 2 more to make it the ace. But Feeling Good Inc.'s playing in from Skylight. Mercado, I can't even begin to imagine where he's coming. I think he's coming all the way up from White Stairs on the opposing side. It's not a great opportunity to find it, but Wilhelm will remove him instead. Now it's just Feeling Good Inc. all alone. And unfortunately, this is one of those situations that it just is not a likely occurrence. 30 seconds to remain. And I don't even think there's enough ammo to spray and pray your way to victory here. Tossing the drone seems to be just a bit of a relegation of a distraction, and it does not matter. Kern finds for the 4K, and a flawless round will drop for Champlain.
I think the key words there, Scott, tunnel vision. Purdue wasted far too much time, which is something that's been common for Purdue on their attacks. That's completely fine depending on how well you can play underneath that pressure. However, I feel like the fact we've been here for well over 5 hours, I feel like it's kind of sat in the mind of Purdue for a while, and it's kind of weakening them by a little bit. And they just forgot that you can play inside of the humidor in Cigar Shop. Zernex went nuclear on that last round and did a majority of that heavy lifting for his team, but Purdue never spotted him out. They weren't aware of his intentions nor his location. It allowed for a pretty straightforward round win for Champlain. Now they can play double kitchen with a interesting lineup. I think they're playing more or less to deny a bakery push overall because they could potentially bandit trick. But
The
Thatcher
lineup
is
does
banned,
not facilitate that, bro.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why.
Look at what
they are-
Purdue's bringing. Why would you... No 6-pick? Right? You don't switch to something else to help you out after seeing a buck and a sledge go down? And a lion? This is just Nade City. This is just dump nades. Dump nades. Clear the floorboards. Dump nades.
Yeah, this is a weird lineup by Champlain, I'm not gonna lie. And then Purdue is like double downing on everything they want to try to work on too. It's a little odd, but all right. It is late at night. I can understand, I suppose. Oh well.
There's be some great team chemistry though between Yellow and Arvo though. If they're gonna drop the E1 and then throw the nades, because they only brought 2 nades. They're not bringing a Yana or anything or a Maverick, so they only have 2 nades to work with. That's their own real explosive damage utility. It's gonna have to bring a lot of coordination between the 2 of them to have that work out for them. If that's what they're using the nades for.
Yeah, I'd hope so. There's not a lot of util to break but ADSs, so this could be a pretty easy way for Yellow to find some picks of those grenades. And he has been doing relatively all right, but not a lot to highlight. It has been a lot of team play overall, like you mentioned, Scott, with Champlain just slightly having that leeway, explaining also why they have the better round advantage here. E1D gets popped. There was a pre-placed nitro cell near the chandelier, the drop down near Cigar Balcony. This could be huge if detonated at the right time, and goodbye, Yellow. Your only set of frags is already gone, but at least you have Maricado to play off of for that soft destruction attempt. Let's just hope he does not meet the same fate as his sledge did.
Oh, 4v4. Purdue looking down. Once again, a dangerous situation. They've lost the nades. There's still plenty to work with, but they need to gain control over the 2nd floor. I'm honestly scared they don't even have full control over the 3rd floor right now, John. That's how precarious it feels to be a Purdue fan in any regard. I'm not even rooting for Purdue. I'm trying to stay unbiased as much as possible, but I would like to see both teams find success, but Purdue, man, trying to put myself in their shoes, I would be demoralized to a degree, but they're finally getting some safety on the 2nd floor. Spouse is the player to do so, and that is a necessity. They'll drop another E1. That's utility for your line going down. Arvo hoping to assist. With only 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining, Champlain have a really good chance to keep themselves together and toss in another nitro to make it even further as you see it rip and dip tear until it's done. Marcato out for the count, and Ben sweeps down White Stairs to the bottom floor, removes Swaus once again, and it's just Feeling Good Inc. and Arvo left in a 2v4. Each player needs to find 2 in the process. Feeling Good Inc. looking to drop down White. Wary player over in VIP. They've made the rotation over from garage side, and could be the next position we're trying to see them fight. They're Feeling Good trying to dump the flash nade. I don't like the fact he opened his drone when he was readily visible on staircase, but maybe he wasn't realizing his total position. Now calling over his teammate of Arvo to maybe assist in their descent down the staircase as they drone out VIP as well, giving the information call out. They know the players in corner, try to find impact, but Ben will not be outdone. The MP5X comes up tremendously, needs to find one more, fails to do so, but the T5 SMG and the hand of Kernex will do the job just the same, and you'll see yet another Champlain round win. And John, what does that round mean for us?
Well, if you can't read, I know I struggle with that sometimes, still learning here. Means our match point and series point. And wait, also, that champions point as well?
Huh?
I feel like
Huh?
we've seen this somewhere before. It was in the hands of Purdue at map number 3, and now they are choking this victory they almost had so early into this night. It's progressed to a great storyline here for Champlain. However, there is one more chance. There is still one more round that they need to take away to confirm this one in. And you know what? We almost saw overtime in a very similar position here for Purdue. They had a really great comeback for a good chunk of time on Clubhouse. It could definitely be possible here on Cafe. But mind you, it's still only one round that Champlain need to sing this one out, and they have been on fire on Cafe and throughout the latter end of this best of 5. So everything is on the line here for Purdue. They need to finish out this matchup as strong as they started it, or they will be dropped dead, and they will not be the winners of NECC's Champions Final.
Man, Champlain.
10 seconds left before
How does it feel to be on top of the world? That's the question I have. How does it feel to come through to this game, be devastated in map 1? Close game, but you just come short. Map 2, lopsided affair in the second half. You didn't find a single round in that second half. You come back in map 3, looking down series point of Purdue. You bring it into overtime and you carry yourself through to it. Now taking map 4 in a dominant affair, clapping back after map 2. And now the Cafe and the BO5, the map 5, is falling to you in a 6-2 as of the current moment. You're on match point, series point, and everything is as tumultuous as it can possibly be. I said it, John, and I'll say it a million times. Champlain is a team that they will eat that pressure up, and they will use it to fuel them going onward. And we've seen nothing but that as this has gone forward. Right now, it's just up to the early game prep for Purdue to drone out and gather the information, which they've done, which has warned them of FX position. But now they need to find any possibility or any way to find and collect that kill.
And if they don't spot out Kernex, this could be deadly, but they'll do just that. The window play is almost strong enough to finish him off, but he'll be able to evade death for a little while longer. Now repositioning right near the humidor, and will find the first pick of the round. He still remains alive and gets away essentially scot-free. He's got backup by the rest of his team as well. That's a massive net buff here for Champlain. You cannot be letting that one get away, but FX will not be as lucky here in that encounter. The Aruni is now down, and things will now turn up 50-50 here. Purdue on the turn of a dime here. They could possibly bring this one back, but as we get towards the second half of this matchup, the roam game is still afoot here, and there is not a lot of time left here, Scott, to clear it out.
It's going to be down to the wire here for Champlain. With only a minute and 15 seconds remaining, they need to not bleed the last few remnants of their side. And unfortunately, they lose current. Rouse comes up with the LMGE, takes his head off as he tries to jiggle peek up towards White Staircase. And that's going to give Purdue that man count advantage they're in desperate need of taking advantage of. They need to clear out floorboards, but guess what, John? Yellow was left very early on, losing them as that first player. They don't have as much floor clear as they potentially had previously. It's going to leave it all up to the Buck, and the Skeleton King has a pretty limited pocket in terms of ammunition. They don't have the nades to act off of it. So yes, they can clear the floorboards, but they don't have a great way to flush out the corner players that are breaking line of sight and hiding in positions that are unusable and unpeakable from your attacking side, despite the floor no longer being available to you. Although, hold on. Champlain have a cheeky player holding and mining that's been looking for any angle from pillar side. Arvo swings in and finds one more. Ben removes out Swoza, and it's a dangerous position with the post plant going down. Feeling good and trying to go for the post plant. He's going to put it down. He's sticking it in this position. He's lost his teammate, but it does not matter. Marcado from inside Laundry brings this down to the 2v1. Ben has to get this done. A player in Laundry now white staircase. He sees the arm. It gives him an opportunity to peek, but feeling good Inc. will not allow it, and Purdue will escape and survive one extra round here in the NECC Champion Finals.
If not for that drop by Marcado, the plant could have possibly been denied, and that would have almost been the round one in series taken by Champlain, but will remain on Cafe for a smidge more amount of time, perhaps. We're not going to see a reattempt there of that middle ground site. Instead, we're going back up above of Bar and Cocktail. The Mira in play here. This could be pretty effective again for that anchor game I talked about just slightly when Purdue brought it out on their defense, but we did see a pretty aggressive stance by Champlain. Even when that mirror was on the board, they just went right into the site itself and were able to find a lot of opening picks there and completely went out the round almost flawlessly, I believe it to be. So there is still plenty of pressure here building up for Purdue. They just need to remain calm with every round they continue to build up against the resume here of Champlain on Cafe.
Oh, 3 more rounds to go. They need to tie this one up. Purdue, oh man, it is desperation here, John. That round is about as close as it gets to. Champlain about crawled themselves out of the pits of despair and brought themselves into that. That is something you cannot allow as Purdue, especially after a solid start you had. After losing Yellow, which was a player that you needed in that round. You needed the sledge, you needed the nades, and you still do a phenomenal job of taking control of the point, getting the diffuser down, and playing for the post plant. I love to say it. You force the time constraint on the defenders, and they have to funnel to you. You are essentially flipping the map on its head, and that's the most important part and the most important thing you can do as an attacker. However, the next round officially starting, they're going to switch up a little bit. Yellow now will be on the Ayana, guaranteeing them nades no matter what, as well as having Marcado switch over to the sledge, therefore going the Buck this time around and instead opting for the hammer and having an extra set of nades in the back pocket to hopefully allow for them to gain information with the Gemini Replicator, which I don't know why they're not clearing first before having Yellow run in face checking normally. Use the Replicator, please. And also having extra nades to maybe funnel out some of these players and throw those from below to make it difficult for the defenders to sit still.
Well, they're running out Yellow. Not going to be able to utilize those replicators just yet. Plenty of intel still being gathered. Hard ping comes in through. Yellow not going to go for the wall bang, though. He's very limited on that ARX clip. Spots out Pickle, but cannot swing in time. The Valkyrie remains alive and will evade the Lion scan for a few more moments. Gets a soft ping. Not finish off Sophia just yet, and the swing is not going to work out. There's a drop down by the Wamai, though. Sophia doesn't know what hit him. It's a freebie there for the Wamai, and FX follows suit. Down goes Yellow. All of a sudden, we have a resurgence by Champlain, and they'll reclaim the lead here. All of a sudden, Purdue have been caught with their pants down, but all of a sudden, it's a moment of silence. Final Lion scan of this round comes into play, and now it's all going to be up to the drone game, as the Ayana has already been dropped dead as well. Things are looking desperate here for Purdue as they're at the disadvantage.
Oh, time is running out, though. They have a minute and a half, and they're still trying to make their way forward, but they lose Feeling Good Inc. in the process. No ace in play. And that's a solid start once again for Champlain to continue to dig the graves thoroughly for this Purdue side. They are saying, in effectuality, saying, out, we're done. The Champions Finals will drop to us, and there's nothing you can do about it. But I don't think Marcado and Avra will go down without the fight. The minute remaining on the board. They can play this one as slow as they can. There's plenty of time to work with and build that pressure to assist your side. but eventually you will start to run into problems. The defensive utility players on white stairs, and that's exactly what we have. Arvo attempts to find one, will trade with FX, but it trades the exact opposite of what Purdue needs. It still favors the Champlain side, and it's just Marcato left standing. 2 nades in the pocket and 22 swings of his hammer, and he's being spotted out constantly by these default cams on the map that have yet to be cleared out, despite the fact his teammates were there earlier. Shots coming in from C1, trying to contend. He's got to get the fight going in the opposing direction, but he's taking too much damage. Needs to pick back up the diffuser. He's wary if a defender is watching it as of the current moment, but it doesn't seem to necessarily be the case. He's trying to go to pick it back up. He has no opportunity to do so. He's just deciding to full swing in this direction. He's got to come up through white stairs. He's left the diffuser on the floor below, I think. I think that's what's happening. There's no time to do it. This round will drop to Champlain, and Champlain will be your champions, as we will see a finale finally for our champions division here in the NECC here, John.
They've done it, Scott. They made the return of the season. 2-0, swept back 3-2. My God, what an impressive showing by Champlain, the second seed. They've beat Purdue White once, and they'll beat them a second time to make everything matter for them at the very end of NECC. What an amazing performance there, and I cannot believe we just saw that comeback you witnessed right before our eyes, and the rest of chat as well that have been watching this throughout the entire night. It surely means a lot to me, and I bet it does to you as well, Scott.
It absolutely does. This being my second season here for the NECC. Didn't get to spend as much time here this semester, but being able to come back for the finals and enjoy it here with you and watch these two teams slug it out, a Purdue side that I've known for a couple of their teams play out, as well as having Champlain College, who I know a ton of people who attend that university that I work with here as well. This was a game that it's impossible to pick a side, and I'm like, Purdue, Champlain, Purdue, and it's just back and forth. And every single game tonight, if I remember correctly here, for the NECC's R6 has gone to a full BO5. There were no games that were blowouts. This was the day, the game in the NECC that is as close as it can get. That is the exact statistic I love to see. However, ultimately, it does have to come to an end. A victor has to be crowned, and that champion will be Champlain, as they will take it in the full BO5 in a full reverse fashion. And I can't wait for the interview we're about to have here, John.
Yeah, we're making sure that not all 10 players have left, so we actually get to interview first, and yes, it will be confirmed. So, going to a short little break, get that interview readied on up. Again, congrats to Champlain, and we get to go and interview one of their players. So stick around if you're interested, and if not, we hope you all have a great rest of your night, and to see you all again next semester. We'll be back in a few short minutes with that interview.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name is Infernos, just joined here by the handsome fellow himself, aka Fellow, and we've got ourselves another handsome fellow ready and rating to go. It's Jacob, aka Zebek. I can call by his first name. I know him like that. We're just cool. I know professional players. It's not a big deal. Don't talk about it. Jacob, how you doing tonight?
Hey, I mean, I'm doing pretty good. Let's say, what are we at right now? We're 5 hours and 20 minutes in. It is currently 2:05 in the morning during basically finals week for our college, and we came out with a dub. So feeling pretty great right now.
Man, I'm so glad to hear that. How does it feel after the victory? I'm sure you're tired and everything works, and I'm sure the night's been rough, especially after almost losing in 3 maps and making the full reverse sweep. How does the return, the triumph behind it, what fueled you, and how do you feel after all of that burning out?
Yeah, absolutely. So let's first of all talk about what we do best at Champlain College. We love coming from behind. And you know, that may sound a little bad, but at the end of the day, what we do the best is when we're down, we can make it and come back. And especially when we go to the distance in the games, we're coming out with that dub. And that was when, you know, our player Ben said, he was like, this is going to be a reverse sweep game. We knew right then and there that, you know, if we could keep the game going, you know, be able to get coastline was huge. Definitely losing the first 2 is pretty tough being down, but it's all about that mental game in the end. And just knowing that, you know, once you get those games and you can continue on. It was good, too, that we were able to have a couple subs to rotate it out, get some people in there, make it fresh. At the end of the day, man, I mean, we're pretty excited. I wouldn't even say that any of us are tired right now. We're just ready to go.
Man, that's absolutely great to hear. John, I'm sure you got some questions, too.
Yeah, but you got the adrenaline pumping up now since you guys are not tired. You'll be able to crank out some last-minute papers since you were like, oh, yeah, we'll finish when we're done with the game, and then you spent 5 hours playing R6 Siege, so I bet that was a whole lot of fun for a majority of you guys. You talked about the 2-0 lead up by Purdue, so losing out on your map pick of Oregon. What was the key thing to help you guys remain afloat moving in forward on coastline? Because I bet that was a pretty upsetting loss there on your map pick of Oregon.
Yeah, for sure. I think, you know, going into Chalet, we were a little bit, I guess, not as confident per se. I haven't really played that map too much. When we have played it, did not go well. Oregon is definitely one of our better maps, and we beat this team on it in the past. So, you know, definitely losing that map was a little bit of a bummer. Towards, you know, just towards that, we just got to focus on the next map. Keep the morale high. Just know that if we're able to take it on that next one, that, you know, we're gonna be coasting clear to the final. And with that too, just played a little bit of Doja Cat in between, get a little hyped up. And you know, there's nothing else to do.
I think I literally think
just say so.
In between the finals for, was it SOCO? One of the teams, they got on the same call and they started playing Kanye West's new album. It was like 2 days after it had released. Yeah, that's funny. That's really funny. You mentioned just jamming out to music in between. There's a lot of teams that will do that just to like de-stress. So I'll bring up a question because I'm genuinely curious. You guys having a close victory and Purdue White being an extremely strong team. Obviously, there were some scary moments, but I want to talk about who you thought were the scariest players to be on the other side of the barrel against, on the other side of that reticle. Who gave you the biggest fear?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think, at least for myself, I'm not sure about other players. We don't really focus too much on the good players on the other team. We just honestly just play for picks at the end of the day. And just trying to, you know, kind of stick with our roles, stick with who we go for, and just knowing that as long as we're able to get the trades that we need, that, you know, we'll win the game. I mean, there was definitely a heart attack moment for me on coastline when it was 5-6 and I started hiding under some wood, and just kind of praying that everything would work out there. Especially, I don't think you guys caught it, but you know, it was a 3v3. Kern was in there, and I actually team killed. I downed him on accident. I was like, oh my god! I was like, you know, if we lost that game, I would have felt so bad about it.
Oh my god!
So luckily, you guys didn't see anything on that one, and
I'll have to look back. I'll look back. Put it on the Twitter. Not. Sorry, you're about to get absolutely destroyed on the timeline. I'm sorry to John, you got something?
I really was wondering how that first player got down in sight too, because I was like, didn't see him trap any opponents. It all makes sense now.
Definitely makes sense.
Not to toot my own horn or anything, but
yeah,
still won the round.
To take the round. That's what Matt. And then from there,
and he got the reverse sweep.
Good winning streak, so that was good. And I think it's we're the only team, at least at our college, to win a championship this year, which is pretty good. And hopefully continue on getting going, and we'll see what happens in the future.
Yeah, can only hope for the best outcome for you, I suppose. One thing in particular I really wanted to note. I don't know who exactly left. Probably Danny. Yeah, Danny left the call. Okay, just making sure that there was no technical difficulties. The Buck ban. I really want to deep dive on that one for you because you guys banned it on Coastline, then you banned it on Club, but then on a map where he's really good, Cafe, you decide to keep him on the board and opting for instead a default ban. What was the thought process behind banning him overall, but then also not on the very final map of Cafe?
That's definitely good. So I mean, he was kind of a nuisance, obviously on Oregon. Became an
Yep.
issue. Just kind of breaking out those head holes, and that caused a lot of an issue. Seems like he was pretty confident on playing, on playing that character as well. And then for that, just kind of on Cafe with the nitro denial that you can kind of play, especially in basement. It's really the only site that you really have to worry about on it down there, and I think that's where the guys were thinking about in that scenario. And definitely, I mean, kind of the right call. But they had a couple guys, that I kept shooting those alibis every single time, so that was really annoying. But in terms of the Buck, I think it wasn't, obviously didn't seem to be too much of a problem, especially as the night gets later and people start making mistakes and getting sloppy. Then you don't really need to worry about it too much.
Fair enough.
It's been such a fun night, John. It's been such a fun experience to finish off the series here for the NECC. And unfortunately, that also means that R6 closes out for us for this semester for at least a little while. I'm sure there's something. I think there's something that goes on afterwards. I'm fairly disconnected from it. I don't know what happens. I think all the winners go into some other thing or something else. I don't know. But no matter what it is, I look forward to hearing what more success you guys have. We guys making a return. I'll bring a personal question. You just answer this quickly. Will you be back next semester? Are you graduating? Are you staying?
Yeah. So this team, so we've actually been playing together since not all of us, obviously, but Wilhelm and myself, so we're the two captains on the team. Wilhelm leads this one. I lead the Face It League. We're both seniors, and we're gonna be heading out after next semester. So we got one more to go, but we started at the first semester of CR6, and from there, just been grinding it out. Had some really bad seasons. It's kind of been turning around towards the end. So we'll be back, and we'll be looking for some more money in the end.
I'm really glad to hear that. But unfortunately, we're running short on time, or maybe we're just going way beyond our time. Who necessarily knows? I won't keep everyone awake trying to hear your beautiful voice for much longer. I'll give you a moment here, Jacob, to shout out anyone behind you, whether it's your family, friends, fellow teammates, whatever it is. I'll give you your moment. Feel free to call them out.
Yeah, you know what? I think I'm gonna, for these two, obviously shout out the team. They played their heart out tonight. Played through adversity. I mean, we're at like 5.5 hours of playtime. Not take that lightly, and also shout out Champlain and just hope that they recognize some of our achievements that we have and continue giving us some of the support towards the future. So with that being said, man, I appreciate you guys for casting for this long and doing what you do.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much, man. We will see you off, and we will see you hopefully in another semester. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, my goodness. John, that is going to be all she wrote. We were here till the very last minutes, 5.5 hours later. You have any final words you want to depart with?
Man, I'm glad we get paid by the hour. Anyways, with all that being said, though, I'd also like to give a big shout out for NECC to let us do this. We've been around here for well over a year now, so it's glad to be here and get to experience everything. Big shout outs to Michael for being our producer throughout the entire night and probably wanted to go to bed right about now. Danny as well for last minute stepping up to do some observation as well. It was pretty good throughout the night considering the fact that we've been here for well over 5 hours. And also shouts to Caroline as well for just sitting in the background of the Discord call and kind of being our moral support without saying a single word. So shouts to her as well. Yeah, and also doing a little bit of adminning as well. But luckily, it wasn't that needed as everyone was being pretty dang respectful towards one another. Also, shoutouts to you as well, Scott, my best friend and my favorite here. Ooh, yeah. Also the mods as well. We had a lot of funny spam. Sadly, though, sometimes it is too much. We apologize for having to time out some of you because of that spam, but it can be funny at certain points, but not too much. Can be a little overkill at points. But with all that being said, hope you'll have a great rest of your night and to see you guys all again next semester where we hopefully have just as much excitement here at NECC as we did in this past semester. And one more thing, check out our Twitters. They're at the very bottom here. Infernosis at INFERNOS1S. And for me, Fellow at Fellow the Caster. We would appreciate the follow to get a little bit more, that internet clout. The funny number does in fact go up at some point. And with all that being said as well, hope you have a great rest of your night and to see you all again very, very soon in next semester near you. Much love, everybody. Great